maybe I got the gain too high. Let's turn that down. Like an RKO out of nowhere. I'm watching the stream for no other reason other than I'm just angry. And yeah, I'll take it out in a creative fashion. And I will go off. I'm holding myself back a little bit right now and just USA. Nobody will probably watch this one. I'm fine with that. Told nobody I was going to do a Sunday stream, so nobody's going to show up, and that's okay. Holy shit. Sheree shows up, though. Go figure. Greatest mod on the internet is like, you're launching on a Sunday? What the fuck? Oh no, I'm doing a Sunday night angry fucking stream. I'm fucking pissed. Um, over a whole bunch of different shit. Mainly, I think it's just me dealing with right now. There's two little kittens out of six that have made it through a month, and one of them is legitimately out there breathing its last breath and crying for its mother and shit. And I've got to deal with it, and it set something off inside of me, right? I think that's the big one, and the other one is starting to do the same thing, which means it's fatal kitten syndrome, is what it's called. It hits real quick and they die kind of fast, but it's painful, all that stuff. So I think I'm going to fuck off. One of the things I will be talking about though is something that happened with Danny Boss on Alien stream, and like nothing. Alien's great, love Alien. He did the best he could. I'll defend him on this, but I'm also going to defend Dandy. Yeah, Dandy. Danny, but I am going to go the fuck off. And if you are over in the UK, you're probably going to like the way I go the fuck off on this one because of the arrogance of somebody and what transpired and everything else. So we got that. Um, I'm sure you guys already saw fucking Biden's got ass cancer. It couldn't happen to a nicer man, right? But don't worry, Biden, because I'm pretty sure during your goddamn administration, you told all of us how you cured cancer. I remember making a speech about something like that or saying that in a speech or some bullshit. So good. You'll be just fine there, Joe Biden. It's all good, Steve. Like, honestly, wow. Thank you guys. I wouldn't expected anybody to watch this fucking stream. I'm not going to lie. Like I said, a lot of F bombs. Expect fuck, fuck to come out of my mouth just in a regular stream of profanity and tearing people down. And then I figured the whole thing is normally I'd do something for my wife, my daughter, or I'd paint something like crying, something fun or whatever. But I'm going to do something for me because I believe whatever I'm painting or however I'm feeling, like it's fucked up. My hands are shaky. Like I'm fucking angry. Um, so kind of the demon wing to go with that angel wing. Well, this is that other side of GAM where he fucking just needs to get shit off his chest or is pissed, right? Um, but yeah, like legitimately, shout out to Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. I think he's streaming right now. If you guys want like a happy upbeat talking about aliens coming down and fucking humans or something, or whatever the latest trial news is, or people breaking out of jail in New Orleans, like it's Jailbreak, that old Fox TV show. Go check out his stream. Give him some love. He's a good dude. And yeah, fuck Joe Biden, right? Just fuck him completely. It's like, oh, you got ass cancer now. Like I said, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So basically, like God fucked you in the ass the same way you fucked America in the ass. Good job, Joe Biden. Yeah, too much sunshine and rainbows. All good, mister. You ain't gonna find that happy horse shit here tonight. You know, you will maybe next Thursday. Like, hopefully, I'll be out of it and back to normal, like even keel and balanced GAM shit. But this one's like one of those, like, what the fuck? And because I'm not gonna lie, the more I think about it, the angrier I kind of get about it. But I'm getting angrier on Danny's behalf, and Danny's not even angry about it. I think he's already passed the shit. But just the same, like, it was more what had happened or how everything transpired that kind of really pissed me off. What fucking the Mexican pirate ship that hit the fucking Brooklyn Brit, whatever, dude. They were sailing in. The water bobbed their mast. They didn't account for, how high the tide was. The ship bobbed up and banged the bridge and broke their fucking mast. It wasn't like they sailed into the side of a bridge like in Baltimore. Fuck all that shit. Who cares? It was no attack on America. It's some bullshit. The whole Mexican fucking ship, I could give a fuck about. Like, I saw that and I was like, that's like major news. Like, and then people yelling shit like, oh, well, they attacked Mexico or whatever. Speaking of which, before I even get into shit, because I'm actually going to show my fucking cigarette, I guess. Before I even get into shit, Steve Kerfuffle, thank you, brother. I appreciate the ever loving fuck out of you. I'm sitting there and I'm doing because I slept through Arabia. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've been sleeping these weird fucked up hours. I've been getting like 4 hours of sleep, waking up, being up for like 10 hours, passing out for 4 hours, waking up. My whole sleep schedule's fucked on top of everything else, which is probably why I'm also so angry. But I've also been tending to these kittens because they got a severe upper respiratory infection in certain cases, and they have severe conjunctivitis on top of that. So it's like double-edged sword. Then two of them are showing, fatal kitten syndrome. Like I said, one is out there right now, like gasping his last. Um, so I think that's got me fucked up pretty good. But I slept through ABL's last stream. Um, and I'm not gonna lie, there is one part where you're like, Steve out of just nowhere. Sail the Seas with GAM catches up, 8 p.m. every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or whatever. Man, I was dead and like it brought a tear to my eye at the same point because I was laughing. I was like, damn, dude, that was so nice of you. Um, I did hear the call where the homeless baker, apparently the cracks finally caught up to him, and he was calling in from the tent, and he just rambled his entire phone call instead of making some kind of point. Like, I don't know what's up with that dude, but best of luck to him because he sounds pretty fucked to me. Dude, Steve, I'll get it. I'm gonna go all through it because I went back and I'll tell you from my point of view as an outsider what I saw. And if I had been in that chat and was able to go back and look through it like I did after everything was all said and done, man, I would have gone the fuck off myself. Like, I would have been respectful to Aliens chat, and he would have said stop, and I would have been like, okay, dude, like, I'll stop. But and I'm gonna honestly go off here pretty much about it. Someone bobbed my mask, nice. Um, what's up, Paul? How are y'all? But yeah, thanks, guys. Like, I wasn't even expecting to get one view. I'm not gonna lie. I thought maybe Sheree would hop in for a second, but you guys are busy. It's Sunday, and this is random at 10 o'clock at fucking night on the East Coast, just firing it out there. I could have waited till midnight and done this and just gone the whole Art Bell route, but I'll get the first fucking thing that pissed me the fuck off. Like, period, end of sentence, just infuriated me when I actually grasped the whole entire scope of what happened. And yeah, so Alien was streaming or whatever. I chime in or I tuned in because I saw you streaming. I want to support Alien, say hello, all that stuff. So I turned on, yeah, I click on his stream, go into it, and I see Danny say something like, "That's the problem with you, the Islamists. You all play the victim and everything else." And I'm like, "What the fuck is going on?" Right? And then the alien saying, "Hey, don't, okay, that's enough with the religious talk or whatever." And then Danny's like, it's fine. I'm leaving anyway. And then I tried to like intervene real quick. So if on a PC, if you type at and part of the person's name, you can just click on their name and it's tagging them and you can talk to them. I did that for Danny. I typed in DAN after the at. Nothing fucking came up. So I'm like, Danny's already gone. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. Then the wife came in. She's like, hey, we got to go run this errand. I'm like, okay. You want me to go with you? Yeah. All right, cool. Bet. So we go run the errand and I come back. I go back to the stream and I'm like, all right, I'll just look through the live chat again. And Alien's on a second stream, like a new stream. I guess he switched over to his cell phone. His internet crapped out. I don't know what happened. But hopped in, said hi to Alien. And he was just like, and I believe Steve was in the stream too. But said hi to Alien. He's like, hey, Gam, what's up? He's like, yeah, man, I had a fight in the chat over religion or whatever. And I was just like, I kind of saw that, but had to run an errand, all that. I didn't want to go into it. So I just said, well, because it's the truth. Alien is 110% neutral on religion. He just wants to put on, and this is my defense of Alien, he just wants to put on a good show. He just wants to have fun. He wants to read his stories or, take you guys on a ride and have fun in this chat and just have a nice, chill, everybody get the fuck along stream. Yes. And Steve, you did 110% come in at the ass end. Like you came in maybe 5 minutes, I'd say, before I got there. Right. And I know that because I messaged Danny on Discord. I said, hey, bud, what happened? And then he says, oh, yeah. And I was, said something about halal food or whatever, criticized somebody for it. And then it turned into this whole big, thing. So I'm like, really? Like it sounded like I knew Danny wasn't lying to me, but it didn't sound entirely correct. So I would go to my PC, fire up that other stream, the original stream, and I pull that shit up and I go back a little bit. And then I go back a little bit more. And then I got to go back a little bit more because I'm like, holy shit, this went on for like half an hour. What in the fuck? Like in the chat it went on. But so these two goofy assholes, well, actually three goofy assholes, are talking about eating cats, dogs, and horse and having it butchered, sent to them, like all this and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like already in my head, like, these are the people that Danny got in a fight with, right? And two of them are. And I was like, these people are like already the shit you guys are talking about, like, yeah, well, like you can't just order dog meat, so you need to go find something domestic to you. Like, really, dude? Like, yo, if you were in front of me, I'd punch you right in the fucking mouth for suggesting I eat dog in America, you piece of shit. Like, who the fuck, like, who even says shit like that? Who goes out of their way to eat horse meat? Right? I'm like, what is this shit? So then one of them brings up, like, fuck anybody who don't like halal or something like that. Like, screw anybody who doesn't like halal or halal or whatever the fuck it is, right? So, of course, Danny, being Danny, because we all know how he is over there with his restaurants being changed over and being taken over to, and he's told us this 1,000 times in this stream. It's all, like everything I want to go eat, they're changing the fucking restaurant over to halal. It's kind of the equivalent, from my understanding of changing shit over to like, well, it's all kosher. Well, if you don't believe in that God or that, it's basically being sanctified against you because Danny's a staunch Christian. I don't fucking get into religion. You guys know that. Like, I'm not hardcore to religion one way or the other. But at the same point in time, I think everybody's entitled to their beliefs. So Danny says something about like, yeah, I can't stand it or something like this. Well, she's in the UK too. I don't know, but she can go fuck her mother. That's where I'm at with her, right? Um, because the next thing that comes up is she comes back on Danny and she said, "Oh, spoken like a true fascist." What the fuck? Like that escalated rather quickly. You don't even know fucking Danny, boss, and you're calling him a fucking fascist. Like what the fuck? So she calls him a fucking fascist, and I'm like, you got to be shitting me. I'm like, because he made that comment. And then Danny fires back like, well, if you like halal food that much, you should go back to Arabia and eat halal food in Arabia. Or no, he said you should go back and you should, like, well, if you want halal food, you should just go to Arabia and go eat it. And I was like, okay, he's standing his ground. All right, showing a little bit of balls. Danny's clearly had enough. Hopefully, I had to adjust the microphone gain. It sounds like I'm real loud in my fucking headset. I don't know if I'm just talking louder or what. So I'm like, God damn, like Danny just fired one back at her. And I figured that's the end of it. And she goes, yeah, I'd expect that because you're a Nazi. Like, what? Did you just call this motherfucker a Nazi because he doesn't enjoy the same food you enjoy? Like, what? Like, you called him a fucking Nazi. You don't know anything about this kid. You're calling him a fucking Nazi? Like, that's where you went to? Like, if he was black, would you have just ripped out the N word right there? Is this where we're going? You're using the white version of the N word? Like, and I'm just like, so I'm just sitting there and I'm like, well, I didn't stick around in the second stream, Steve, so I'm not entirely sure. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm reading this now, and Danny was absolutely right with this description of it. So then I guess she has like a girlfriend that they're trying to mean girl Danny, and they said something to him and kept calling him a fucking Nazi. And he's like, yeah, you got to resort to calling me petty names. If you want to have a religious argument, we can have a religious argument. And like Danny's actually being the adult in the conversation, right? And this chick's just like, she's like Nazi, like real, full caps or whatever. I'm sitting there and I'm reading this shit and I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Her and the other girl are like ripping on Danny. Danny's kind of joking it off, but and I shout out to him because he's not in the stream right now. But God bless Eugene. Eugene's like, hey, can we just drop the religious talk? Like while they're going back and forth. Hey, can we just all get along? Can we just, watch the stream together and just be peaceful or whatever? It was fucking his like Eugene, bless his heart. He was trying to be a man of peace. Um, you're fine, mister. You can talk whatever the fuck you want about religion in here. Like, you know what I mean? Just be respectful when you do it and argue like an adult. Don't go calling people Nazis, shit like this because they don't fucking eat your type of food, right? And so she said something like, called Danny a Nazi again or a fascist or something. He's like, hey, look, you got to relax on that. I only got two Nazi jackets or something, LOL. Like he's trying to play it off and downplay it and move on. He's having a conversation with somebody else at this point. And she's still like, I mean, every other thing was like, you're not, you're this, that, and the other thing. And then finally, she says something to the extent of, yeah, well, that's just it. You may be a Christian, and I'm a Muslim, a proud Muslim or something, but I will tell you now, there's more of us than there are you. So why don't you bring it on? And I'm thinking to myself, like, bitch, do like, like, really, really? So that now you're going to go to violence on top of it? That's really putting up your fucking case for you. What an adult you are. Oh, I'm so impressed because I'm pretty goddamn sure that, you're in his country because you couldn't hold your own fucking country down. You're fucking up his shit. Why? Because in your shit, you got your shit pushed in. Your people failed. Your forefathers were too weak to fucking stand up against the oppression of whatever. So you had to flee and go to the UK and start fucking wrecking it. Shut your fucking whore mouth. I don't know. I've never had shawarma, mister. But I was just like, like you might as well, like Danny didn't fire back when you called him a Nazi and call you and say, well, yeah, well, your dad used to fuck goats. That's why you're so bad, right? Like he didn't say no shit like that. He'd say like, the reason why you've got to like do this, that, or the other thing is because you're basically like you eat sand instead of food. Like he didn't say no shit like this. He didn't go the fuck off in that way. But what Danny did do was She must have said it one too many times and called him a Nazi one too many times, because then he said, "All right, you want to talk about fucking religions?" And it was right after she made that, like, Muslim bring it on or whatever. Danny goes, "Okay, you want to talk about persecution and everything else? Let's talk about Christians in the Congo. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about this other thing." And then he goes, "Yeah, and I'm very against your religion. And the reason why is because you marry 6-year-old girls. You this, that, and the other thing. Your prophet." And like, I mean, Danny went off, but everything he said was religiously by their holy book accurate. And he started shredding her. So now at this point in the stream, right? Like, he shredded her where I was like, I read it and I was like, God damn. Like, I was like, that was a dick punch, right? Like, just in the fight in one shot. Like, yeah, you fucking Danny, you could tell Danny had had enough and he wasn't going to take shit anymore. He fires off that dick punch. And the moment he fired off that dick punch, Alien, like, and this is my defense of Alien right here. Alien wasn't reading the stream up till then, because he was telling a story, or he was reading something on a website or whatever. But you can tell when Alien's reading his stream, right? Because he looks a different way. Like, he looks from, like, to the right, and then he scans it for a minute, and then you can see his eyes moving back and forth, and his mouth will start moving before he actually reads what you're saying. So Alien wasn't reading the stream the whole time, but he just caught his eye, and he reads what Danny said. So he kind of comes out in defense of the girl, right? He didn't see the whole part where Danny's been called a Nazi, a fascist, told to bring it, like, all this kind of fucking shit, like, called basically a human stain on civilization. And like, I'm sitting there and I'm just like, that's my defense of Alien, though, is that he was like, "Okay, look, I'm gonna read chat for a minute. You guys stop arguing about religion, please." And like, Alien just wanted a peaceful fucking stream. Poor Alien, right? Hold on, I gotta pause for a second because I've been going off. Let me read my chat. Well, that's just it. Oh, okay, Sheree. So you just said that's me hyping everybody with "don't take shit from anybody." You know what? God bless Danny, because he didn't take, like, he put up with as much shit as his poor little heart could, and then once it hit this fucking point, he just didn't take shit from anybody, and I was proud of him. I'm not gonna lie. Like, sorry, but the younger generation, especially in the UK, they've kind of been beat down a bit, by their own government and shit. And it's like, it was nice to see him just say, "You know what? Fuck it. I've been a nice guy this whole time. I'm trying to argue like an adult, and you're going to be a fucking jerk off about this. I'm going to dick punch you." And he did. And he didn't take shit from anybody. And goddamn was I proud. Danny told you no race wars tonight, and take that sensitive shit back to Alien stream. Yeah, well, I mean, Danny honestly has a right to be angry in this case. Like, I'm 100%. I understand, but like I said, in Alien's defense, Alien didn't realize what was said to him. Like, if Alien actually, because he was like, "I'm going to read the stream," but we all know that Alien reads kind of slow, and it was, at least, like I said, I went back 5 minutes, then I had to go back another 10 minutes, then another 10 minutes, and then another like 5 minutes before I got to the start of what led into the fight and the entire fight. So Alien would have had to stop his stream right in the middle and back read everything to figure out exactly who was in the wrong, what the fuck happened, where shit broke down or whatever. He just heard religion and was just trying to be respectful of everybody's religion, trying to get everybody to get along and get his stream back on track. As a creator on this side of the camera, I understand. I get it. I support Alien for that, because it's not easy. I'll miss something. This is my one criticism I do have that I will lay at Alien. And it's not even so much a criticism, it's more of an observation and just something I do that he doesn't do. How many moderators do I have? I'll read through your shit, but how many moderators do I have? I have one moderator. At one point in time, it was Bina, right? Bina decided she didn't want to be a moderator. That's fine. Sheree took that post. If some shit's breaking out in my chat right now, a religious argument, um, and a fight or whatever, say that shit had happened here. I'm sitting here talking on the mic like Steve's typing stuff in, and right now I'm talking on the mic, so I'm not reading his shit while I'm talking. So right now, Steve could be calling me a fucking asshole, you fucking Nimrod, whatever, right? And going off. I don't even know. But Sheree's going to catch it, right? Because she's my one mod. You know why? Because Sheree is that person that when it comes to this shit, I know I can trust her blindly. I don't have to rely on he said, she said bullshit because Sheree's going to be like, nope, this is what was said at this point in the stream. Go here, GAM, and read this. If I ask her, if I say, wait, hold on, somebody called somebody a Nazi, Sheree's going to tell me right a second. Yo, what's up with this fight going on, Sheree? Sheree's going to tell me exactly what the fuck is going on. Alien has everybody with a wrench. Who do you turn to and trust in that case? Because Danny's got a wrench and the other chick has a wrench, and the other chick that's with that other chick has a wrench. So now it's there, like, what the fuck? Like, who do I turn to and say, hey, what happened? Who's the objective observer that's going to tell me what happened? Now, everybody else in my chat, everybody acts like fucking adults, right? And even sometimes we act like kids and goof and joke and have fun. But just the same, like if some shit broke out like that in this chat, you guys would tell me what happened. And if it didn't happen the way somebody said, there wouldn't be like, oh, well, he was picking on so and so, so I defended her or some shit. Sheree'd be like, no, you're an asshole. You did this. GAM, she's an asshole. She did this. That's my only criticism, right? Is that you have too many fucking people with wrenches. Get rid of those fucking wrenches, dude. Take one person that you 110% trust that's there for every one of your streams that has your back and you know is going to tell you the truth, even if you don't fucking like it. Because that's just it. That's part of my trust in Sheree. It was part of my trust in Bina, is that if I was out of pocket or I was out of hand and I start going off the rails too hard or too fast or saying some fucked up shit, they're going to reel me in. They're going to stop me. They're going to call out somebody else who's going off the rails and going too far. It's simple. That's what a moderator is. That's why Sheree is the best at this fucking job. I had a whole conversation with Smurf on Xbox Live the other day, and like the two of us were talking. He's like, "Man, that's Sheree. You're not lying when you say she's like the greatest mod." He's like, "She is probably one of the best at the job I've ever seen." I was like, "I know. I'm lucky as fuck to have her." All right, so now this is where GAM's going to do that speed read back and see exactly what Steve's telling me because I know this is about a personal attack on him. So let me see what's going on. It's not an all thank you either, Sheree. It's the fucking honest truth. Like, thank you. Like, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for having my fucking back on this shit, like on this show. Because, like I said, if I'm fucking wrong and it's happened, I've had you, I've had Devin, like, yo, GAM, you said this, it was kind of out of pocket. This is how it looks. Now you do what you want. You're a big boy. You can handle yourself. Da 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 da. You can handle your shit. And I'm not trying to get in your shit, but I'm just going to let you know now. This is what it looked like. This is what it sounded like. And you didn't mean it to. We know that. But there's, and it got resolved immediately because of that. Because I'm honest with myself. I can fuck up. Okay. So I'm reading through Steve's story. So was it that same chick? When the hell did that happen, Steve? Did that just happen, or did that happen yesterday, or what? And fucking Mister's had it up to here with midgets. God damn it, though, Mister, weren't you the one that you were like, you were telling the story that you went to the bar and you were just like walked in and said, "I'm gonna lap that dance every midget in this room." Yeah, I'm gonna tell you now, the two deadliest motherfuckers in the entire chats on ABL here, wherever, Sheree and Devin, because they see everything, and I mean they see everything. Like you may not think they see everything, they see everything. No, this is a different chick. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not gonna lie, all the females that are in this chat, let's see, you got Stranded Lifeform, you got Bina, you got Sheree, Devin. Who else am I missing, guys? Like, but just the regular ones, they're all adults to a point where, and this is true. I even said this on the Discord, right? I've heard Bina and Danny get into pretty heated arguments over Danny saying something about Muslims and Bina coming back on him, like, because her family's Muslim or what have you. And they have like a whole argument between the two of them, and it looks heated. Never once have I ever heard Bina call him a fucking Nazi, a fascist, you piece of shit. Like, never come ad hominem. She actually argues the religious points and everything else, and Danny's coming back with his own, right? And it sounds heated and everything. They just disagree, but they handle it like adults, and they're cool with each other. They're not nasty to each other after either. But like this shit was just out of pocket. Danny does. Okay, so I agree with you, Mister. I do agree with you, right? But the whole thing is, shit, Mister, you're like in your 40s, aren't you? You're like, I don't think you're an old fart like me. Like you're not pushing 50. Like I'll be 50 in a couple months, but you are definitely in your fucking 40s, right? Do you remember what it's like to be? And maybe I feel this way because I've known David for so long, since he was like a young buck to his, beginning 20s now. But I've known David Mon for a very long time and everything else, and just heard what's actually going on in his country and how it's being taken over, right? And I get it. Like I can see the anger and the rage from the youth, but they're powerless to do anything about it. So they're going to spill that shit out in a different way. Now be glad that they're having discussions and preaching their gospels or whatever the fuck they're doing, versus doing something like I would have done at their age, which is like walking down the street with a couple of my buddies fucking people up on the left and right, you know? I'm so old I have an autographed Bible. That's okay. I'm so old I have the original recipe to dirt. I'm so old that when God said, "Let there be light," I was like, that's a good idea, and threw the switch for him. If somebody's barely chatting at all and says, maybe they see it that way, they're allowed to say that, you know? But at the same point in time, if you take offense to it and you come back on them, then you know what? They can't be really butthurt about it because you've expressed your opinion the same way they've expressed theirs. So it's like tit for tat. You know what I mean? If you're willing to, I learned this a long time ago. You throw a punch at me, I'm going to throw a fucking rocket back at you from my arm, right? Like I'm going to punch you right the fuck back. Like, and if you fall down and I break your fucking jaw and you're laying there on the deck with blood coming out of your face, crying about, oh my God, you hit me after you took a swing at me, guess what? Turnabout's fair play. You can't throw a fucking shot and then when you get hit, start crying about how it's unfair. That's bullshit. You threw the first shot. I'm responding in kind. See, mister? But that's the difference, right? We're old. We're old as fuck, right? So I would have just started it, like I said, I would have just started eviscerating. I'd have been like, yo, you're like, if you feel that way about shit, like, you bet. And then my mouth's going to run about how, like, your ancestors like push sheep to the edge of a cliff so they back up so they can fuck them easier. I'm going to start talking shit like this. Like, I'm going to be a dickhead. And then you're going to start crying or whatever. And I'll take being the bad guy all day, but everybody else is going to be laughing at you. And I know that. And that's just, difference between generations, I think. But this younger generation is just learning how to. Here you go. Here's one for you, mister, because I know, and like I respect you for this too. You grew up in, you didn't grow up in Chicago. Like, you didn't grow up on the mean streets of Chicago. You grew up in a little fucking podunk town, right? Where at your age, you probably had a couple things to do. And it was like sneaking alcohol, fighting, and picking up women. Let's just call it what it is, right? Because that's what it was like in my little podunk town. Like, I was in fights. Like, my best friends kicked the shit out of me worse than I think my worst enemies ever did in fist fights. Kids nowadays don't have that. They fight with the keyboard and a lot of times in the wrong way too with the keyboard. Like, we used to do this game where we would go up. My one buddy worked at a place called Cumberland Farms, right, which is basically Wawa, Circle K, um, 7-Eleven. Wherever you are in the country, you have a convenience store like this, and he'd work the overnight graveyard shift. We would go up there, and one person would talk a little shit to the other person, and then, like, I'm not gonna lie, legitimately, it became like a boxing match, but you only used your words. And if you got really pissed off, then you automatically lost. Like, that was a knockout. Like, if you started to lose your fucking shit. But we would hit each other. We knew each other's whole lives. So, like, if one's kid's mom was promiscuous, like legitimately promiscuous, that shit would come up. Oh, well, I heard you fucking blew a load in your pants because you couldn't even clear the zipper there, pal. Shit like that would come up. Like, I mean, we're talking like hardcore ball breaking. So I don't know if I just got thicker skin because of that, but kids nowadays don't do it like that. They get upset real easy. They take that shit personal because they've been taught to take it personal. Dude, that's awesome, mister. Yeah, dude, I used to do that too when I turned like 12. I took a lot of my GI Joes and would put them up and fucking shoot them with a BB gun and shit. And then when I got to 22, I used to shoot at them with the 22, like the tank, like the Cobra Hiss or whatever. I'd set that fucking tank down and be like, oh shit, look out, GI Joe's striking us now. And pow, 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 pow with the fucking 22 and just watch it go to pieces. So, but that's just it. I don't well, who knows? I can't explain Alien like in that case, Steve. Like, that's not my. All I can tell you is I try to treat everybody in this chat and on this stream equal. You know what I mean? Not going to take your side like when Beans and Danny get into it, for example. I'm using that as an example because it hasn't happened in a very long time. They get into it over religion or something. I'm not taking Bean's side and I'm not taking Danny's side. I'll let them bang it out for a little while. If it's going too far, I'd be like, both you guys, please stop. Like, we're derailing and you're close to getting personal. And like, to be honest with you, that's the difference though, is that both be respectful. But I'm also going to watch that fucking chat and see what happens. And if Bina started calling Danny a fucking Nazi, I'm going to be like, yo, all right, that's it. That's whoop. everybody out of the pool. This game's over, right? Like right at that point, you need to apologize to him because that's fucked up. He didn't say this, that, or the other thing about you, so you need to take that back from him. You know, like I am going to be like that because some shit is just fucked up. But you got to be, and who's to say I'm wrong? I can tell you who's to say I'm wrong. Sheree, she's my moderator. If she feels like, I didn't handle a situation quite right, or I didn't, you like, well, you really favored this one over the other. You guys might not see it in the chat where Sheree says something like that to me, but I'm gonna get a message on Discord, or I'm gonna get something behind the scenes where Sheree says to me, "Gam, you tripped the line there." But again, that's why I have one moderator, and it's the best fucking moderator on these interwebs. Like you're sitting here telling me about the fight and everything else and all that shit. Sheree's chiming in. She apparently saw the whole fucking thing. That that's what I'm saying. She didn't say anything at the time, I'm sure. She just chilled and watched it happen. But she saw the whole fucking thing and she can tell you, well, yeah, it was out of pocket. Or no, it wasn't out of pocket, you're overreacting. But yeah, in this case, mister, like normally I would say, yeah, Danny went in, he kind of started it and everything, but because he does go over the top sometimes with, Bible thumping and because he's getting into his faith. And I get it. You're excited about it. You want to talk about it and everything else. Um, and I'm not saying like his religion's better than Muslim religion or Judaism or Buddhism or whatever religion ideology you want to talk about. But I'm not saying that. I understand he's excited. I understand why he feels the way he does in a lot of cases. I can also see the girl's point of view why she would be upset feeling like, Muslims are always getting attacked and stuff like that. I can see her point of view too. The difference between the two is that Danny is specifically talking about something that's related to chat. He's not calling her like, a Tuscan Raider. You know what I mean? He's not like, oh, you sand person. But she's calling him a Nazi. Like, it doesn't equate. She actually escalated it and made it into a fucking much bigger deal than that shit ever needed to be. So I in this case, Danny actually wasn't wrong to stand on his 2 feet and fight back, and I'm proud of him for it. Like I really am. I say that shit to David all the time. That it, you, the problem is people can stand around and bitch, 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 bitch. And like you look at the UK and everything that's going on, and their immigration problems and all that. Man, they don't have to riot and burn cities down. Everybody just line up in front of what is it, 10 Downing Street, I think. I mean, not just one or two people, get a couple thousand and stand out there with your signs. Make them arrest all of you for civil disobedience, mild civil display of fucking protesting. But you're standing in unity with your fellow countrymen against something that you perceive as an evil. Be a good voice. You don't have to be violent about things. You can voice your shit. It's one of those things where, people are talking about the woke right. And I'm starting to understand what they mean because I'm watching people getting censored for talking about Israel in whatever way they view it in. Now, I don't view Israel completely like that. I think I've had this conversation. I view people in their government that are fucked up and some of the things, but I don't view their people, their population, or anything like that. Like I separate the government from the people because it's two different animals, right? And it's the same thing with the British. Like, but if they want to affect a change in their government, they've got to fucking do it. And instead, it's been like they've been sitting on their hands because they're too polite. Well, take a page out of Americans' book. Sometimes being polite and proper gets you jacking shit in this world. Sometimes you got to plant your fucking feet, whip your dick out, take a piss a line, put your dick away, put your hands up and say, cross that line, motherfucker, and see what happens. Sometimes you have to stand your ground. Sometimes you have to stand up for yourself. And like I said, you don't have to do it in a violent way. You can do it in a very vocal, very viral way. But you have to show your solidarity with everybody else. You know what I mean? And you also have to be fair and honest about things. You know? Yes, sir. Sometimes you got a helicopter. You just got to woo. Boom, get on the ground. Stop resisting. What's up, rebel? Yeah, exactly. Make them take you off to jail. Screaming, whatever your shit is. I'm all for that. That's fine. You throw a Molotov or some shit or go beating up some innocent people that are just there. Well, I got kind of a problem with that. But if you're just out there voicing your opinion and saying, like, here you go. You said bad words on the internet. You said like I'm sick of Pakistanis. Well, I'm just using an example of something that really happened. Guy went on the internet, said I'm sick of Pakistanis changing my country. Cops show up at his house. Got to see the I don't know if it's body cam footage or the news agency following these cops or whatever. They went to the dude's house and they arrested him for it and everything else. At that point in time, if 5,000, 1,000, 100 other people that felt like that guy did showed the fuck up at that jail and were like all started screaming in solidarity about he's done nothing wrong, all that kind of shit. No pushing, shoving, no, like fuck you cops, you're all like fascist and all. None of that. Just scream your point or arguing your fucking point. The news is going to pick it up. They're going to run it, and then it's going to bring that divide because we know if it bleeds, it leads. You don't have to go blowing up the police station, but if you're out there and there's a bunch of people, they're going to send a news crew. That shit's going to go viral, and then people are going to start examining what the fuck is going to go on more, and more people that feel like they're on your side are like, hey, look, you're not destroying shit. You're not being violent. You're not being an asshole. And they're going to come out and support you too. Now, if there's one or two people, they're going to take you down and arrest you. But if, I hate to say it this way too, if Black Lives Matter has taught me anything, they can't arrest you all. If Antifa has taught me anything, they can't arrest you all. They can arrest a couple of you, just don't be the couple of you that you get arrested. They get arrested. But voice your shit and be prepared to be arrested. You have to be able to be committed. If you're that angry about it and that upset and it's really destroying your shit that bad, then take your stand. Plant your feet, plant your flag, give them both fingers. Just give them that finger right there. That middle one right here. Just and then you take them just like the Punisher, right? And you just take that finger and right there. Just game over. Topic is GAM's just going the fuck off, Rebel. Bunch of shit happened the other day, and you know, one of our somebody stood up for themselves and kind of got smacked down, and then Steve was just telling his story about how he kind of got smacked down. And I don't understand what you got smacked down for still, Steve. Like, I don't understand why you got admonished. Maybe because, I mean, I don't know. I have a friendship with Alien outside of his streams. You know what I mean? Because he's helped me set up my stream. I don't know what your relationship is like with Alien. Maybe because you guys are on ABL talking all the time together. Maybe like, I don't know, does it transcend? So when there is that thing where if you have somebody who's a friend of yours and you guys go outside of like the stream or whatever, yeah, and talk on the behind the scenes, he might expect more out of you or what have you. I don't know. I can't defend it because, like I said, I'm not him and I didn't see it, and I'd have to go through the entire text chain like I did with Danny Boss and actually see it for myself. Like, oh, this is what kicked this shit off. Oh, okay, this is the response, and this is how it was. But I'm not gonna lie, it pissed me off when I saw it. And if I was in the chat, I would have spoke up. Like if I had known everything I know now, I definitely would have been like, "Yo, alien, you're yelling at the wrong person." You know, like I'm just saying, you do what you want, you do you, alien. But right now, you're yelling at the wrong guy. That chick was out of pocket. Well, Steve, you are kind of a troublemaker. I mean, you're coming in here all the time talking about helicoptering and you know, like you're coming in here and going off. But yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. And then I'll tell you what was funny as hell. I don't know. Somebody was on that call in, and I guess you guys, because like I said, I didn't see ABL's whole show. I fast forward. I literally was muting everything except where I'd listen to who called in because I always like to catch Ivan, like when he calls in, or the homeless baker when he calls in. And so I'll listen like when he first says who's on the line and they go, "Oh, it's so and so." And I'm like, "Okay, cool. If it's somebody I know, I'll listen to the call. If not, I usually fast forward through it, but I'm usually just reading the replay of the chat to see what's what." And like I said, touch my heart and my soul when out of nowhere Steve Kerfuffle is just like sail the high seas with GAM 8 p.m. on Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays or every Thursday or something like that. And I was like, "Oh, that was really nice, you know. Thank you, brother." Give me a shout out on somebody else's stream. But I was watching like poor Sheree. I'm watching shit get deleted, popping up, getting deleted, stuff like that. And like one of the things that popped up, and I don't know if Sheree killed it or the person who posted it killed it, but you guys must have been talking about that 8647 Comey bullshit. And out of nowhere, somebody typed in the chat 86 ABL. And I was like, oh, fuck, that's bold. I was like, wow. Oh, you got it? Okay. Yeah, I saw that shit come up and I was like, really? Like, you're on this dude's stream and you're just gonna pop that shit up like that? Like, yo, that's fucked. Like, really? Someone typed in your area code, really? Well, there are, a couple people from New Mexico that watch. I don't know your area code, so, but I could believe it. Yeah. Oh, dude, that really is overboard, Sheree. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If somebody put in, everybody hit 86 GAM in chat right now, I'm not gonna fucking tell Sheree to kick that shit out. I'll laugh at your ass. You know what I mean? But that's kind of fucking nuts. If somebody's typing in your area code, that's fucking crazy. That's actually a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it would put me a little bit on guard. Like I said, I got cameras all around my house. There's a gun pretty much in every fucking room, or a sword, or a knife, or a weapon. Um, my neighbors don't talk much, but if somebody was breaking into my house or I had an issue over here, the sucker would be over here with a shovel and some lime, and we'd be digging a hole in the backyard. Just saying. And if somebody went to go fuck with them, I'd be helping them out too. Even though we don't talk, we're not friends, nothing. Just the neighborhood I live in. Oh, oh, David. I didn't know you felt that way. You're going the right way for a spank bottom, sir. Guy named Captain Freedom. Never heard of him. No. No, that's a new name to me. Maybe Rebel knows him. Rebel's in that he pays attention to most of the trolls and chats because he likes to troll in chat, and I don't blame him. I like to go into chat sometimes to troll. I've definitely been in a couple chats trolling, and it may have been under like assumed names, whatever. But I have fun trolling. Every now and again, it's fun to go trolling and just not really being like too much of an asshole, just more mischievous than harmful or being harmful. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's fucked up. I think I finally found my God in my religion too, guys. I didn't even tell you this part, and that would be nature because it's fucking fair. It's chaotic, but it's fair. I think it's just nature because it has nothing to do with anything to do with humanity, really, other than the fact we observe it. Only the strong survive. The weak, unfortunately, don't exist. They get wiped out. Survival of the fittest, all that stuff. So almost Nietzscheism, I guess. But really, it's more just nature herself. I think that's my religion because it makes sense to me. Yeah, and you know what? You're not wrong at all, Steve. That does sound like a name somebody would come up with to knock right wingers. Yeah, but to my British friends out there, you know, don't take shit from anybody. That's probably going to be my big takeaway is if you guys are fucking at that point now, stop taking the shit, start organizing, start figuring out how to affect your government to make the change you want to see and do it in a peaceful manner. Don't do it in a violent, vicious manner. It worked for America. I'm not saying it'll work over there, but it definitely worked for America because I'm looking at the shit that Trump's doing right now. And I think I've told all you guys, I've got my own criticisms of Trump for this, that, or the other thing. Right now, this son of a bitch, he was like, we can normally go about this by blowing each other up and everything else. Instead, how about we just make a whole bunch of money together? And he's using capitalism to change systems instead of warfare or subterfuge. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, I've never heard of Captain Freedom, like, and I followed most of ABL shit for what, like 8 years or something. Speaking of troublemakers, what happened to Mister? Is he still here or is he slacking? I mean, Mister's not wrong. Danny does kind of, well, and I mean, he's entitled to that opinion. I enjoy it when he shares his opinion with us, but I can definitely see him ruffling feathers. But in this event, in this particular case, it wasn't the case. It wasn't Danny's fault. He didn't go out of his way to piss in anybody's Cheerios. They pissed in his, and he defended himself, and he got admonished for it. He got rebuked. He got shut down, and he's like, I've been hearing about this shit. Like when it comes to England and all that stuff. Like I said, I've been playing games with David for an ungodly amount of time now, and he's been telling me slowly as everything's been happening what's been happening over there. So I get where Danny's coming from. I get why he's upset. I get why he's angry. And also respectfully, when Alien went to shut it down, Danny said, "That's okay. I'll be the bigger man. I'll leave," and just left the argument on the table and left instead of being petty about it. No, you make her go or whatever. Danny was like, "Look, I'm a bigger man. I can leave. Have a good one. Enjoy your stream. Nothing but love, brother," and left. Give me a Marvel comment or something if you see him. like out of nowhere. Like Steve's just, hey Sheree, let's go eat shawarma. Like, what? Wait, what the fuck did he just say to her? I mean, not gonna lie, Sheree is like I said, best fucking mod on these internets, and I'm thankful for you too, by the way, Sheree. Because when I went back and I read through everything, because I thought it might be a case of, okay, well, all I saw was Danny go off about Islamists and shit like that. Maybe he, like, did he really start this? Because if he did, it's like I would have said something the other way too. But the whole time I'm reading through the conversation and how everything broke down and all that, that's what kept going through my head was, thank God I've got Sheree and she's the best mod on these internets. Because Sheree would have been like, no, Gam, you're wrong. Like you would have just messaged me and been like, yeah, you do you, but here's the real deal. And I would have been like, thank you. I almost made a huge mistake there. Or, you know what I mean? I might have alienated somebody that didn't do anything wrong. And there he is. Eugene. I am going to tell you something. Poor Eugene. You are definitely a very nice person, and I am happy as hell to have you as a subscriber. I'm just going to say that outright. I've already gone through the whole story of this, that, and the other thing that happened with Danny Boss the other night. But man, you were in that chat and you were just like the whole time, can't we just drop this? Can't we just enjoy the chat? Can't we just get along? You kept trying to diffuse things and it was so fucking awesome of you. So kudos and cheers to you, brother. Wait, Alien scolded who? Eugene? I mean, Steve, you're always causing trouble. Everywhere you go, you cause trouble, whipping your dick out and pecker smacking people and random people on the street. I mean, I heard telltale of a man named Steve Kerfuffle that got in an argument with another man in a supermarket and went out, found the guy's car, and took a shit on the hood. I heard about that, Steve. I heard about you. I think they call that a New Mexico wax job. I think that's what it's called. The New Mexico the New Mexico wax job. It's when you shit on the hood of someone's car in the boiling sun. Yes, he pooped on a car's bonnet. He didn't have a bee in his bonnet. He pooped on somebody's right on it. It like gives a whole new meaning to little deuce coop, right? But little deuce coop. You don't know how much corn I ate. But yeah, I felt really bad for Eugene. I said that earlier too, Eugene. You weren't even in here yet, but yeah, I was like, and bless Eugene's heart. He tried to diffuse all kinds of shit. But so wait, Eugene got admonished too. Like, so you got yelled at. Eugene got yelled. What the fuck is going on? Like, is he just not keeping up with chat? Are people really getting like insensitive on there, or you know, maybe it could just be he's trying to grow his channel, trying to be fair, and only catching part of arguments. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I know the first one he clearly didn't catch the whole chat. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have diffused it. Like he was just trying to diffuse the religious end of the argument. He didn't see the beginning of you're a fucking Nazi and shit. No, Amber Heard is so you have an Amber Heard. That's when you you're at your one night stand's house. She gets up to go to the bathroom or get in the shower, and then you just take a dump in the center of her bed. pull the covers back over it and leave, right? Whereas Johnny Depp referred to it as a grumpy. And then you have the Texas pillow mint, and that's where you wait till she goes into the bathroom or a shower or whatever, and you take a shit right on the pillow and just leave the turd right there like a mint they would leave in a hotel. She just had twins, unrelated, of course. Nice. Yeah, I mean, and Sheree's kind of got a point. Sometimes you do like there is such a thing where if people are that misaligned on politics. Okay, so here you go. Here's the thing. Say we and I mean most people in here are Trump supporters, but I'm sure we got people that watch sometimes that aren't Trump supporters, right? I'm right in the middle on politics. I think everybody does some fucked up shit and they do some good stuff sometimes, right? I think one side's gone a little loonier than the other, but they have their own lunatics too. So it is what it is. It's all a balance, right? But if we did have somebody in here, if they had severe TDS, I'm going to tell them, yo, fuckface, you got severe TDS. You need to calm down with that shit. It's fine. You hate Trump. We get it. You hate Trump. You said it 50 times in my chat. Okay, great. If people are in the chat chanting like we love Trump, a lot of times when you guys say something about like if anybody's treating Trump like he doesn't do anything wrong, but you guys don't do that. So, but Sheree's right. There, you can have too much diversity of viewpoint, and I know with religion, it's a live wire. Like, of course, if we have somebody that's Jewish in the chat now, and I'm talking about, well, Israel's, melting Palestinians and taking their fucking land from them, they might feel some kind of way towards me, and they're going to voice their opinion. Now, me, I'll let them voice their opinion and be like, okay, well, then explain this, that, and the other thing. I'm going to argue back with facts. And if they don't like it, they don't like it, and they're going to end up leaving, right? But you can't change facts. Like, that's one of the things I really actually respect about Mister, besides the fact he can string a pun out of damn near anything, is that even if he doesn't like something, he's looking at the facts of it. And he's got to acknowledge, well, yeah, but that shit's true. I don't like it, but it's true. We're talking about poop, Steve. Stop being serious. And yeah, one shout out to Bina's birthday is, I believe, Wednesday. So we can give her a happy early birthday. Um, but the other thing is, Beans, I was talking about earlier, there was an argument in a different stream between Alien and this girl, and the girl was a Muslim, and she flat out just called Danny a Nazi before anything else happened to all this. But long and the short, I was definitely giving you praise because I've seen you and Danny get in some heated arguments, and you've never dropped to ad hominem attacks to nail out your point. You've always just debated them on, this is my experience and this is what I've seen. And, but you've never like called him names and just been like a total bitch. So thank you for being, cool like that and being an adult. Yes, it's always better to be a master debater. He's right. I mean, after all, Mister is a cunning linguist. But yeah, I don't know, Steve. I don't know what to tell you with that shit. Like that, I I'm gonna now you say all this shit. Of course, now I'm gonna have to go look at that and go see what else was happening, or like I don't know. I honestly can't tell you. Like I said, it's the reason why I had beans at one point, and then I've got Chirae now. But if I'm out of pocket and I'm out of hand, and or something's breaking free, I look to my moderator to say, well, who started it? What the fuck was said? You know, and they'll just be like, "Oh, here you go. It's right here." And it's settled right then and there. You address it and you move on. Okay, Beans. Well, see, look, Beans, 110%. This is part of what I'm talking about, and I'm actually kind of happy Beans is here for this, because then I'm just not, you know, saying, "Oh, well, Beans would probably say this or that." She can talk for herself. She's a big girl, right? And she just said it right there. Like, he's mostly right with some exceptions, right? So Beans can, even though she doesn't agree with him entirely, she can see his points and his facts on certain things. Now, not everything, some of it's subjective opinion, but reality is reality. The only thing is, I've never seen you call somebody a Nazi for, disagreeing with you ever, or a fascist. Because honestly, wouldn't a Nazi just say, "My way is right, Fraulein," and just shut that shit down immediately? And, just, well, I'm right, you're wrong. He wasn't even pulling that shit this time. I felt bad for him. Felt bad for, I'm telling you, the people I felt the worst for were probably Steve, because he came in late on that shit. So he didn't even know what the fuck had happened. And like, legitimately, you go look at that chat log, and sure enough, he came in late. He came in like a couple minutes before I did, when I saw him on the chat log where Steve came in and he said up instead of sup. And everybody's like, "Steve, what's up, man?" Um, but Eugene was the other one that I felt terrible for, because Eugene tried everything to diffuse the situation, and that shit just kept getting worse and worse. Well, you can say what which part of it, Eugene? Yeah, you say, speak your mind, bro. You're good. Like I said, you were. I'm not gonna lie, you were right up the middle, and just kind of wanted, like, look, I'm here to watch a stream. Like, shut the fuck up with you two, But you were doing it in a very polite way, and you were just being super nice. Yeah, the internet is not made for fruitful debate. Not when you're behind a keyboard. You can't reach out and punch the other person if you get upset enough. Like, and what's up, Duke? You cocklooker. Jesus Christ, 10 people in here on a surprise stream on a Sunday at like 10 something at night. I swear to Christ, I thought it was just going to be me yelling into a microphone for like 20 minutes and logging off real fast. Now I got to actually like paint and stuff. God damn it. But no, I thank you guys. Like I said, infuriated and just mad at watching, and this is going to be one of those, not I'm feeling bad for myself kind of things. It's just going to be statements of fact. When I'm sitting there with that kitten, the kitten's like, he's breathing his last. Like I said, right now, he's probably already stone cold, gone. And I'm going to have to bury him in the morning. And just looking at it, and I have different things I can give him to try and cure this, that, or the other thing. I have all kinds of different medical equipment laying around that I could probably use. I'm not a veterinarian, I know very little. But even if I had the best medical tech, the medicine, everything else, anything I gave him, it's just going to prolong the pain, because he's already too far gone, and it's fatal kitten syndrome. There's nothing I can do about it. And I think that's what frustrates me the most is I can't save everyone. hell is that? A cock blower? What the hell is that? What the fuck is that, Duke? You didn't put the sucker in. It was like a cock fart or something. Well, that's just it, though. The whole thing is aliens chat shouldn't be an echo chamber. He's pretty open to everybody, I thought, unless it's become an echo chamber and I'm not realizing it. I mean, you might have a point, mister, but yeah, I don't know. Because to me, I thought that shit was, I thought he was pretty even and it was just people having fun conversations about goofy shit for the most part. Like, I didn't think it was all serious like that. And I mean, you just tolerant, like kind of liberal with his chat and everything. Every time I've been in there, that's what it's been like to me. It's just kind of more not liberal in the sense of like Democrat chat. I mean, liberal as in everybody kind of has the freedom to express themselves and like libertarian, I guess you would say. There was people getting into it about religion again tonight, Eugene. it, actually, tell you the truth, you're not wrong about that though, Mister. Like 3 a.m. is a banger. It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. Yeah, but even if it's lefties, right? Like, why did was he talking politics? Like, or did they just hate speech, like freak out and because like I won't tolerate that. I'm all about free speech. I may not like your speech, but you have the right to fucking say it. So go ahead, spit your shit out, vile as it may be. I don't fucking care. Like you're not offending me. It's not going to hurt my feelings or change my day or any of that stuff. I just might look at you like you're an asshole for what you've said. That's all. So wait a minute. We might be talking about the. Are you talking about with Danny Boss and I can't remember what the chick's name is, but it was like two girls and Danny Boss. Is that what you're on about, Eugene? Because that's what I was going over was that shit. Unless you're talking about tonight, like out of nowhere, like religious shit broke out. If that's the case, got to be careful because it could also be that you get bad actors that want to go into. Actually, tell you the truth, that's a pretty cool, pretty smart troll job. To be honest with you, is to go into somebody's chat and then start up a conversation and a fight over something that isn't even being discussed in the whole thing. Beans, you want me to recap what happened with Danny and the other girl? Because I mean, I can give you the short version of it. Or, are you talking to Eugene about, because that's just it. Anunnaki, really? Like, he seemed pretty fucking chill when he was in here the other night. I can't see him getting into it. Like, I can't see Steve getting into shit unless, it's somebody named Julicia or whatever the fuck that chick's name is. Then he's yelling at her, "Is that your real goddamn name?" I knew exactly what you meant there, Steve, when you didn't have to correct. Yeah, dude, like honestly, I'm not gonna lie. If you're actually paying attention to the chat and you're seeing the same person in a fight with a whole bunch of different people that normally go into your chat, yeah, you might ask them like, "Hey, can you chill that shit out?" Or I'm gonna have to tell you to get the fuck out of here. Like I don't want to lose a viewer, and I like you as a person, but you got to stop. You're causing too much chaos in my chat. Future Farmers of America, is that what the fundraiser's for, Mister? And Beans, you said yes, but I asked like kind of a dual question there. Are you talking about Eugene, or what Eugene witnessed tonight, or are you talking about the fight between Danny and the other chick? Because if it's about Danny and the other chick, I can wrap that one up. Eugene's story, I don't know, unfortunately. Okay, so I'm going to assume that you're talking about Danny Boss's fight, but the other one's fucked up, Eugene, if that's what that fight was over. So Danny Boss's fight was basically this: they were talking about eating cow, horse, and dog in a chat, and the one girl said something about halal food or halal or however you say it, food, and Danny said something back that was like just kind of mild, and the girl called him a fascist. Then he said, well, if you're that big a fan of halal food, go. Why don't you go? You know, it should only be served in Arabia or something like that. And the girl came back and called him a fucking Nazi. And then they kind of went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then finally, Danny had enough and just said, "Don't take shit from anybody." Dropped his fucking hands and just hammered her with facts about all kinds of different shit from the Muslim religion and about Christianity, Christians being persecuted and what have you, and stuff that how Danny does. He literally hammered her with facts, and an alien kind of took her side in it, but he didn't see where she called him a Nazi and a fascist and all that. He just saw Danny hammer her. You know what I mean? So Danny left. Danny was an adult about it. And was just like, "That's fine, man. I'm not here to cause a problem or anything else. I'll leave," and left. Oh, fair enough, Steve. With the yeah, I hear you. That was a whole running joke, though. Well, see, like that's just it, Beans. I would agree with you. Like I was like, Danny was talking about his religious stuff, but that's why I went back and read the chat back through. It actually wasn't Danny this time. It wasn't. And then talking to Steve now, the same person had a whole nother blowout fight with somebody else. And then Eugene saying that she had a blowout with somebody else too. Like it's literally the one girl. Well, that's just it. Here's my thing, right? If you call a black person the N word, then I guess the white person N word now is Nazi, right? Is that how that works? Like, is that the white person's N word is Nazi? Like, if you want to say something about somebody that is so insulting, so degrading, and so fucked up, right? Like, if you're talking to a black person and you call them the N word, well, then wouldn't it be on the other hand, if you call a white person a Nazi, wouldn't it be kind of the same thing? Disagree on which part? You can with the Nazi thing or with the yeah, and they attack Moki too. Dude, Moki's like one of the sweetest people I think I've met in that chat. Oh Jesus Christ, Eugene, you heard Ye's new song? Yeah, dude. I didn't even hear the song. I looked up the lyrics. And it took a while to find the lyrics, but man, that shit was terrible. No, it was okay, Beans. So it was fucked up, right? Danny, one, they were talking about, like I said, eating horse, dog, and cat and catching them domestically. So, like your neighbor's pets and shit. Just saying, if that person lived next to you, I don't think you'd really want to talk to them, you know? That was number one for me right off the rip. If Danny was out of pocket, I would have said something to him about it too. But they said something about halal food. Danny said something back, but he was like, he didn't say anything nasty. He wasn't like mean about it or anything. And then she called him a fascist. And then he got a little bit meaner. And then she called him a fucking Nazi. Like, you'd have to read through the chat yourself and you, from a moderator's eye, like, because you're a moderator and a very good one. You go back and you read through it, you'll be like, oh, like, yeah, Danny actually didn't start this one. It was different. Like, like I said, at first I was like, shit, what the fuck happened? And that's why I asked Danny on Discord, like, what happened, dude? And if you go to the GAM live or GAM catches up live Discord, there's two voicemails. You'll see where I said something, and Danny left a voicemail. If you press that voicemail, he'll tell you what happened. He's not lying because then I went and verified everything he said in there. He's not lying. And then I wrote a reply, and then he left another voice thing, and he's also not lying on that one. And he's not wrong. And yeah, like he didn't just encounter a chick that liked the scrap beans, like Steve said. He encountered somebody who was mean girling. So she had like a friend in the chat with her, and it was like a group of mean girls, like trying to be holier. Just mean girls, like the movie fucking Mean Girls. Like just thinking their shit didn't stink. You know what I mean? And like you said, like in the scrap or whatever. But the whole thing is, she ain't hit the right one. When she picks the right one, she's gonna know it. Just saying. Eventually, we all cross the right one. You get your ass knocked in the dirt and humbled for a minute. You know, stop trying to make fetch happen, Mister. Okay, Rebel, Rebel, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're definitely not wrong, man. Like, it's the fucking internet, dude. Like, I don't know, and this might just be a nerd gamer fucking thing, but I don't know how many of you guys in chat have played like Call of Duty Modern Warfare and been in a lobby for it or a lobby for Fortnite, and some of the shit that you people talk. Like, I'll tell you what, I've heard much worse than I've seen in some of these chats that people get all explosive about. Well, honestly, at that point, you have to look at that person. Like, if there's somebody coming in here and attacking everybody in this chat or systematically attacking everybody in the chat, I'm going to be like, you either need to chill the fuck out or you need to go. I appreciate your view, but if it's going to be a fight with everybody all the time, I'm sorry. I don't need that shit. I don't do this shit for your mouth like that. You know what I mean? You don't have to be an asshole to everybody. You have the right to be an asshole, but Take it take it somewhere else. I mean, Alien does whatever Alien wants with his channel. It's his channel. If he's all right with everything, I'm not even criticizing Alien really here. You know, like I Alien can do whatever the fuck Alien wants to do. That's fine. I'm just saying like this is what happened. And like I said, I wasn't even if anything, I'm kind of defending Alien, like because I know he didn't see exactly what happened. You guys are telling me other things on top of what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying you're lying to me. I believe you. I absolutely 100 after what I saw, I 110% believe you guys. But yeah, Sheree, you're not wrong too. If you've got channel rules, you might need to establish your channel rules again. Like here, I've told you guys free for all. Say whatever the fuck comes out of your mouth, just no racial slurs and stuff like that. But state your opinions, enjoy yourselves. Let's all have fun. Let's all have a good conversation. And, you know, that's pretty much all my channel rules is just we're fucking adults. You can have adult conversations. It's the whole point of the fucking channel. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If I didn't, you know, my priorities were always like women, work, games, alcohol, weed, like probably in that order. Probably a good decision to give up video games. Some people become, you know, big fat Cheeto eating, like you said, Cheeto dust in their lap and everything else. But I was always playing the field, so to speak, while playing my video games. Sometimes I'd be playing Mario and doing things. It's not the Tim Cash chat. Yeah, no shit. Jesus Christ. I haven't watched Tim Cast in a while, and the shit I used to see in Tim Cast chat is unreal. And a lot of it came out of Duke Raoul and Rebel and a couple other people that will go unnamed. Call a booty. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, like I said, I'm not. You're not going to hear me say something bad about Alien. He's going to do Alien stuff, you know? Like, you can only do so much. And I know what it's like being on this side of the cam. When you're on the other side of the camera, you can't see everything all the time. Sometimes shit slips through. You know, there's sometimes where you guys will say something and I have to pull it up. Like, I don't see it for like 10 minutes. Hell, there was one time I think it was poor Devin was like, scroll up. She said something like 10 minutes before that I didn't see. And I had to scroll way up to find it. I'm like, this? She's like, nope. This? Nope. This? Yeah. Oh, what's up, Forever Demonetized? How are you? Hope wishing you a speedy recovery, Mister. Thank you for dropping in, man. And you know, don't take shit from anybody. Kick the shit out of that cold and come back twice as strong. Your gym's missing you, brother. And thank you again for jumping in. And Bina, I agree with what you just said. I 110% agree. On in this case, Danny wasn't aggressive about it. He just like he didn't start off aggressive about it. He made like a simple statement and even tried to go like just make his statement and then I guess catch a statement back and move on from it. Like he wasn't looking to get into a religious debate or anything. Like I said, I was if it was that way, I would tell you like and if you want, I can pull up that stream. I can put it on the screen just the chat And we can go through the chat line by line if you want to see what I'm talking about. But I'm telling you 110% this time it didn't go down like that. And I know exactly what you're saying. And I 100% agree with you, Beans. He can be very aggressive with that shit. But he wasn't in this case. And it was like, damn. Like it was like the one time you're not like like going off about it, and you got called fucking fascist and a Nazi and shit like immediately. And I think it's what Eugene's saying and what Steve's saying. Apparently, the girl's like a huge lefty too. So that's kind of how they fight, you know. Like anybody that doesn't agree with their shit is automatically a racist, a Nazi, whatever phobe, name it. And but yes, I completely agree with your observation and your evaluation of the situation too. Beings in normal circumstances, you are 100% spot on right. And like the whole thing was, I know you haven't been here for the whole stream. You told me to summarize it real quick. What had even got me to look into it was because I had jumped into Alien Stream to see something, and Danny was sitting there going like, "You Islamists are all the same. You're always like claiming to be the victim, blah blah blah." And I was like, "Oh Jesus Christ, here we go. What the fuck happened?" Right? But yeah, when I went back and looked, he didn't start it this time. He honestly didn't. Yeah. See, like Eugene's even telling you, Danny actually didn't do anything wrong. Like he was actually not the one in the wrong this time. And I'm not going to lie at all, Beans. If Danny didn't spar with you, or, I say spar, but what I mean is verbally about the religious stuff, I think you tempered him in a way because you would drop a lot of facts and you're spot on factual. Like you're not making shit up, or like you're like, I politely disagree with this point and this is why. And you would boom, 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 hit him with facts, right? I think it tempered Danny's argument too, where he doesn't argue as aggressively anymore. Like it still, you can tell he gets aggressive with it, but not like he used to. He's definitely softened a little bit. And yeah, you're not wrong, Steve. You're always going to meet people that don't agree with you. You're always going to meet people that you don't see eye to eye with and stuff like that. And it's really about looking for the commonalities that you have with somebody else and uniting with that versus dividing over what you disagree about. But if you meet somebody who wants to fight, it's one of those things where, oh, you want to scrap? Okay, let's go. Let's see what you got. Oh, is that the best you got? You better put your fingers back to the keys because that didn't even scratch. Like, I got in an argument with the troll the one time in ABL's chat, and I was like, you're boring. Try again. Because it was just like I thought it was going to be a good like back and forth, and like the shit was boring. I'm like, yo, your argument's simple. Like, it's not a good one. Try again. And I just kept saying it, like, try again until you say something interesting. Just keep trying. But yeah, like I said, poor Eugene was trying to diffuse the whole fucking thing, and like, I felt so bad for you, Eugene. I don't feel bad for Steve though. He's always causing trouble. God damn it! What did you say, Revel? Did you call somebody a retard or something? How come it didn't show up on my main screen? Let me see what Revel said. Lefties don't think independently. They always go to the default insults. It's pathetic. Well, yeah, ad hominem attacks. They're attacking you personally instead of the topic at hand. Sheree's not deleting Agent 48 spam, I don't think. I think he deletes it himself. Because that motherfucker is one of the most anti Semitic people I have seen on ABL's chats. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, Agent 48 was all over ABL's chat too the other night. Like I said, when I was fast forwarding through the calls, like I'll put that shit on 1.75 or two times, mute the actual volume on ABL's stream in the calls, and then just read the chat log as it flows up. And Agent 48, as slick as he thinks he is with deleting his shit, he lets it run and then deletes it. So it still logs it. But yeah, that dude's fucking severely anti-Semitic, like severely, like not even just like, hey, I'm going to be critical of Israel Palestine shit or anything like this. No, he's flat out anti-Semitic with the shit he says. Venus said something and it didn't show up. God damn it. Venus said the truth is the Islamists are on a warpath with the Western world. They hate anyone who doesn't agree. See October 7th. That's coming from Bina, guys. I'm just saying, this is somebody who I like I can't even I can't even reboot or rebut that. Like I mean, I don't know. There's a lot when it comes to October 7th and everything else. And like I said, I fucking don't want to be down the rabbit hole had to go down to see, because I really got interested. Like, why are so many people so passionate about Palestinian lives and all this stuff, and Israel bad now and all this? And I've gone down a whole rabbit hole, and man, some of the shit I found, I really don't even want to think about, because it's just fucked. The good guys aren't always the good guys, and the bad guys aren't always the bad guys, but then the bad guys are the bad, and it turns out that everybody's just the fucking bad guy. Bin Laden did warn us. He dropped two towers. That's one of those things that, like, I don't know, man. Donald Trump must be a better man than me, because I still haven't gotten past that shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie, in my head, I'm still like, Saudi Arabia, you deserve a receipt somewhere along the line, because you may be investing all this money and throwing all this loot at us now, but I remember 9/11. I was alive for it. I remember the day it happened. I'll actually never forget, because I was dating a girl that lived in Jamaica, Queens, and she was supposed to go into the city that day and didn't. And it was like, I remember trying to call her, and all the lines were fucking busy, because I guess everybody was calling anybody they knew in New York, and like you couldn't get through. And I remember I was dead. I was out cold, like just dead asleep. I had worked my ass off at the bar the night before, hammer fuck drunk, and passed out, and woke up. And it was funny, because I was still at my mother's house. She came in and like kicked my bed, and like I popped my head up, and she's like, the New York just got hit by a terrorist attack. We're going to war." I'm like, "What the fuck?" And turned on the TV, and like started to grab my gun, because at that point in time I had a 22 that I slept with next to my head. Grabbed my gun, grabbed the and just snapped the magazine into it. Turned on the TV, and I turned it on just in time to see the second plane hit the second tower. And I was like, "Oh Jesus fuck Christ, what is going on?" Damn Bina. They don't want Bina to speak. They're like, YouTube is like, "Oh no, this chick must be dropping facts. So let's see what she's got to say." The Ottoman Empire fell in 1924, and the Islamist caliphate is trying to get up again. They don't care about getting Palestinians back. They want the Jews eradicated. I I can believe that. I also think that the opposite is also true, that the Jews want the Palestinians eradicated. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's not just one side, I think it's both. I think they both just hate each other so much that It's like one of us has got to go, and I've got the better guns right now. Like I've got the better guns, better military and stuff. Yeah, see, Eugene, and I'm telling you, like, because my mom, it was fucked up because I could hear my mom upstairs, and my mom's got her fucking gun or whatever. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, is this Invasion USA shit or what? Like, what the fuck is happening? You know, and then, like I said, I immediately grabbed the phone after I saw the plane hit and tried calling that girl, find out what the fuck, and couldn't get through. And I just remember calling and calling and calling and calling and just trying to get through. Remember, Duke, never all. There's some that don't see that type of ideology. Never say all. You can say most. You can say a lot of, but don't say all. All of anything is never 100%, and it makes your statement. Somebody can argue your statement is untrue because of it. Okay, cool beans. Thank you. Cool beans. But no, Hamas, yes. Yeah, I 110% believe that with Hamas. My big issue is this. Qatar funded Hamas, correct? Why did Qatar fund Hamas? Can you tell me that? And this is where I'm saying, like, diving into shit and finding things out. Why did Qatar fund Hamas? The answer being that Israel legitimately sent envoys begging, legitimately begging Qatar to fund Hamas to keep them in the region. So it's actually like Israel created its own problem in a way. It's fucked up. It's crazy. So it's like it's one of those things though. If you look it up and find out the facts, it's the truth. Israel fucking pushed for Hamas to be in leadership. They pushed for all of it. Rebel rebels shit got I'm telling you guys, YouTube does not like discussions like this. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't care what religion people believe, but I do have a problem with people who suck the blood from a freshly circumcised baby's penis. But that's just me. Yeah, I've got a problem with that too, Rebel. That's not just a graphic description, but I mean, did you have like who the what the hell was that? I just had like a blong and my did I lose? No, I got my camera still. Microphone's still working too. That was weird. Um, yeah, who the hell does shit like that? Because that's fucked up. Duke, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. It is the same song and dance. And like, I agree. I think I think the smartest thing for America to do, reality wise, is just completely get the fuck out, stop funding any side of it, and just be like, you guys go full ham. Whoever wins, we'll talk with you guys and work out some deals. But you guys go beat the shit out of each other out in the parking lot, and whenever you're fucking done, whoever wins, come back in here and we'll have a conversation. You know what I mean? That's kind of just where I'm at with it now. My sound is low. Like, is it better now? Hold on. I'll turn up the mic gain a little bit. Is that better, Steve? Can you hear better? I mean, you might hear my dog drinking water in the background. Sound is 5 by 5. Okay, puppy. Yeah, you're not wrong. YouTube did not like your comment. YouTube was like, yeah, I'm not having those comments. That's okay because, like I said, there's a creators end to the chat where I can see what you commented, and then I can just read it back. And if they want to nail me for it or whatever, so be it. But I'm not into silencing people's voices, and they can have a shit pit and a field day, and they can go fuck themselves if they don't like it. If they could cut me off this platform, okay, that's cool. I can go to Rumble. Nobody will watch me anymore, but I'll still go to Rumble. Damn, now you're saying the sound's low. All right. How about now? I'll crank it up a little bit more. A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now. Is that better? Like I've cranked that motherfucker up. Like if I go any louder, that shit'll be echoing in my headset. Okay. Yeah, I turned up the gain on the mic a lot. Like a lot. I mean, it's possible. I gotta walk the pup. Oh shit! You know what? Because I did this in a rush, I gotta look. Um. Oh, by the way, guys, I found out those commercials I've been playing. No issues. Um. No issues at all with the commercials. But the other one I did, the ECW shit. Yeah, they let me know with the copyright, not a strike, but a notice like you played copyrighted material. So we'll be staying away from ECW shit from now on. But I can show off some ads. Let's see. What should we go with? You guys want like some fucked up ones, or you want some good, like classics? You want the funny ones, or do you want like old school? Oh, all the censored stuff. Yeah, it fucking dear lord.
To curl up with a.
How long's this one? A minute? Yeah, I think that should be enough time for me to walk the dog and come right back. Let me make sure that the old the old GAM window here picks it up. All right, cool. I will be right back, guys. Let me walk the pups.
To curl up with a good book. The sort of book that lets the imagination run away with you. If you're like me and enjoy the mysterious and the unexpected, you'll love The Enchanted World. A fascinating new series from Time Life Books about the legends, myths, and folk tales of ages past. Call now. Enter the enchanted world with wizards and witches, an intriguing account of spells and deception. Other books include ghosts, fairies, and elves, and dragons. Only remember, once you're lured into the enchanted world, there's no telling where your imagination will take you.
To order your first book, call now, 1-800-445-3232. It will be sent to you free for 10 days. Keep it and pay just $14.95 plus shipping and handling. Others will follow about one every other month. Keep the ones you want, cancel anytime.
Hopefully that shit just ended. Hopefully, I made it back just in time. Let me see. Now I got to bring it up. What did Bean say? Bean said Christianity is under attack worldwide. White people are under attack worldwide. Real minority on the planet are white people. With only 8% of the global population. That's interesting. Dude, yeah, and Sanford and Son was the shit. I always loved you, fish-eye fool. Who still owes money to Columbia House? I got my 10 CDs for a penny. My dog is going fucking batshit right now. Just he's running all over the. I'm sure you guys can hear it in the background. Like he's just tearing up the fucking house. He's like, wah. You gotta love Sanford and Son though. Steve, bam 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 down 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 down. You know, do you guys know who wrote the theme song for Sanford and Son? Just offhand. I can't remember what the name of it is off like at the moment, but I know who wrote it. Oh Jesus Christ! Yo, Napster was the shit. Yeah, it was Quincy Jones who wrote the theme song to Sanford and Son. Um, and Napster, yeah, Napster was it. We filled up hard drive after hard drive after hard drive with Napster. And Metallica screwed us. I mean, in a way, I understand why they were angry. They went into a studio. They were still working out the songs, and all of a sudden, one of their songs was being played on the radio, and they're like, "How the hell did that happen?" And it turned out somebody downloaded it from Napster that worked at the radio station and played it before the album was ever even released. It pissed them off. You know, I could believe Lamont did that. And what's funny is Lamont was actually in Coming to America. He was the landlord that rents him the place. You know, the guy that's like, shame what they did to the blind man, especially his dog, right? And there's like the chalk outline when he shows him the apartment. That was fucking Lamont. Never remember the actor's name. I almost drowned using a neti pot. They still sell neti pots. I used to have to stock those things at Walgreens. Put the saline in it and then pop it up your nose. Pour it in one side, it comes out the other. All right, Bean said something that YouTube did not like. They're invading Western countries in extreme numbers, and instead of adjusting to each country's culture, they destroy what we built. And those governments kneel because of our past and the guilt. Yeah, but they can't do that with America. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say they can't because there's a lot of shit in America. I would say that I didn't think I'd ever see happen. That's happened. But I'm going to say that eventually shit comes to a head and then the pushback gets real. The American people, we've gotten too used to having rights for different things. And that's one of the scariest things to me about the entire COVID lockdowns and everything that happened was there was so many people that just blindly complied. because they wanted to do the right thing to make sure they weren't making other people sick under the guise of that. But they ended up getting played. And if they were paying attention to anybody like, God, I can't remember the doctor's name, the guy who actually developed the virus, Robert, he was on Rogan. I can't remember the fucking dude's name. But, you know, if you were paying attention to guys like him, then you knew it was like, oh, the vaccine's leaky or the masks don't work. You know, like people that questioned it. But I was so shocked at how many rights people were willing to give up: their freedom of religion, their freedom of speech, their freedom to assembly. Like, people gave up a lot of rights during COVID. Robert Malone, thank you very much. That's been stuck in my fucking brain for a couple days now. I was discussing it with somebody and I couldn't remember his fucking name for the life of me. But I was like, he actually developed mRNA vaccines and came out and was just like, yeah, the technology isn't quite there yet. Like, we've got it, but it's not there yet where it works 100% of the time. But we really did. We surrendered and believed that the experts in the government had it. And then we all found out the hard way. It's the same way when I was a kid. Actually, I had this conversation with Smurf the other night, too. When you're a kid, I remember looking at the government being like, those are the adults. They know what the fuck is going on. And now as an adult, I look at the government and go, they never knew what the fuck was going on. They were just lining their pockets, these rotten bastards. Sub six. Well, you know something? I think it, I was saying this early on. I was like, Joe Biden has cancer. And it was like, but don't worry about it. Because if you remember, he gave that one press conference and he said that, you know, we cured cancer or we beat cancer. Yeah, well, then how'd you catch it, motherfucker, if you beat it, you know? Or has he always had this cancer and they're just letting you know about it now because everything coming out? So here's another thing. And I mean, I was going to go over all this shit on Thursday, but I did this impromptu stream. Here's my question to you guys. Did you guys hear about what happened with the Hur report? They finally released the audio where Robert Hur came out. So let me backtrack a little bit here. I'm getting way ahead of myself. So basically, when they went into Mar-a-Lago and raided it, because Trump had those classified documents, well, Biden, it turned out, had classified documents as well. And since Biden had classified documents, he turned them over, but they were in the garage next to his Corvette. So they did a whole investigation with a guy named Robert Hur, special counselor. And when they did it, Hur released this report. And in the findings of the Hur report, he stated that I can't say that Biden didn't do anything wrong. He absolutely did. But no jury would convict him because he's an elderly man with a poor, failing memory. A well-meaning elderly man with a poor, failing memory. Well, they finally released the actual audio from the interview, and Biden was checked out when that fucking whole shit went down, too. Venom possessed the Punisher. I'm sure they linked up at one point in time. I think, if I remember correctly, I thought Punisher became Ghost Rider for a little while there. But I can't remember if he ever became Venom. I don't think Frank Castle ever became Venom. But Venom has possessed, well, it started, the original was Eddie Brock. Then they had, and I can't remember the fucking guy's name. He was the Scorpion, though. But they had Venom merge with him at one point. Then they had him Venom merge with Flash Thompson. That's the space version of Venom. I'm not liking this brush on this. this paint anyway. It's too thick. Yeah, I remember that. But what do you mean if they investigate Biden? Like, it's already too late, man. Like, the whole thing is, we're not going to get those 4 years back. Biden's never going to see the inside of a jail cell, no matter what happens. So even if you launch an investigation, we all already knew what happened. We already knew it was basically Biden wasn't in control of anything, including his own bowels. Like he would shit himself in front of the Pope and stuff. You know, there was all these rumors that he was out of his head, and we got to see it. Anytime he did like a speech or whatever, I can sum America up in one word. Like we knew he was fucking gone the whole time. They just lied to us. The real people that need to be exposed are the media that covered it up, the people in his cabinet that covered it up, his press secretaries, all that kind of shit. We'll never know who was using the auto pen. You'll never know if it was Jill Biden or Anthony Blinken or who knows, Ron Klain, right? You're never going to know who the actual auto pen was. It's never going to come to light. For fuck's sake, they can't even tell us who's on the Epstein list at this point. Hell, they can't even tell us what the motivation for what's his name, Crooks, the guy who shot Donald Trump. They can't even tell you what his motivation is, and you want them to like actually expose that they were basically a cabal of people running the American government from the shadows. Like that shit ain't gonna happen. Shooting that side of the pressure. Yeah. You'll never see Hillary or Obama in a cell either. That's never going to happen. It won't happen. They the whole thing is we can move forward and fix things going forward and make sure shit like that doesn't happen again. But whatever damage those people already did is already done, and they'll never be held to account. Fauci's never going to be held to account for helping gain a function of a virus and wiping out millions of people across the world. And what's fucked up is apparently COVID wasn't even developed. Like that strain of COVID wasn't developed in China. It was developed somewhere in North Carolina and then exported over to the Wuhan lab in China from something I was reading. Like, that's even more fucked up. No, I did not see the vet give him the Purple Heart for the ear wound. That's unbelievable. Like that's crazy. Yeah, but I mean, and it's not even Cash Patel and what you call it. The whole thing is, and Trump found this out in his first term. That's why he's been so effective in the second one. Because when Trump went in on the first term, he thought he was all good, right? He's like, oh, it's going to be this way, and I just got to deal with this, that, and the other thing, and now I'm home free. Then he got in there and realized how deep the bullshit really is. And he was like, fuck. Like, I didn't realize it was going to be like that. Because it seems to be anybody that goes into Washington, D.C. is under the same impression until they get there. And then all of a sudden, it's like not just excuses, but roadblocks. And they're like, oh, well, we're trying to do this. However, blah, blah, blah is obstructing us. And we have this against us. And I asked for all the Epstein files. They said you have them all. And then all of a sudden, 25,000 more of them show up. Like everybody thinks that shit's easy. But the fact of the matter is, power does not like to be questioned. It does not like it when you threaten it. And it's like a virus. It's going to put up a fight if you try to get rid of it. And that's what everybody runs into. They all think it's fucking easy as shit. I don't understand why you don't do this, that, or the other thing, but they don't realize how deep and ugly everything actually runs in Washington, D.C., and has been for such a fucking long time. They don't realize that, the people that they have faith in are actually full of shit. Hold on. Did that one not show up, Steve? Let me look. I see like a long chat from Steve, but it's not showing. Cash and Dance tonight that their investigation concluding Epstein himself. Bean is still Bean is continuing. Islam is about death. Christian values are about life. There is the difference in the two. Okay. Rebel said, let's just say that's true. He killed himself. Still doesn't change who was on the list. Give us the list. And Rebel, that's where I'm at with it. Okay, he killed himself. That's great. Who was on the client list? Who was importing children to do terrible, awful things with them? Because you know what? He may have Epsteined himself or whatever you want to say, or Clintoned himself, to be honest with you. But, you know, he may have done that, but there's people. Prince Andrew's still alive, I'm pretty goddamn sure. There's Bill Gates is still alive, I'm pretty sure. Give us the list. Give us the ones that are still alive. Produce it, you know? Bring them, like, if you're dead serious about law and order and it doesn't matter who and all that stuff, then fucking bring these people to justice. Get their victims the justice they deserve. Because nobody should have to go through that shit, ever. No child should ever have to suffer that. No young person should ever have to suffer that. And Beans, you're fine. You type in there as much as you need to get off your fucking chest, because that's what this goddamn stream is all about. I didn't start this stream up tonight because I was in a good mood and cheery and outlook good on life. I'm fucking pissed at a lot of things right now, and especially regarding life and death, and then kind of the injustice that happened with Danny, because we all get on his shit about you're too aggressive with talking about your religion, and the moment he isn't, he gets fucking like blindsided and attacked. So I'm 100% for it. If you're pissed off, you go ahead and you just let that shit flow out. Let the hate flow out your veins. You're angry about something, go ahead, let it out in the chat. We're here. I'm here. I'm all in for it. It's not one of those chats where I'm going to admonish you for something. You go ahead and get fucking as pissed as you want, because I'm fucking pissed, and like I'm pissed at my God, who I've decided is nature. Because I went out and just when I walked the dog a minute ago, I went and put my hand on that little poor kitten. He is taking a breath about once every 15, 20 seconds now, and he is already starting to go cold. So I'm going to say in about another hour, I might even just stop painting and go out and dig a hole, because I'm getting tired of digging holes, but somebody's got to put the little guy, put him to rest. I mean, it's so yeah. Like all y'all, anybody is in the chat that's just like, you know what? I'm sick of this shit, or I'm sick of that shit. Let the fucking hate flow out you. Because you know what? Get rid of it. Put it out there. Get it out of you, and let's let's move on. Like I'm just trying to paint something, which I'm not even doing really. not even paying attention. And that's why I did something that was for me, not something that was for the wife, the kids, anything else, because I don't want that emotion trapped in the fucking paint job. And if the paint job's shitty, I'll live with it, or I'll re-black it and redo it. But I figured at least this way I'm doing something creative. I'm getting shit off my chest. I'm talking to good people. I wasn't expecting to talk to good people. I figured I'd be yelling at a microphone by myself like Abe Simpson yelling at the clouds. No, no, no. Sorry, Beans. So the one mama cat had 6 kittens, and 2 of the kittens have it's basically fatal kitten syndrome. They all of a sudden they pretty much start dying. Well, this kitten has pretty much gone blind, been crying since last night because it would be a threat to the rest of the pack. Well, the pride, the mother's pride of the rest of her kittens. She basically let it wander off from the rest of the everything, like the other kittens, her, and all that. And it's just sitting there. It over the past 2 nights has been out there crying for his mama. I've been going out there hand feeding it, taking care of it, cleaning, trying to. It's got nasty conjunctivitis and a bad upper respiratory infection. Tried treating it and everything else, but it's fading, and there's nothing I can do about it. And the fact that I can do nothing angers me. But it's nature's way, and it's not for me to like go out there and put that kitten down or anything. It's got to die natural. But after the first batch of kittens that came out from 2 of the other mamas, one had 3, one had 4, and I had to bury all 7 of them. I got to bury this one and another one showing signs of fetal kitten syndrome. I think that's what it's called. And I'm going to end up having to bury that other kitten probably in a day or 2. So, like, I've just been staring at death for the past, God, 2 weeks now. Let the hate flow through you, Jedi. You got a beef with Jehovah's Witnesses. Holy shit. Better never go. What's the ones out in Utah? The Mormons? Mormon Church of Latter day Saints? What's the one religion that lets you have like 6 wives? I think that's Jehovah's Witness, right? Or is that Mormonism? I can't remember. One of them like lets you have a whole bunch of wives. Because I guess whoever made up the religion was like, I'm kind of tired of banging the old lady. I really like something new. How about we write that in the religion that, you know, we can screw around. How about that? Or, like God kind of condones it. What do you say? Yeah, polygamy and Mormons. I think you're right. Yeah, like yeah, I ain't just feeling it with one chick. I'm your ice cream man. Stop me as I'm passing by. See, all my flavors are set to satisfy. All my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy. One more time. Dude, yeah, that's just it. I have one wife. That's the only wife I will ever have. She divorces me. She kills me in my sleep. Whatever. That's it. I'm done. I said yes one time. I put the ring on the right finger, and that was it. Like it's game over at that point. Like that's it. I turned in my card, my punch card. It was full anyway, and I was just like, I'm done. I'm out. Game over. And now she's got to put up with my shit because she made that choice for herself, and she's got nobody to blame but the woman in the mirror. I'm not going to lie at all. My wife has been a gym through everything going on because she knows I'm like fucked up right now. She knows I'm like not in the best mental place, and she's been very nice about it. She's been giving me my space to breathe and everything. And when I told her I was like, I'm going to live stream, she didn't push back or anything. She was just like, yeah, go fucking stream, get that shit off your chest. That's what you need. Go do it, motherfucker. Yes, dear. I really did need to get that shit off my damn chest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, how does that conversation even go down? Like, yeah, honey, I was thinking, like, I think I'm going to go get another one of you. Like, like you handle this okay, but I would really like just one woman that I have sex with, one woman who cleans the house, and one woman who pays the bills and goes to work. Like, what? Wait, what are we doing here? Like, what the fuck? Shit, Duke said something long ass that did not pop up in my goddamn chat. I am blaming the honkies on this one. It's about having a lot of children, Beans. That's why they do it. And Steve Kerfuffle said, shit. Duke Rowell said, I have found out the Mormons are all addicted to soda slash pop, whatever you call it. They have specialty drive-throughs around here to buy fancy soda or pop. They don't drink alcohol or hot drinks. So wait, no coffee? No tea? Yeah, I say soda as well. Pop's more of, I want to say, a Midwest thing for some reason. I knew somebody who used to call soda, it just called it pop. Yeah, iced tea though, he was actually a straight up pimp back in the day. Like he was an American pimp. If there's actually a movie called American Pimp and Ice T's in it. Actually, he's narrating it and everything. There's more women than men on Earth. I don't know. I don't think you need like a harem. Yeah, so it is a Midwest thing. So pop is a Midwest. It's a Midwestern saying, so to speak. I thought that was it. For some reason, I swear to God, I knew somebody was from like Indiana, I want to say. They used to call it pop. I call my dad Pop. Hey, Pop. But yeah, soda pop. That makes sense. Soda makes sense because it's the water. Like it's soda water that makes up soda. So that mean that be logical. I think. Again, guys, I'm shocked you're all here on a Sunday. I appreciate the hell out of you. You must have been bored. Must have been sitting around like, ah, there's ain't shit going on, and GAM's gonna GAM put up a fucking stream that says, angry streaming and F bombs. Lots of them. You need a wife and a Bugatti for each day of the week. What the fuck do you even want a Bugatti for? I don't even know. It's funny because it, it, I'm only 6'1". I tried getting into a Ferrari or a Lamborghini one time because the Countach, we were at like a car show or whatever, me and my buddy, and I couldn't get into the fucking. I was like, I'm too tall for this. What the fuck? Like I felt like I had my knees like smashing into the dashboard and shit. I was like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, well, and you do deserve it. You work hard, Six. You work hard for that money. So hard for it, honey. He works hard for the money, so we all better treat Six right. Oh, see, like now 5'2" comes in handy, does it, Beans? See, like she can drive all the fancy sports cars. We're all fucked, fellas, if we're for our normal heights. God damn it! So you just said my sound's low too, right? Duke said that earlier, but now when I'm talking like this, like, is it loud as shit in the head? Maybe it's something with my volume. Maybe it's something on my end where it sounds like I'm yelling in my fucking own head. Maybe I'm just too far away from the mic when I'm talking. I don't know. Wait, Duke, you lost your leg like in service, or I'm if that's too personal, I don't mean it to be. I'm just asking. Eat that mic like a Chinese chick. Eat that mic like Lizzo at a buffet. Yeah, and you know what? That could be. I had to change the way I'm sitting and change my posture and shit. I was sitting kind of back a little bit. Maybe it's just I'm not up on the mic enough. I don't know. But I'm up on that mic now and I've got the gain pretty high on it. So it should be kind of loud. Damn, Duke. Well, thank you for your service, for one. Not like, from somebody who's too much of a bitch to serve in the military like me. That really means a lot, but as a civilian, I do appreciate you and I do appreciate your sacrifice. You help secure this fucking republic and it's our job to keep it up and running, I guess. Yeah, bro. Like that's some no bullshit right there from me to you. Like I definitely I'm surrounded by service members in a lot of parts of my family and including ones that didn't make it home. And yeah, I don't take that shit lightly, you know what I mean? There's times where I'll criticize America or I'll criticize us bombing a place or attacking a place. You'll never hear me criticizing the troops though, because I know the troops that are on the ground and what they're doing and the sacrifices they give up, not just like physically, but mentally too. Um, and some of the horrors you guys had to endure. So when I say thank you for your service and thank you in particular to you for your sacrifice too. I really fucking mean it from the bottom of my heart. And like, no lie, anybody who served like that, but I mean, what's the saying, Duke? Some gave some in service, some gave all in service. You know what I mean? And I always think, but then again, you're Ura. So if you were Ura, then fuck, man, I don't even like thinking about some of the shit. Yeah, yeah. Shake my head off. Um, Actually, if you want to hear me go the fuck off on something that'll probably tickle your taint there, Duke, let me go off on the way that Americans treat their veterans, or the American government treats their veterans in a lot of cases. Now, that shit's gotten better under Trump. I'm not going to lie. Even the veterans website says thanks to Donald Trump, they've expedited, if you've got a claim for PTSD, this, that, or the other thing, if vaccine injuries, whatever it is with the military, you can go to the VA website and they'll go through it. But the way that they treated our veterans in a lot of cases is fucking obscene to me. It's fucking atrocious. But yeah, it. I don't think. I think just from a PTSD angle, people can't appreciate completely, including myself. Like I can appreciate it to an extent, but not the extent that I was there firsthand and dealt with it. Some of the things that our troops see when they're overseas, especially in a war zone, some of the horrors that they have to experience firsthand, and like our government should take care of them beyond anything because they're the ones who actually had the balls to go out and make sure that I can sit here on the internet and talk shit, for example. Regardless if you agree with a war, don't agree with a war, whatever, don't ever criticize the troops. They're doing what they need to survive. Dude, being the oldest one in the room, you're old for a reason. Just remember that. You're old for a reason. You're not old, you're just seasoned and experienced. It just means that you've got the experience the other guys are lacking. That's all. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't expecting it to make it as far as I've made it. I should have been wiped out a long time ago. I feel that in a way it's a blessing every day. But I got lucky. I got lucky. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Duke. That's just it. Um, Not just that, but some of the shit that mattered when we were kids. You look back in hindsight like, Jesus fucking Christ, can you believe that fucking bullshit? But when you were in it, it felt like something. If you do just normal teenage bullshit, you know what I mean? But you feel like it's the end of the world and all that. The ones I don't understand are the kids that take themselves out. I never understood that. It was like, yo, you came into this world kicking and screaming. Go out the same way, man. Like, life's going to throw you curveballs. Life's going to suck. Life's going to be shit. You're going to lose friends. You're going to lose loved ones. You're going to lose family along the way. You never want to say goodbye. You never want it to end, but eventually it's going to for every one of us. And appreciate it while you're here. Definitely appreciate it while you're here. I started this whole stream fucking furious about stuff that I can't control. But the reality of it is, I'm also grateful that I still feel stuff. That I can still feel upset about a little kitten that won't be able to see its life. Because it tells me that I haven't checked out from humanity. That I'm an asshole, but I'm not a heartless asshole. Yeah, I'm not going to get into it. Just cherish the things you have, the people around you, all that stuff. Always. You never know. Just never fucking know. Oh, but I can at least share this interesting and good news. So I talked to my mom on Mom's Day, and I forgot to bring this up on the other stream, but I had talked to her, and she's been in treatment for her lung cancer, and yeah, it's actually working, and I don't know for how long. Shit could always turn around, could always go to the to pot, but at this point in time, she's actually reacting well to the therapy. So good on you, mom. She was the one who always told me survive at all costs and all that shit. Guess she took her own fucking advice, and yeah, it's working for her. I'm glad I got good people. Like I said, I really thought I'd be sitting here just Abe Simpsoning, like yelling into the ether about this, that, and a third. And I'm actually pretty fucking thankful right now that I can look and see that there is 11 people watching me on a Sunday night on a stream that I told nobody was going to happen. I'm actually really thankful for every one of you guys, your aspects, and everything all the different shit you bring to the conversation. You guys are good people, and I do wish you nothing but the best in this life. I would tell you guys, like right here is where I'd throw a plug probably for something and make some kind of asinine joke, but I don't think that works in this context right at this moment. Instead, I'll look for something a little bit more fun and relaxed to play real fast so that we can laugh real quick. Because I'm starting to get dark, and I don't like getting too dark. Just doesn't play right. So let's watch this Macy Bamberger's commercial to help out people of a certain demographic in America in the 1980s. It's like my favorite of the bad commercials.
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school just like their neighbors and come back to a real home, a supervised home, right in the neighborhood where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.
I think that's a fun commercial. So, yeah, Eugene, that is fucking terrible, tragic, and that can happen. Like that can legitimately that can happen. You know, I think if I wasn't married or whatever, something happened to me, nobody would know I was gone for like 6 months. Except for people that like watch the stream, they'd be like, "Damn, Gam isn't streaming again this week. Is he all right?" So Beans is saying she can't hear me now, and Sheree said this was Sunday night fuckery. Hold on, let me see what's going on. Is my mic better now? It says I'm currently in use there. Did it get like louder when I did that? I'm asking seriously because if it got louder, then it's because there was a second program on my computer that was open and using my microphone. Okay, so and hold on, I can turn up the microphone gain even more. So now it should be even louder. I'm hoping it's louder. You should be able to hear a mouse fart with how much gain I just added to the mic. Okay, so it is getting better and better. Better and better. Hey, have you tried turning it off and on again? Well, I can do that, but I'm telling you now, if it crashes the whole fucking stream, it just, okay, if it crashes the stream, we got 12 people watching, make sure you go to whatever the 0.5 stream is, but I'll try unplugging it and plugging it back in. Rebel's like, it's loud as shit now. All right, I saw that shit light up. Hopefully you guys can hear me clear now. Yay, nay. One's in the chat if you can hear me now. Bean is saying she can't hear me. Sheree's giving me a okay symbol. How about now? Is this better? Ones. Okay, good. I increased everything. I went and unplugged the mic, replugged it in, did the hokey pokey, turned myself around, went and listened to the song, and the song started out, went, "Hello, boys and girls. This is your old pal Stinky Whizzleteats. And I've got a song about a quail. No, this is a song about being happy. Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, 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 doodle-doo-doo. If and you ain't the granddaddy of all liars. Oh, the little critters of nature. They don't know that they're ugly. What is it? The little critters of nature. They don't know that they're ugly. I find that to be very funny. I told you I'd shoot, but you didn't believe me. Why didn't you believe me? Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, 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 joy, 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 doodle-doo-doo-doo. What's up, Laughing Cat? How are you, man? Log. Let me see if I can remember. What comes in pair? What rolls downstairs comes alone or in pairs. Rolls over your neighbor's dog. What's good for a snack and fits on your back? It's log, log, log. It's log, log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log, it's log. It's better than bad, it's good. Don't whiz on the electric fence. Everyone get your log, young and an old log. Come on and get the log. You fat, bloated sack of protoplasm! Oh, my beloved ice cream bar, you love the same things I do. Boil the football leather, dog breath, glazed ham, chocolate-covered raisins. Oh, you're talking about the gross out close up, like that kind of shit. Somebody needs to tell R. Kelly and Diddy not to whiz on people. No, but I'll tell you what. The one girl testifying, she's like, I used to get guys to finish on me, and then he would take it and rub it on his nipples. I was like, whoa. Like, you guys are like, that's some extra shit. You didn't have to go in that much detail, did you, lady? Like, God damn, you, the fuck? I remember when Dave Chappelle was doing the jokes about Diddy, and he's like, he's like, I want you to run down to the Bronx and find me some fresh Cambodian titty milk. And then he's like, the next scene is him. They got like the thing. He's like, you got 15 minutes or whatever. And then he's sitting there powering it down like he's drinking. He's like, damn, that's some fresh titty milk. Straight from the titty. No, sir, I didn't like it. Mr. Horse, how did you feel about that fall? No, sir, I didn't like it. Quickly, cling tenaciously to my buttocks. Powdered toast man. Our country reeks of trees. Our yaks are really large and they smell like rotting beef carcasses. Wait, in that case, Bina, does that make me stripe? Because if that makes me stripe, then I'm gonna say that Duke is the flasher gremlin. Oh, dear Lord. Well, I mean, considering I've been sitting here for like 2 hours, just kind of started streaming out of nowhere like a fool. Rebels hitting you with that shit that, like, you know, the wife would say to her husband. It might be too light. Let's see what this looks like when it no, I think Brian Castle's complexion's darker than that. Yeah, it's definitely, he got kind of, well, let me look. People call ABL to say hello because, oh, well, you know what? That is an interesting question. Why the hell do they call ABL just to say hi? It's definitely too light on the complexion, too, by the way, guys. Why do they call just to say hello? Like, I just called in to say what a really great show, and my God, you approached every topic that GAM covered like 3 days ago. Good job on that. It only took you like, you know, he figured that out in the beginning of the week. You didn't even cover it in the middle of the week. You know, the day before him. You waited 2 days after to cover that shit. Good job. Yeah, that's just it. I tried calling him the one time when he was covering the monkey escape in South Carolina because he got like 90% of everything he was saying fucking wrong. And I was like, Bina kept saying, hey, call in, call in, call in. I must have called that number like 500 times and never got, and I was just like, fuck it. And then Beans is like, yeah, but you just put it in the chat that you're trying to call. I'm like, yeah, I'm not giving up my my area code though, Beans. Yeah, that's pretty funny, Rebel. You're not wrong there. Like, yeah, I've been listening to you for like 8 years now, man. Am I actually talking to ABL? Like, well, then you'd know he's the only one who answers the fucking phone. He's not screening your call, you fucking dipshit. You haven't been listening all that long. My favorite was, I just called in to say something, and yeah, dude, I'm telling you, something happened to our homeless baker friend because that phone call was sus at best. Like, it was weird. That was actually a weird, like, I was kind of I listened to it and I was like, wait a minute, what? He didn't even say anything this time. Like, or make a joke or anything. It was like he just literally called in like, hey, you remember me, my brother? See, like, what's fucked up about the smoke detector one for me, and like, I every now and again I have a beep, but that's because the security system in my house, if something triggers it, it'll beep like that. So when I hear that, it always freaks me the fuck out because I'm like, yo, is that my security system beeping like that in the background? I have to go check it real quick every damn time. And it's like, oh no, you just couldn't properly change the batteries in a smoke detector that's probably been beeping like that so long that it's become background noise to you, like when you're in the woods and crickets are chirping, like they're just background noise. Like, it's, you don't even care. Dude, he's a serial killer that's killing off his callers. It's not a serial killer called into the show. He's the serial killer. I'm an energy vampire. That's just it, Beans. Like, some people, that shit is like, after a while, it just blends into the background noise. Like, you don't even notice it. I don't have that shit going on, but I definitely could see where somebody who had it going on can let that happen. I always love I always love when ABL says something and he's like, yeah, only stupid motherfuckers believe. He doesn't say motherfucker, but he's like, only stupid people know this. Not you guys, of course. Like, not you guys in the chat and stuff. Like, but people are advocating for whatever he's showing on the screen, and he's like, well, not you people in the chat. Like, you guys are smart. Like, what? You just said anybody who believes this is stupid, and like three people in the chat are like, oh yeah, that's so true. And then you're like, oh, well, not you guys though. You guys are smart. Like, I don't think it works that way, man. I think you're either yeah, decent, but could have been a lot better. I like the concept though. Without giving, like too much of the goat away on that Final Destination movie, Sheree. I like the concept of it was correcting mistake by, well, this isn't supposed to exist, but it could have been a lot better. Yeah, you're 100% right though, Beans. Like, I was the same way when I had smoke detectors with batteries. All my shit's hardwired. But back when I did, like, lived in places with it beeped once, twice, I'd be like, oh, the fuck, that's going to do that all the time, and would change it immediately. Like, I'm lazy too, but that would actually motivate me. Dude, what chicks are fucking thirsty for him? Like, old fucking, like, white women in New York? Is that what we're talking about here? Or the one chick, we're not even sure if that's actually her name or not, and Steve never got an answer back? Like, because not hearing anybody else, like, really, like go at him. I've heard, like, I remember there was one lady that was from like, I want to say New Jersey. And she like was like, oh, we need to co-host a show together or something. I'm like, what the fuck is this lady on about? Like, who the fuck? Like, you're calling into the show. We don't even really want to hear you all that much, lady. Oh, yeah, you're 100% right, Six. My whole thing is, though, yeah, I do think you're 100% spot with that. Yeah, I think she definitely has a thing because I think she got all butthurt because he was going to like Alien for his final call and she didn't get the final call or something. Somebody was telling me this. I can't remember. One of you guys in the chat were telling me this. And she got mad because she wasn't like the last caller all the time. Like, bitch. But yeah, I think she's all about, the D when it comes to ABL or just the fact that he's on the internet and people listen to him. Like that's that weird shit. That's that shit I don't know. I don't get. It's like, damn, he looks like he's got cancer or something. I gotta figure out. What color did I use? Where the fuck? That is linen. How come that's coming out so off-putting? Yeah, I just like yeah, well I mean that's just it. If you're younger, like younger girl, I don't know, is that like I don't know if that's even attracted to him. Well, I guess it kind of is. That's the whole thing, right? Is that younger girls go for older guys with a lot of money and like fame and stuff and are skipping dating younger dudes. Like I had heard that was kind of like trendy nowadays. I don't know. I honestly I don't know. I don't really care because I've been out of that whole game and will remain out of that whole game for the rest. I'm done. I'm tapped. Yep, I handed over my card. I'm done. No interest. I'm good. I'm good. I am not liking the way this face is coming out at all, guys. I can't get his skin to blend right for some reason. I get he's angry and everything, but this is a bit over the top. Yeah, it's kind of a thing. I mean, I'll never understand that because older guys, unless they're taking like a little blue pill if they're at a certain age, that shit ain't going anywhere. Like it might, but not like when you're like in your teens and 20s and shit. Hell, even your 30s. Yeah, and well, that's another issue. Um, so younger girls are pretty and all that stuff, I guess. But I don't know. I guess that's good for a night, but do you really want to partner up with somebody who's younger than you if you're an older guy? I don't know. I mean, okay, fine. They may not have wrinkles, they may not have cellulite, they may not have hit menopause, all this kind of stuff, right? But reality is you go to have a conversation and you're like, hey, do you remember when? And they're like, I I don't know. I was playing with my Barbies at that point in time. I don't know. I wasn't even born yet. It's kind of a shitty conversation to have. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I need somebody who can challenge me and beat me in some cases on my bullshit. I don't need somebody that like I feel like superior to. I don't know. If I felt like I was superior, then that would kind of take the fun out of the relationship. I'm not going to lie. At 6 years, that's not that big a leap. You know what I mean? I don't even know who Ashton, whatever his name is. But yeah, Tim Pool. I haven't watched his actual show in a while. I did see something. A lot of people were reposting that shit about him with the comedian and like him, Tim, good old Rodney Dangerfield, Tim Pool, fucking going off on him. Skin tone is just not working for me. I don't know why. I don't know why his skin is not blending. It looks like Bizarro Punisher. It's like creepy. It really shouldn't be. Look like he's wearing a mask. It's not coming on there like it should. I don't know what the deal is. Hmm. More colors I layer on, the worse this shit's getting. That's why I don't paint angry. Oh. Are you talking about that wormhole like argument about that Malaysian Airlines plane where like it's on radar and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, like it looks like it like a wormhole opened, like you see like the plasma balls spinning around it or some shit? Are you talking about that video? Because I don't know if I believe all that bullshit. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know that I believe all that. Honestly, Eugene, nothing, dude, brother. I will never talk about my kill count, but yeah, that's not tragic at all. Not tragic at all. It's actually yeah, not tragic at all. Um, yeah, the Tim Pool Adam Conover. I think that's the dude's name. Where Tim Pool just nails him, and he's like, "You like the very fine people thing," and the guy didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He's like, "Whoa, oh, you mean there's very fine people on both sides?" And Tim Pool's like, "Yeah, but you know that's not what he said, right?" And the guy was just like, "Yeah, well, yeah, he said that. I heard him." And he's like, "Oh my fucking god, dude!" And he plays like the actual full audio for him. He didn't play dumb. He just was dumb. That's somebody who's ill informed because they only hear what they want to hear. So that's part of the problem. And it's part of the problem with commentators of all ilks. And I'm not going to say all commentators, but from all sides, from the left, the right, the center. There's people that don't, they let their bias override all the news. Like, unfortunately, I watch all the different venues. Shit that I don't agree with, I watch just to hear what's being said because they might drop some kind of truth that the other station is not picking up at all or is downplaying. And as far as what Bina asked about ABL with Tatum, he used to do one with Tatum and another dude at least. I've seen him on streams like that, but something I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but something happened with all of them because they don't really talk all that much anymore or talk to each other all that much anymore. Like, but they used to talk all the time. And then I know Tatum kind of hit big time. Same thing with Candace. You know, Candace hit big time. And I haven't seen ABL go on their shows ever since they kind of hit big time. So I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if there's a falling out, disagreement, or maybe they're busy and you don't talk, you know, well, we catch up here and there and we're still friends and all. We just don't fuck with each other like we used to. That happens too. But I have no idea. I have no idea why he doesn't stream with other people or any of that stuff. Like I said, I haven't watched through, I think, a full show in a very long time. I usually catch it on the replay. I'll try and drop in when he's first starting up his stream before he even gets on the microphone to tell Sheree she's an amazing mod, greatest mod on these internets and all that. Say hi to whoever I see in the chat, and then I dip the fuck out. I might come back for the phone calls if I remember they're on. Outside of that, I kind of tend to stay off his stream. I kind of vaguely, Beans. I mean, I'm not saying like, oh, he didn't exist or something. I vaguely remember. He wasn't like the most interesting thing about those streams, though. Like, there's a lot of people that have their 15 minutes and then go away. Or they go get a regular ass job because they tried to do the streaming thing and thought that was bread and butter and money and all that, and nothing. Nothing at all. Wait, what's when ABL blew up? Oh, with being on Tatum and all that stuff. On with Tatum. I mean, I don't even know when I started watching him. I'll be God honest with you. The only timeline I can give you is I was watching him when the whole, you know, whatever his name was, Anthony McQuaid or whatever the fuck the dude's name was. Shit went down. Like, I was watching him before that, and then I remember when that went down, but it might have been 6 months from the time I started watching him to when that shit went down. So if you know the time frame on that, that's how long I've been watching ABL for. I didn't follow him when he was half gaming. It was definitely after that, and I can't believe that he actually had a gaming channel because to me that shit would be funny because ABL does not seem like the type that would actually be at all good at video games. Like he does not strike me as the type that would be, you know, oh shit, winner chicken dinner in PUBG, or oh look, that's my third Royale for tonight on Fortnite. I mean, legitimately, I'd pull that shit all the time if I'm partnered up with like David Mod and Johnny Concrete and their other friend who's kind of gay. His name's Alex. But those guys, like, it's legit almost a battle royal guaranteed every game or top 3. And I'm just kind of back up to him. Yeah, I'd say about 20, maybe longer. Well, maybe 2020. I don't know, Beans. I don't even know that you were. Well, no, were you a moderator? Moderator. Because the whole thing was, I would watch his lives, but I wouldn't say shit. Like I wasn't participating in chat on his channel. Like now, Tim Pool, I watched him. He was living in New Jersey. He hadn't even started Timcast yet. It was probably a year before Timcast started that I watched Tim Pool. Good old Rodney. Let me tell you, take my wife, please. I get no respect, Pool. Are you painting the shape? Dude, I'm telling you, with the way the light's hitting it, that's just it. I had to turn off, like, I had to do this, kind of, and move him out of the way because he was starting to look like like Michael Myers. It looks like I'm painting him white if I leave the light on. Matter of fact. Let me see. Does that make it better or worse? I think. And yeah, there we go. That's better. Now it looks more like fucking skin tone. And thank you, but it does look like shit. And it needs massive, massive touch ups. Like I still got to go in here, do all kinds of buckle work and get his eyes right and get his skin right and everything else. But I do appreciate it, Six. You're always fucking positive. So I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, Beans became a prominent mod after that, dude. And then Beans was like, fuck this, I'm out. But I need somebody. And if I'm going to replace myself, I'm going to replace myself with the greatest mod that's ever lived. And that's when we got Sheree. Because Beans was like, I need a successor that doesn't make me look like, an asshole. So she recommended somebody who was amazing mod, and that was Sheree. Right, Beans? It's Eddie Munster Sr. That's fucking fantastic. Yeah, Michael Myers. And that's one of those things. I have a special place in my heart for Six because anytime it's something horror related, Six nails it out of the park. He's like, is that the shape? Like, yeah. Only like true Halloween fans call Michael Myers the shape of evil. Wait, so Donald Trump banning Muslims from traveling to the U.S. is what made you subscribe, Beans? I can't even remember what it's like, what video made me subscribe. That's a pretty good fucking memory right there. I don't know. I just like the fact that he seemed, I watched him a couple times. I didn't subscribe right away. I watched him a couple times and he seemed like a genuine person. That's why I subscribed to him. And then that's also why that's why I unsubscribed from a lot of different YouTubers though, is because they came across originally as a genuine person and then proved themselves not to be. Just proved to be assholes. Amazing Lucas comes to mind when that shit comes up. Like he was all about everything MAGA right up until George Floyd happened, and then something happened with Amazing Lucas, and he just like lost his shit. Like all of a sudden, everything turned. And it got ugly. Yep. Bean is not lying there. That's the whole thing. Bina was like, Bina's like, yeah, I'm not going to be a mod anymore. She had told a couple of us, because the whole thing was, I kept wondering what the hell happened to Bina. Because she disappeared from ABL for a minute there, and we're like, what the, like, I was like, damn, something happened to her. I hope she's all right, you know, because when Bina was a mod, she's always a cool ass mod, like just chilling. Very fair, all that stuff. And then I got into the Discord, and Bina was in there, and I asked her, like, what happened? She goes, I told you guys I was going on vacation or whatever. She goes, but yeah, you know, like, maybe what, 2 weeks later, you were like, yeah, I'm going to step down as a mod, but I'm recommending somebody. And it was like, who you recommending? And it was like Sheree. And it was like, dude, that is the perfect person. That is the perfect fucking mod. Sheree was just beast mode. I think Devin would be an excellent mod too. I'm not going to lie. I think if you had chosen Devin, that would have been a good choice too, because Devin sits back and you don't even know she's there. And then she just comes in, drops like a popcorn kernel on the ground, and walks away. And you're like, oh shit, I forgot you were even here. Yeah. Yeah, because, well, I mean, she's a stenographer, so she's like court reporter and all that. So Devin's good at just, you know, this is what it is, and seeing everything for what it is as it's coming up. Like, she doesn't even think to record things. She just listens and just, her hands go. So she's able to read something and basically, like, almost got instant recall when it comes to stuff. And you can ask her anything about the history of that damn show, and she's like, oh yeah, back in, like, you know, 1962 when ABL was born, he was born in this town at this hospital. And you're like, how the fuck do you even know that? He said it one time on his show. Like, what? Where was I for that episode? I don't know, but yeah, and it's always true. And then you got good old Detective Beans, where, you know, if something were to happen to any of us, Beans is the one who would find your obituary and where you lived and everything. She's good at tracking people down and finding out what happened. No, Beans, you were one of the best mods. There's a reason why I recruited you to be my mod at first. You didn't want the job, and, you know, got to give it to the best mod at that point, without even a question. And I'm not going to lie at all. Like, I was going to make Sheree, it was going to be you and Sheree both mods, but, you know, you didn't want to do it. And I was like, okay, cool. Because I was being a dick or whatever. And I'm like, all right, cool. And just gave it to Sheree at that point. I didn't even ask poor Sheree. I just threw it at her. Dude, yeah, the old Joe thing was kind of fucked. Wow, really, Duke? Yeah. I'm in 100% agreement with Rebel. We need details on that shit, man. You can't just drop bones like that out there and not go into some kind of depth. Like, and he's a freak. Like, oh no, you ain't getting away that easy, sir. You must tell us all about this man's freakdom. I'm gonna let that face dry for a little bit. Start painting his actual black. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie at all, though. I do have a very special, like, I trust you, Ray. I trust you so much that bullshit like happened on that other stream, I know can't happen on my stream as long as you're modding. And like, there's one day I will tell you guys a story that Sheree caught something that I did that nobody else even came close to figuring out, and she did. She nailed it. Like, and I'll explain that story one day. Not today, but eventually. What's up, Latina LA? Or blah blah blah. Latina and Cali. How are you? I think it's crazy though. I went from like angry and ranting to calmly painting and bullshitting with everybody and laughing about old times on other streams and shit. Talking about Sanford and Son and playing commercials about retarded people in a house. Like, what the fuck happened? My anger has petered out. I'm not as angry anymore. Oh yeah, I've definitely seen some strange fucking channels on YouTube. I've seen some funny shit. Um, I've definitely. I don't know if you guys have ever watched any lol cows, like actual lol cows, like DSP or Wings of Redemption, like shit like that. Like funny fuck it, like what the fuck is wrong with this shit? Then there's guys I didn't even know, like I had heard of, but didn't know all the lore on, so I didn't watch their channels. And then there's one guy, his name's Turkey Tom, right? And Turkey Tom, he like basically covers all the lol cows on YouTube now, and will put out like everything they did and all the shit that led up to it and all that. It's a pretty good informative channel. Oh, well, thank you for dropping in. I mean, hey, walking 4 miles. Hopefully, you did that shit voluntarily. It wasn't like your car broke down. You had to walk 4 miles. But thank you very much for dropping in, saying hi and good night and all that stuff. And I appreciate you. Definitely appreciate you dropping in even for a minute. Just say hello. This was a surprise stream, so I'll be on normal Thursday. But yeah, thank you for dropping in. I was expecting to be alone. I keep saying that. I expected no one to show up, maybe Sheree to show up for a minute and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you streaming tonight? You lost your goddamn mind. Don't you know it's Sunday? Is this Sunday Sillies with GAM? Like, what are we doing? And I thought about going on a root and toot and tear, but honestly, I've kind of calmed down. Like, my mind's gone to ease. It's a Gundam. The only thing I've seen from him was when he was on Nerdrotic's channel here or there. It's a Gundam. I tried watching, who was it? Yellow Flash, I think it is. Covers a lot of pop culture shit. But he was just wasn't my jam. Like, couldn't get into him. Couldn't get into like Flashcast or whatever the hell it was called. Not that he was bad or anything. I just wasn't my thing. One guy that like it was great because I was always like, this guy seems like he's full of shit to me with a lot of the stuff he says. I was like, hey, we'll see if anything pans out from it. Was a guy named Overlord DVD or Dick. Goddamn, bump that. Dictor von Doomcock, right? And like he would give like it was pop culture. His whole channel was like pop culture, and him and Gary Beekler over at Nerdrotic were like really, really tight. They were doing exophiles, so it was all like aliens in this on Sunday and all this kind of shit. And then Nerdrotic was hosting a live like that, Friday Night Tights, I think it's called. Yeah, it's Friday Night Tights. And the one guy said, yeah, we don't all get our fucking our movie rumors from Reddit like Doomcock or something like that. And there was a hole falling out over it. Like, it was hysterical, though. I had to sleep. I slept. Duke had a acid flashback and woke up on a Thursday. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, I kind of figured there would be like with Sheree. I figured Sheree would have been like, "Did you say you were going to stream Sunday? Because you used to stream Sunday." And I'm not going to lie, I wasn't. I was just going to stream on Thursday and talk about, Joe Biden having ass cancer and stuff like that, which, was probably wished on him by a lot of people. I hope Joe Biden gets ass cancer. I don't know how many people said that, but I bet you it was quite a few. Maybe they willed it into existence. Like, out there somewhere is some dude who's telling his buddy right now, like, yo, you remember how I wished Joe Biden had ass cancer? Guess what? Good night, Beans. Thank you for dropping in. Appreciate you. Yeah, Doom Rooster. Yeah, I I don't know. I was not going to stream though, and then I haven't been sleeping. Like, my sleep schedule's all fucked up and my head's all like, and I was just super, super angry. I'm like, I told my wife, I was like, I've got to channel this. So, I mean, there's a couple different ways you can channel rage, or like when you're starting to get pissed and really losing my stuff. And there's negative ways and there's positive ways. So I'm painting something, trying to get that positive way. I think that is much better to do that. It was either this bag work or something, but I figured, I was like, well, if I just get all the shit, because the whole situation on the other channel and all that with Danny Boss pissed me off pretty good earlier in the week. Or, the other day, rather. Not earlier in the week, but, well, I guess technically earlier in the week. But it pissed me off, so it's like I wanted to get that out. Hey, everybody, Smurf's here. What's up, Smurf? How are you, buddy? Hey, it's good to see you, bro. Good to see you. That's funny. So that's what happened, Eugene. He yeah, his stream. Remember my stream cut out and I had to reload it and all that shit? I saw he had the same fucking issue. But yeah, if they were fighting about religion in there again, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he's not even talking about religion. He's talking about fucking aliens. Is there like just no place to go talk about religion except for, hey, let's talk about aliens? No, fuck that. Let me tell you why Jesus is your Lord and Savior. Like, god damn, dude. Let the boy cook. Let him do his channel the way he wants to. Stop hijacking it with religious talkings. Let him do his thing. Get all angry and fighting. It's Samuel what was it? Samuel L. Jackson Ale. Yeah, it'll get you drunk. You'll even be fighting a motherfucker or two. Bitch. Ain't you seen my movies? A shark fucking ate me. Deep blue sea. A shark fucking ate me. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand what the deal is though. Why is all of a sudden, because Alien's been doing well with streaming too lately? So is it that you guys think it's like, is it new people in there? Well, I can't tell because everybody's got a mod wrench, so I'm figuring it's old people. Like people that have always watched them. Like, are they just, hey, you know what? This chat's no longer fun. Let's start some shit with each other. This way it'll be fun again. Yeah, that's the ticket. Like, what do you guys think it is? You think it's just people that feel like they're entitled because they have that wrench? Like, what are you guys thinking? Tell me. Call Miss Cleo. Tell me now. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely people there that I didn't recognize. There's some people though that are fucking super ass cool too. Like the one I don't know if it's, I think it's a chick, it may be a dude, but Moki, very nice person, very cool. Like I said, I was like, all right, you're cool, cool people. But some of the others, like, I'm like, what the fuck? But you know what I mean? Like, is what it is. I mean, just remember, guys, I had that one dude who jumped in here, was like trolling for a minute, but then I went along, it, like, didn't feed him, and instead he left me a like and then subscribed, and yeah. Yeah, see, that's weird to me though, Eugene, because like Anunnaki was in my stream. He seemed like he was cool the entire time he was in my stream, and that Miranda chick I've come across, I actually in his chat and on ABL, she's been around for a minute, and she was like pretty cool. So I don't get it. And yeah, Sheree, you're not gonna lie. I didn't even know you were in there until I had said something. And next thing I know, Sheree just like piped up like, "Hey, Gam, oh my Gam," or something like that. And I was like, "Oh shit, Sheree's here." Like you're not in none of the chat logs. Like you just, I swear, you're over there and you're just like, "Yes, I've come to see the inferior moderators. I am the greatest mods on these interwebs. You shall bow before your queen, Sheree." Like you just showed up and like you do. You just kind of stay quiet in the backdrop. But it was hysterical because as soon as I was like, shout out to Sheree, the greatest mod on the internet, everybody's got a wrench in there. And then Alien's like, yes, Sheree is the greatest mod on these internets. Sheree, you are fucking too nice sometimes. Like, you're just nice. Oh, good lord. Either that or else you're bored. And you're like, fuck it, I'll just throw shit on the background. It wasn't awkward. And I like, honestly, I always say you're the greatest mod on the internet. I don't care if there's 1,000 mods in there. Like, nope, Sheree is the top of the top, right? But the whole thing is to have Alien recognize that too. Alien knows, and I think Alien. Somebody asked him why everybody in his shit's a mod, and Aliens, because they asked why I wasn't a mod, and Alien goes, "Gam didn't want it," and I was typing it in at the same time, like I didn't want to be a mod, and then somebody said, "Well, why is everybody in here a mod?" And Alien said, he's like, because, and I didn't know this, apparently you guys can't send me super chats and there's no like membership thing for me for my live streams and everything, right? He's like, that comes with getting monetized. I didn't know that he doesn't have the time watch to be monetized. That threw me off. I was like, really? So I was just like, damn, because he's got like 1,500 subscribers or something. Like he's got a decent amount of subscribers. He's got enough to be the first step of monetization. But he said that's kind of the mod wrench is now kind of a reward to people that would eventually be members of his channel if they could be. Thanks, Rebel. I mean, thank you for the compliment too. I'm still in the beginning phases because I'm kind of fucking slacking and just jaw jacking. Slacking, jaw jacking, don't know what the fuck happened. That's kind of where GAM's at. But peace, Rebel, and it's always great to see you, brother. Please have a good night and a good week. All right, so we got to leather that up. I definitely got to go over his face again and fix some of that because, goddamn, this lighting. So many different little light switches I got to hit when I want to change the lighting up to look at it. Do like a police thing on him. No. And no, I'm not done with him. I'm just fucking around right now. Fucking around and find it out. Turn out the light. Alright, so that's all got to get highlighted in here. Dude, I'm fucking slacking hard. And I've been like, Smurf, I'm not going to lie. I've been sleeping such weird hours. Well, you know. Because I've been talking to you here and there. You know. But, matter of fact, I thought you'd be at work right now. He looks weird without eyebrows. Wow, really? You got the wrench because you got timed out by somebody. Dude, wait. Somebody actually silenced... They used their mod power to silence you? What the fuck? Eugene, you're like the nicest guy. Like, you just kind of come in, chill. Like I said, you even tried to diffuse the situation the other day. Like, what the fuck? Why would anybody silence you? Were you, like, really going off like, fuck you, the lizard people are real. Fuck you, the gray aliens aren't really gray. They're kind of tall, slanky, and white. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm shocked that there is actual drama at all in that stream because it shouldn't be like, no, you don't understand. Bob Lazar has it wrong. Honestly, the Battle of Los Angeles is the real story. You know, like, shouldn't it be all about fucking aliens and stuff? Like, shouldn't that be like the big draw on the channel? Is like, yeah, you know, tonight we're going to be discussing back in 1942. You know, the incident at Roswell, was it real? Was it fake? Film at 11. You know, like, I don't understand. It's literally a chat. Like, for the most part, playing a video game from, like, you know, dear Lord, how long ago did Pirates of the Caribbean come out? But playing a video game that's an older, eclectic video game, which is cool. I can dig that. And then talking about like cryptid stuff, or he likes to dive into different things. Like one time he asked me who my favorite hockey team was. And he's sitting there on stream going through like the entire, I was like, yeah, you know, like check out the Philadelphia Flyers and the Legion of Doom, you know, which is Leclerc, Lindros, and oh god, what the fuck is his name? Desjardins was on the team, Hextall was in goal. I was like, that whole period, the Broad Street bullies and everything. And he's like, "Oh, really? I don't know anything about this," and looked it up and was reading through it and everything. The fight for middle flat Earth, nice. The Lollipop Guild versus versus Saranosaurus. Ah, now we shall see your kung fu. Very patchy. I got to put eyebrows on him. His face is He looks like Michael Myers. His face is disturbing me. Fucking disturbing. And that is not the color I wanted. That shit is way too gray. Oh, dear Lord. Come on, give me black. Give me spot on black. Reach for the sky, honky. Jim Myers, Jim Shatner. Yes. James T. Shatner. That's who he is. He's James T. Shatner. Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a doctor. Ryan fixes his eyebrow. Actually, I should give him fucked up eyebrows. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to fuck with his eyebrows real quick. I'll repaint over it, but let's fuck with these eyebrows. Let's make them real thick. Right? Let's just do a little black here. And drag it down. Let's fuck with this a little bit, just because I feel like being goofy on a Sunday night. Make him the Crow Punisher. Give him the little downturn here and here, like Meat Puppet Punisher. Make him look like he has like jowls. He looks like a pit bull or a. Give him a caterpillar. You guys want me to give him a unibrow real quick? We'll give him a unibrow. Let's give him the unibrow. I'm the Punisher. I don't pluck my eyebrows. How the Old Testament? Wait, what? Herman Punisher? Oh, that's fucking fantastic. Wait a minute. You did say some shit like that, Eugene. You did say like the new argument or new religious argument was that God in the Old Testament was. So was it a pair of Christians fighting against each other? Is that what you're telling me? Like, how do you. How? Just how? Like, Alien's going to have to, like, every stream, it's got to be like, you know how he does eclectic, gaming, whatever topic he's going to talk about. And then after it, absolutely no fucking religion. Like, that's what he's got to put in every one of his things. Like, it can't be like chillin' chatting or anything like it. It's got to be Fucking no religion. No fucking religion. Just like 16 exclamation points. I mean, technically, I guess Anunnaki's not wrong, considering isn't Old Testament like the flood and Sodom and Gomorrah and all that kind of shit? So when you break that shit down, technically, God wasn't necessarily evil. He was just like, fuck it, you guys are doing wrong. I'm killing you off. You know, like, I mean, he's technically not completely wrong. That's one of those arguments that people always put up, that the Bible contradicts itself, because it's like God is a merciful God, but God is a God of vengeance and anger. And it's like, how can you be both at the same, how can you be merciful but angry and all that at the same time? And it's like, I don't know, God changes moods. One of my favorite things to ask Christians is, why does God need your money at church? Like, why do you pay a tithe to the church for your religion? Like, if he's God and he can make you, and you're super complex where we can't make another one of you unless, you know, you're doing the sideways mambo, then like, why does he need like a dollar bill from you? Like, can't he just make that shit? Things like that always confused me. See if I can't paint over that black and fix that shit real quick. That's funny. Oh, I think I went a little too far with this side though. Yeah, he's got to pay his Motel 6 bill. Um. Okay, so according to the Anunnaki story, so if Anunnaki said that, then according to, not according to religion, but according to the Anunnaki story, he's correct. If you're going by like Zachariah Stitchin, I think that's it. That's his name, Zachariah Stitchin. He's the guy who really was the granddaddy of them all, talking about the Anunnaki story. Famously read Hebrew and learned Hebrew so that he could translate the tablets. It's not Chariots. Chariots of the God was the other dude. I'm trying to remember what book Zachariah Stitchin wrote. But yeah, that was part of his breakdown of it, was that the God in the Bible was evil. That he was actually an Anunnaki. Well, Duke, if you actually saw that, the first thing you should have done was like slip him a claw hammer so he could have kept it in his back pocket. Then he could have given it to one of his apostles to get him the fuck off the cross later. Like, that would have been nice of you. That was something that, you know, I always wondered about, like, oh, why aren't you guys getting him down? Like, did they leave like Roman guards there the whole time? Because you couldn't just get him off that thing. They got Conan off the tree of woe. Like, why would you leave him up there? Like, get him off that fucking tree, guys. Come on, let's go. Heap ho. Oh, well, if it had wheels, you know, that might have been that full tomfoolery. Damn it. Fucking around with these eyebrows and shit. Completely like janked his face. Now he got like all kinds of stains on him and stuff in his face. It's funny. It doesn't look like skin tone when I look at the camera, but looking at it, it does. It is actually skin tone now. Wreck that shit out. Fucking. Oh my god. So yeah, we haven't had like an actual religious argument in my chat in a long ass time. I wonder why that is. Well, Eugene, Sheree has all that kind of control in here, and I will tell you now, Sheree is real recognizes real, and legitimately, Sheree will let you go unless you are actually engaging in some kind of fucking behavior that is abhorrent to everybody, like any civilized person. That's the best way I can put that. Like, yeah, so never feel like oh shit, I don't know if I should say this because it might just say your always say your piece in here, Eugene. Be you. You know what I mean? And just enjoy it. Like that's just it. I probably won't pick up more people or that many more people because I don't I don't police my shit or play those games of, well, you know, this is the right way. No, there's 5,000 right ways. Everybody sees the world a little different from each other. If we all share our insight, then then maybe we can make the world a better place, or at least find understanding with each other. Yeah, I could see you doing that too, Duke. Like going into some new chat and just being like, "Hey, man, can you guys throw me right in the sin bin? Thank you." A fruit roll up. If you guys want to know the best joke that Smurf ever told me, it was this. What did have you ever heard of a reverse exorcism? I was like, a reverse exorcism? What the fuck's a reverse exorcism? Smurf's like, that's when the demon's screaming at the Catholic priest to get out of the child. Like, he had me dead for like a good 5 minutes with that one. I was just like, God damn. Like, that's fucked up. Damn, that black is so heavy. That black paint is just so heavy on those fucking eyebrows. I gotta keep using the flesh tone to fucking even them out too, because it goes on so heavy, like so thick and so heavy. He's got them Arlie Emery eyebrows. all got some funny ass. They like. Yeah, there always some funny jokes. Funny jokes. What what the hell just happened there? You guys see that spot on his fucking forehead? I don't know how that just happened because I don't have any active red paint. Like all of a sudden his forehead started. Did I cut my fucking finger or something? Like what? What is that? I didn't cut my hand. I don't know, Smurf. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I'm sitting there like I was using the flesh tone, and next thing I know, like all of a sudden it just went red. Like what? And like the undercoating is not red either. Like that was interesting to say the least. I don't know how that went red. I gotta thin down that fucking eyebrow. That shit is just, he's got some Ben Shapiro looking eyebrows. Like the Punisher Warzone Gaza edition. Like what the fuck? They're still too thick. Like all of a sudden, yeah, all of a sudden the Punisher grows arms and just shoots me right in the dick. Like, serves you right. That's for that fucking joke about the demon, the reverse exorcism. So, here's the thing. Does anybody in here care if Sheree and I talk about spoilers for the new Final Destination? Skullcat Punisher. Yeah, has he ever heard of tweezers? What the fuck? It's this eyebrow that's kind of fun. Well, actually, they're both a little funky. Although that is the size of his eyebrows on this fucking thing. Because, like, yeah, there's certain stuff in there that I like the way they put good old Candyman out the pasture on that. Like, it was a cool out for him for the entire series. So, the whole thing with the movie is that death, right? I'm sure everybody in here has seen at least one Final Destination movie. And the reason why it's called Final Destination Bloodline is because in the beginning, it's like in the 1960s, and they're at like almost like the Sky Needle restaurant that's going to open up. And of course, death strikes and everybody dies. Girl sees the plan ahead of time, saves everybody. The thing is, because she saved so many people, death had to take its time killing them off. So they started having kids and all this other stuff. But because those kids aren't supposed to exist, it's got to go through the bloodline of each person and wipe out their family. Good night, Eugene. Have a good one, man. We hope to see you next time. But yeah, so they needed to wipe out the entire fucking family, right? So, like, the one girl, the main star, her grandmother figured out that if she stays alive, it can't move on to her family. So she kind of locks herself away or what have you. And honestly, I thought that was one of the weaker deaths in it is when the grandmother finally buys the farm. But she ends up passing it off to the granddaughter, like this book, and it basically breaks down the entire bloodlines and all that stuff so that they can kind of track how death's going to move. And that was the interesting concept to me. Is like, yeah, if you were supposed to die in 1980, right? And somebody saved you, had a premonition, saw it, and avoided your death. You got married, you had kids, and all that shit. Well, technically, because death, it would go and wipe out your bloodline, wouldn't it? Like everybody that came after you, because they're not supposed to exist. That's an extra soul that isn't supposed to exist. But yeah, the one kid, the actor for him was way too old to be playing the kid that he was supposed to be playing. You know what I mean, Sheree? There's the one brother. So there's like the earliest version of the after the grandmother dies, it moves on to the main character's uncle's side of the bloodline. And he has 3 kids. He's got this one son, the oldest son, then a middle daughter, and then the young son. And the young son, yeah, he should have been like 16, 17 years old or like an actor playing him. And this dude had to be like in his mid 20s. And he looked like he was in his mid 20s. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, why you couldn't find some, teenage actor to play that? Like, you went with a 24-year-old? But yeah, when basically, and it's going to kill me that I can never remember the actor's name, but he was Candyman, and he's been in every one of the Final Destinations. They go to find the person that is after the grandmother, because he apparently was giving her insight on how death moves and everything. They go to a hospital, and it's basically like this little boy that she had saved. And that turns out to be the dude, the actor that's playing the Candyman or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I've got basically cancer and it's going to take me out, but not until after you guys are dead. Like, it's got to wipe out her bloodline first. Yeah, you're not wrong. That is one hell of a secret, Sheree. Definitely one hell of a secret. Shit, I gotta paint the back of his ear. It was just, but it was cool. Like, some of the kills were cool. The concept was cool, but it wasn't the best of them. Like, I still feel like the first Final Destination is still the best one. The first and the second were probably the best too. But the first one in particular, because the bus. The bus scene is the best part of any of the Final Destinations, because it happens so sudden, so fast, you're not expecting it. And this one, they had kind of like, it was like a funny death, I'm gonna say. But the one dude has piercings all over him, and the MRI machine goes crazy, and it like rips out his nose ring, his ear rings, basically his nipple rings. And then the next thing you know, all of a sudden he's like, oh my God. And like, it starts dragging him in, and he had his dick pierced. And it was like, it's dragging him by his dick. He's like, ah, like screaming, because I'm like, oh, that's what you get for having your dick pierced, dude. Yeah, I was fucking dead watching that, like just dying laughing. I was like, of all the fucking things. Because what can you do at that point? You're fucked. Like, he couldn't get his pants down and let it rip out, like rip his junk off. But yeah, it was It was a good popcorn flick. It just wasn't the best of all of them. And I don't know if you noticed this, Sheree, but when they're talking to Candyman, to the guy who played the Candyman, um, he mentioned the one girl. He's like, yeah, the one girl died, and that's how they got Death to skip or break the chain and skip her, because she died and then was brought back. The girl he mentions is the girl from the second one where they used the paddles and brought her back to life and broke the chain. Dude, yeah, so that's just that the MRI machine goes nuts and goes haywire, and it's pulling all the metal in and all that, kills the one guy, and his brother is like next to the machine or whatever. The nurse opens the door, and the candy machine, like a vending machine, one of the springs, you know how it screws and drops the candy, like it spins and drops the candy, it ripped out and hits him in the head and drills through his head and keeps spinning. And like as it's spinning, it just bored right through his head and split his whole head. And he just like falls into pieces. His head falls into pieces and he falls down dead. Fucking great. That was a great kill. Yeah, I'm honestly got to remember I sail the high seas when I watch my movies. So I was able to sit here and just like look it up because I was like, that girl, wasn't that the girl from the second one? And had to look up the girl's name. And sure enough, it was the girl from the second one. That's what he was talking about. He's like, yeah, there's one person that supposedly broke the chain and she died and they brought her back. But it wasn't terrible. I think the last one they did, the Final Destination they did before this one, the only good part about that one was when it turned out it was actually leading into the original airplane crash in Final Destination 1. That was like amazing. It was like, oh shit, we've been watching a prequel the whole fucking time. And then you start thinking about it. It's like, oh yeah, nobody's using cell phones. Nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing that. And it's like, oh yeah, that would fit in that time frame, wouldn't it? Allie Larder, yeah, yeah, I knew Allie Larder. She went to Cherry Hill High School. But dear Lord, I started out all full of piss and vinegar, and everything else. I knew this model should turn out like dog shit. I'm not gonna lie, because I painted it pissed off, and it is kind of shitty. It's kind of shitty. Not gonna lie. I'm supposed to go to the beach in the morning. Well, actually, scratch that. I will be going to the beach in the morning. So that's something to look forward to. But yeah, definitely started off with a pissed off stream and then it just turned into a stream, I think, guys. Didn't it? Yeah, you'll never beat the first one. There's an old horror comedy movie. Are you do you like horror movies at all, Sheree? But there's an old I'm not sure if you do or not, but there's an old comedy horror movie and I used to love this shit. Yeah, that's a good call on that too. I didn't feel like Biden had much time left either because his whole purpose has always been politics, and once you take that away, you take somebody's purpose away from them, regardless if they're good at it or not, it's game over. There's an old '90s horror movie. I want to say it was the '90s. or maybe even 2000, like early 2000s. It's called Idle Hands, and it's got Jessica Alba in it. I can't remember who the main dude is. And like he's super lazy and his hand gets possessed by a demon. And it's got Seth Green in it. But that movie is fucking hysterical. Like it's one of those forgotten movies, I swear to God. Like it got forgotten in time. But yeah, as far as Joe Biden goes, my thing is, I think he might have had cancer a lot longer than this, and they covered that shit up. I'm not going to lie. It would make sense to me if he had prostate cancer the entire time, and the plan was for him to go. If he hadn't flamed out at the debate, I bet you they would have put the full force of the machine behind him. So this way he got elected and then announced that he had prostate cancer, stepped down, and then Kamala took over. I mean, he's had aneurysms that we know that he had removed. Them releasing the Robert Hur report, that's interesting. I can't believe they actually released the audio. That was actually shocking to me that they released the audio. But then again, when you think about it, I don't know, this is kind of fucked up. So this goes, I'm going to put on a tinfoil hat for this. Joe Biden, since he left office, has talked about, hey, maybe I still have one more run left in me and all this other stuff. He went and gave a speech, right? We know that. Then all of a sudden, Jake Tapper's letting out a book talking about his mental decline and all that shit and giving away all these little secrets. And then all of a sudden, he has prostate cancer. Like, maybe they're setting him up. Like, I don't know. Something about it feels off to me. Almost like they released everything, her report, along with the Jake Tapper book, to convince him he can't run again. Because maybe he's trying to get back into the limelight. Like, I'm the only one who can, beat Trump, and I'll be the only one who can beat Trump's successor. But I think they're trying to kill off their old guard. I think they're trying to get rid of Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden. Like, I think the younger Democrats are trying to overthrow them and get rid of them. But it's weird, the timing on, like, you're going to release the Hur report at the same time they're talking about Joe Biden's mental decline. Just to, like, icing on the cake, like, here you go. You want proof positive that he was out of his fucking brain and wasn't actually running the White House? And I think that's what it is. I think it's an infight with the Democrats, and they're trying to eliminate anybody in the old guard. They're trying to get Hakeem Jeffries, where he's now stepping up and going to be the new Nancy Pelosi, like that kind of thing. AOC, Pete Booty Plug, all those guys are going to take over the party. But Joe Biden, being as stubborn as he is, they probably knew he had prostate cancer when he was in the White House, never told him. And now they're revealing it to kind of make sure he swan songs instead of trying to fight back or go for it again. You've got a clog in your heart, or actually it would be your aorta. Yeah, that would be an obstruction in your heart. They would go in there and do either a stent or, wouldn't it be a stent to get it out of there? But yeah, I don't know. Politics is all kinds of fucked up. And it's cool because Smurf's out in Illinois. And he's been telling me all about JB Pritzker and like all the shit going on with that fat sloppy fuck. If he even thinks he's going to run for president, they should be able to stomp him in the wine. And then if Gavin Newsom tries to run, they should be able to stomp him in the wine. They may just run AOC next time. Not going to lie. Like AOC Bernie. That may be why they're doing all the town halls and all that. That may be the way the party's headed. Is going full on like, well, we'll go with the socialists. It's going to be interesting the next presidential election, because no matter who goes, it's not going to be somebody that's already held office. It can't be Trump, for a third term, regardless of any of the trolling he's been doing. Can't be Biden, because Biden they're going to just immediately disqualify. So it's got to be somebody new. So who do the Democrats have to run? Gavin Newsom can't get fucking California in order. So he'll get crushed in any kind of debate, because all they got to do is point to California, the record, the wildfires, homeless, drugs, the whole 9 yards, and it's going to disqualify Gavin Newsom. JB Pritzker, like I said, the shit he's pulling out in Illinois, they fucking hate his guts. So that means that tells me that the Democrats would lose in an even bigger landslide if they run his fat ass. Yeah, I hear you, Duke. That's that crazy shit. That happened to a friend of mine. He wasn't feeling good. He goes to the doctor. They're like, yeah, three of the four main arteries going to your heart or whatever are clogged. Like the two of the arteries, one of the veins are like clogged to fuck. He had to have like triple bypass. It just out of the blue, and not very old either. I was like, God damn, dude. Shit's scary. But we're all on borrowed time. So it's not a very comforting thought, but it's the truth. And that's why take advantage of life while you got it. Enjoy it to as best you can. That's the only thing you really can do, is just enjoy your life, have fun with it. Don't let the little shit get to you as much. And just enjoy the time you have. And don't try and cheat death, because it gets messy. Just ask Sheree. She saw the movie too. Don't try and cheat death. It gets messy. Whatever doesn't kill you just makes you stranger. This fucking suit a little. I'm not really liking it. I'm not really feeling this. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't like his. I don't like how small the sculpt is on the face. Nah, may not like the. Just remember, if you end up in a wheelchair, and you decide to pick up a prostitute, tell her your Meals on Wheels and get to eating. Yeah, I don't know. That shit's got to be terrifying. Not as terrifying as the one guy my buddy worked with when he was a mechanic who dropped the transmission and it crushed the tip of his dick. And he said that dick, he's like, guy pulled it out and showed him, and the tip of his dick was completely flat. Like smashed it flat. He had to go to the hospital and everything. That's some crazy shit right there. Just imagine you walking around the rest of your days with your dick like a pancake. Damn it. Fucking paint. Yeah, I still can't believe I even painted today. I probably shouldn't have painted anything. I probably should have just turned on the mic and started talking shit. The only thing is, got to have something going in the background to distract me, otherwise gonna be all fucked up. Like I would be talking more nonsense than I am now. I'm just shocked that, like, you got, well, I'm not shocked about Smurf. Smurf's usually up at this hour. But I am shocked about everybody else hopping in. Like, I actually really appreciate everybody. Because I legitimately didn't think anybody would even, like, I'm popping a stream and I'm pissed off and might as well get some of this stuff off my chest. And I didn't figure anybody'd watch. I'm not going to lie. Not because you guys don't, come here and have fun or anything like that, but just because it was out of the blue and left field. And I usually schedule everything or let you guys know, yeah, regularly scheduled. Shit, Duke. What did you say, man? Like, why does YouTube do that shit? Pisses me off to no end. That's what I worried about when I was first wounded. Waiting 36 hours for help. Is my dick still there? It was, and just fine. Thank you. Yeah, well, I can imagine. Especially because you said that shit was like happened when you were what, 19? Man, that is something that you would check at 19 years old immediately. Not even checking your head for wounds, any shit like that. You just immediately go right to your dick. Oh God. Yeah, exactly. Like 19 years old, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. When I was younger, I knew two different people. One guy, he fucking, he said something like, because we all used to, he had one of his testicles removed because he had some kind of thing where there's like veins that go around the testicle, and the vein was too long or something on the one testicle, and they had to remove it and gave him like a glass ball. And we used to tease him all the time. I guess you could technically say we broke his ball, but yeah. And then the other dude, I'll never forget this shit. When we were kids, and I'm sure everybody's guilty of this one, you would set a ramp up out in the street. You would take like maybe 3 2x4s and the piece of plywood, and you'd stack up the 2x4s and then put the plywood on top of them. And we all were ramping off of it in the street, just jumping with the bike. And this kid went off of it, and as he went up in the air, his feet slipped off the pedals and he landed nut first right on the crossbar. Completely crushed that son of a bitch. He wasn't able to play for like 2 months. I don't know if they removed his testicle or not, but yeah, 2 months we didn't see him for. He smashed his nut so hard. Oh god damn, dude. That's gotta be. Were you at least in shock where you didn't feel it? Please tell me you were in shock. If you felt that shit the whole time, like that's terrifying. That's a level of pain that most people just tap out at. But if you were like, in shock and couldn't feel anything, like probably helped. Oh yeah, we used to do all kinds of crazy shit. We'd jump off. There was this. Never forget. There was this old bridge that you had this stream underneath of it, and it was deep enough. Like it was deep under the bridge where you could jump or whatever and be all right. But we had one time guy jumped off the bridge, and I guess he jumped too close to the pylon. Fucking folded his leg backwards. Had to get him to the hospital like immediately. Broke his fucking leg. I had my one buddy, honestly, craziest fucking accident. There's a place, the South Park Road. It was the South Park quarries where they would dig up like beach sand for pools and all that kind of shit and gravel or what have you. And they had these huge dirt mounds, and everybody used to go out there and ride like their dirt bikes. And I had this one buddy, and he's passed away now, God rest him. And I'll never forget. He we heard he was in ICU, and it was like, what the fuck happened? He was like, oh, he wrecked on his bike, and he was like, really, that dude? Because the whole thing was, when we were kids, we used to bet on how many telephone poles you could hold the wheelie for while you're riding your dirt bike, like pull a wheelie and all that. This kid would literally go probably about a mile because it was like a straight run. He would go like about a mile in that wheelie for those telephone poles. Like just never got in an accident with nothing. But finally, when he got home from the hospital, his whole face was different because he had crushed it. And he came over to my house, and we're sitting there, we're smoking a bong or whatever. He drops by, and I'm like, yo, you all right? Like, I heard what happened. And I was like, what exactly happened? What's the story? What do you remember? And so basically he's like, I was climbing up the hill on the bike like normal. And I was about halfway up, and I was going to do a tabletop off of it. And they were actually filming him with a camcorder when it happened. And he's about halfway up. The gas, he said, it went thick. So all of a sudden, like he pulled down on the throttle right when he needed it, and he got like he felt it drop out, like the power on it. So he pulled the throttle even harder, like, twisted his wrist, pulled the throttle even harder. And to get the rest of the way up the hill, he's like, well, I'm going to blow the jump, but at least I'll make it to the top without, back flipping down this fucking hill. And he's like, just as I'm getting to the top, all of a sudden the gas in the engine ran lean, and all of a sudden it was just like, ring! And next thing you know, he went flying way further than he meant to, went straight down, and as he went down, the crossbar that holds the handlebars on, he said the last thing he remembers is seeing that coming directly at his face through his helmet, like through the viewport in the helmet. And that's all he remembers. And then he remembers waking up in ICU, and it crushed his entire face. Like it shattered his nose, his jaw, his orbital sockets, both of them. Like he literally, it cracked his helmet in half. Like the whole front of his helmet was all shattered. Like he was lucky to get away alive, basically. But yeah, reconstructive surgery on his face, the whole 9 yards, had like screws and bolts in his face and everything. And then, God rest him, he passed away about 4 years ago from a stroke. Craziest part about that motherfucker, though, was So he wrecks that wreck happens and everything. And we're like, damn, you'll never ride a motorcycle again. Like, I'd be terrified to get on a bike. Yeah, that son of a bitch is riding wheelies. Like, as soon as he got home from the hospital, out on his dirt bike, riding fucking wheelies and doing tabletops and everything else with it. Just no fear. He was like, no, I'm not giving up something I love. That's just part of the risk. Damn. Yeah, I can imagine the shock though, Duke. Yeah, I used to ride like a little street bike. I've ridden dirt bikes or whatever. That was when I was younger. Now I live in a state where there's not even helmet laws. If I wanted to ride a bike, and I've jacked my back up so bad that I'd be afraid to ride a motorcycle because all it would take is like a little oopsie, and I'd be fucking done. I wouldn't be able to hold the weight. You know what I mean? So my riding days is way past me, and I was never as good or as crazy as those guys. Those guys were amazing with some of the shit tricks and stuff they do, backflips off those dirt mounds, everything. Like street bike, driving a street bike is it's a lot of fun. Especially you crack it wide open. Crack that bad boy wide open. Just I rode in a hurricane one time, believe it or not. Like it was crazy. The wind would you'd start in one lane and the wind would push you to the other lane, but there's like this open field, a place called Zimmerman Road, and like I just put her wide open and just rode into the wind, and it was fucking fun as shit. But when you're young, you take these like crazy ass risks. And then as you get older, looking back on it, well, fuck. Lucky I kind of survived that. I'm guessing that you, even though shit sucked, you were just grateful that, like, after your shit happened, like, no fear anymore. You know what I mean? Like, some people, it terrifies them even more, but you strike me as the type that it was just, you became fearless because of it. Like, you went and lived life a little extra hard because of that. All right, what am I going to do with these? I think I'm going to go to like a tan, not that tan, a light ass brown. Appledine, north of Amarillo. Amarillo, Texas, home of the Double Cross Ranch and the Funk family. Um, yeah, I can imagine. New Jersey, the Pine Barrens, like there's all kinds of deer trails and stuff like that you can shoot down. And one time I was shooting down a deer trail and I'll never forget it, but for some reason I saw it just at the last second because I wasn't supposed to be riding through where I was riding through, and at the very last second I see a like, oh shit, is that actually a wire? And I'm like, I dip my head and it knocked me square off the bike. If I had my posture up instead of leaning down when I did, it would have taken my head off my shoulders. It would have cut me right at the neck. But it hit me square in like the visor and knocked me backwards instead. I got lucky. And riding a street bike in New Jersey is no joke because the drivers are assholes. Like it's not like down south where everybody kind of looks like they hear the motorcycle. They're careful of it because they probably have family that rides too. Up north, they literally will try to put you in a ditch. If you're not careful. Like, just because they're assholes. Home of lots of bird poop. Amarillo, Texas. Yeah, anytime I hear that, that's all I think of is the Funks. Terry Funk and Dory Funk Jr. Damn it, I gotta stop pumping that thing. Dude, I don't know what's going on with you either, Smurf, because you said you didn't even go to work tonight, right? Because last I talked to you, that was your thing. You're like, yeah, I'll be going to work later, but I'm resetting my schedule or what have you. I passed out for 5 hours and woke the fuck back up, and then have ended up dealing with a very finding out the one kitten is definitely not making it. Like, so I fucking mentally dealing with all that shit and everything else. And I tried to relax, couldn't. Ended up telling the wife, like, I fucking had enough and was pissed off. So I turned this shit on. I was like, I'm going to stream tonight. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. I was like, I'm angry, but I might as well paint something, get my head a little clear and all that stuff. Like, I even tried playing games or whatever and couldn't focus. Like, I just was like, fuck, am I falling into a depression? What's going on here? And then I started to get really pissed off. So I turned on the camera, launched this fucking shit. And fortunately, people jumped in just to bullshit or whatever. Six was bored. He was like, yeah, dude, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, like he's just getting done, like, killing children at the Crystal Lake, Camp Crystal Lake, in his hockey mask. And Duke was like, man, I'm just coming down from that acid trip. Sheree was like, hey, you're my favorite white boy, so I'll take care of you. She came and hooked up the stream. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If you're listening to this stream, maybe you're listening to it so I bore you to sleep. You never know, man. You never know. But no, I really do appreciate everybody even just dropping in. Clear the old brain. Go the fuck off for a minute. Clean up this mouth. Your voice is quite soothing. Smurf said that to me when we were in the party the other night. He's like, every time you talk, whenever I talk, you're doing my voice. And I'm like, yeah, because that's how I hear it in my head. Like, I swear to God, one of these days I'm going to get Sheree to leave me a voice recording. So this way I have her voice in my brain. So whenever I read her whatever she chats, I can associate her voice with it. Like, I do that for Six, because Six has left a couple of different voice things. And I always like associate the voice he left with whatever he says. Duke, I can only half envision what he sounds like. But Danny Boss, same thing. You know, like anybody that I've heard your voice in real life, I associate it whenever I read in your voice. You got a soothing voice. You know, you should maybe work in a mental institution, calming down the retards. Just saying, you know, Gam, it might be a little side money for you there in the hustle. Oh, dear Lord. What do I want to do with old Punny's face here? I definitely want to go into, like... Your voice is soothing. It makes my hemorrhoids stay down swell. Try Gamadol. Gamadol for your hemorrhoids. It'll calm those aching bastards right down. I told Smurf that the other day. I was like, you ever have hemorrhoids? I was like, you know, that's something that your dad never told you about, was that guys get hemorrhoids, right? Like, pregnant women tell other women that shit, especially ones that have been pregnant. Like, you know, like, yeah, like the whole thing is with this belly and all that, you know, with a baby on board, you're going to get hemorrhoids. Dads don't tell their sons about fucking hemorrhoids, right? So you're sitting there, you're taking a dump, and all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, I'm 32 years old and just got my period. What the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is going on? Holy shit, something's wrong with me. I got ass cancer. I'm Joe Biden now. Dear Lord. This ain't good. You go to any doctor and they're just like looking at you like you got 6 heads. Like, what? What, you don't know what fucking hemorrhoids are, man? Like, no. No, I don't take it in the ass. What are you talking about, doc? I can't have hemorrhoids. Well, you got hemorrhoids, son. You got hemorrhoids. Like, doc, I don't understand. How come my innie's an outie? I don't get it. Oh, god damn it. Of course I'd do that. You got some Anusol. Preparation H. Feels good on the whole. How in the fuck do I get hemorrhoids? Nobody ever told me that was going to happen. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, you just like look at 12, like, holy shit, 32 years old, got my first period. What the fuck is this? What's going on? Doc, my ass is like, I don't understand. Feels like my innie became an outie. Just confuse the fuck out of yourself. I don't like the way that ear goes in like that. Mother trucker. I don't want to get in there with too heavy a. There we go. Thing for this side. You think that's what Johnny Cash was singing about? And it burns, 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 that ring of fire, that ring of fire. It burns when I make a number two. There's a little blood when I make a poo. And it burns, 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 that ring of fire, the ring of fire. It's from the Zappa version. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. I some of my musical taste, it's crazy. I've just listened to damn near everything. Well, everything up to a point. You quiz me on any kind of modern day music, I'd look at you like you got 18 heads. Like, what? Never heard of them. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, back in the day, Bob Seger said, today's music ain't got that same soul. I like that old time rock and roll. My God. If he knew what was coming up, like in the 2010s, 2020s, he didn't know how prophetic his words actually were. There's no soul in today's music. I swear to God, you might as well just have an AI doing it. Sleep Token has soul. Um, President? No, I have not. Who's it by? I mean, presidents of the United States, I've heard like, going to the country, gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Going to the country, gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Peaches come from a can. They were put there by a man in a factory downtown. And if I had my little way, I'd eat peaches every day. Some soaking bulges in the shade. No, no, I've never heard President. I'm guessing they're metal. I don't know if they're rock and roll. As sad as it is, rock and roll kind of went bye, like American Pie. It's almost like somebody drove their Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And some good old boys up there were drinking whiskey and rye, singing that'll be the day that they die. Dude, honestly, the video for that song for Peaches is fantastic because the very end of the video, they fight ninjas. Can't make that up. They legit fight ninjas. Oh, let's see. What color we got here? Yeah, that's gunmetal gray. I can use that. Millions of peaches, peaches for free. Millions of peaches, peaches for me. Look out! Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, they had a couple of them, including GAM's Throw Ups song. So GAM's Throw Up song, true story. We used to play Rock Band and Guitar Hero all the fucking time. And like with Rock Band, every time something would come out, I would buy the song. I am hammered drunk one night, and it's me, my buddy Guido. I want to say Bagum D might even have been there because we used to do Rock Band, like get-togethers or what have you. And I'm extra drunk on this occasion. I'm like actually pretty fucking hammered. And my buddy Guido's like, he's like, "Oh, are you like staggering drunk? Like, are we in that state?" And I'm like, "Yeah, kind of like nothing crazy, nothing over the top." He's like, "Yo, all right, I'm picking the next song. You got to play it though." I'm like, "Okay." He puts on Presidents of the United States Dune Buggy, right? Little Dune Buggy. And the way the song goes, it's like right? Little green dune buggy in the sand. And like, so I'm sitting there and I'm playing the guitar part. And as the song's warping like up, high, and low, all of a sudden my head starts spinning. And I'm like, give me a fucking, and like I didn't miss a note and threw up in the trash can next to me. And he's like, ha ha, it worked. He knew that it would throw my equilibrium off because I was hammered. She Likes Me for Me. I know that song. I've never seen the video for it. Now I got to watch the fucking video for it. She likes me for me. Yeah, I mean, whatever happened to the. Actually, to tell you the truth, that reminds me of that one song, 1985. I'm trying to remember the name of the fucking band. I can't remember the name of the band right now, but the song's called 1985. And it's like Debbie just hit the wall. She she she'll never have it all. One Prozac a day, husband's a CPA. Her dreams went out the door when she turned 24. Only been with one man. Whatever happened to her plan, she was going to be an actress. She was going to be a star. She was going to shake her ass on the hood of Whitesnake's car. Her yellow SUV is now the enemy. Emergence by Sleep Token is a banger. All right, I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. But, it's like the whole song is about this chick thinking back to the 1980s. And she's like, when did Motley Crue become classic rock? Shit like that. Whatever happened to sitcoms, CDs, or the radio? And bring back Bruce Springsteen, Madonna, way before Nirvana. There was U2 and Blondie, music still on MTV. Her two kids in high school tell her that she's uncool because she's preoccupied with 1985. But like the whole song is fucking fantastic. It's all like that. And I think the video had Tawny Katane in it for some reason. Yeah, it did. All right, so the gunmetal is actually reflecting, right? Disneyland by Dada. Bowling for Soup. There you go. That's it. They have another song called Almost that's fucking fantastic. I almost held up a grocery store. Well, I almost did 5 years and did 7 more because Yeah, I can tell. Like, they should only reflect when you go a certain way, so they're like fucking latches. Still don't know about the face. Dude, the motherfucker looks like Dave Meltzer for some reason. And I know you guys probably don't know who Dave Meltzer is, but definitely looks like him. Go back in with the pink a little bit, lighten it up. Actually, I should probably go to an even brighter peach type color for the skin to get the highlight out of him, but I wanted to dirty up his face a little bit. Maybe fix this eye a little too. It's coming out a little far. Dude, Duke, for some reason, I know that song. Like, I know you're typing it the way you're typing it in or whatever. For some reason, it sounds familiar. Anything in the suit at all? No, the suit's good. Hairline's good. Definitely thinned out those eyebrows a bit, which is helpful because that shit was like overridingly crazy for a minute there. Although I do want to kind of bring it down. So it's kind of, well, no, because it's supposed to be arched one way, right? Like it's supposed to be from the side. Paint the stand for this damn thing. What color should I do? What do you guys think? Do silver with a copper band, I guess. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I don't get up on time to go to the beach tomorrow, I'm blaming it all on Smurf. I'm gonna be like, yo, that's Smurf's fault. He had insomnia and made me talk to him all night. Yeah, you can absolutely drop a link on a radio station. Oh, I'm guessing you mean on Discord, or do you need to drop it here? If you need to drop it here, you got to partner up with Sheree. She'll tell you if you post it in the Discord, she might hammer it out if she didn't fall asleep on the keyboard. Bored as shit listening to this. Like, damn it, Gam. Don't ever do a Sunday again. Not without telling me first. I wasn't prepped. You're going to get Sheree's husband to kill me. Keeping his wife up late. The fuck's wrong with you? I take full responsibility. It was all me. Ah. I'm a big boy. I'll answer for it anyway. I'll get done this, pass out for like 2 hours, wake up, dig a hole, go to the beach. I don't. I'm starting to think Sheree might be a vampire. I mean, if she is, that's awesome. But I have this weird feeling she might be a vampire. She's always up. Doesn't matter what time of night it is. You know she works her ass off raising the kids and making lunches and all that other stuff and everything else she does during her daily life. And yet at night, here she is, rocking and rolling on different streams and nailing out all the chats. I mean, it's fine. I'm not gonna lie at all. There was a point in time where I was a vampire too. So was Matt, or so was Smurf. Smurf's definitely a vampire as well. Not gonna lie. Shit's so much better on graveyard shifts, all that kind of stuff. I actually like being a vampire better than walking around out in the day. Lord. You know what's sad? I didn't even have any like news to come in and give everybody. Because nothing in the world's really happened outside of Biden has ass cancer. Like that was it. That was the big breaking news for today. Everything else was all speculation. What the fuck? Like even the weekend was quiet. It's actually kind of odd. Got so used to 25 things happening in a news cycle in like every 3 hours. Then when nothing's happening, it's like, well, shit. Like, are you guys going to start inventing stuff again? Like all of a sudden, you know, the Russians own Donald Trump. Oh shit, Smurf. Oh, your ABL sub runs out today. Yeah, Duke. To your credit, unless you're chilling in the background and watching ABL, I have not seen you in that fucking chat at all. Like when I'm watching the replay or whatever and watching the chats go by, nothing. I see nothing from you. I'm like, damn, Duke just like, he was like, I ain't watching anymore. Fuck you, dude. And he was gone. There's so many people that are like, yeah, I'm done with ABL. I'm done with the subscription, or I'm done with Tim Pool. I'm done, you know, doing this with them or whatever. And then 2 days later, they're like, yeah, so I was watching Tim Pool the other day. It's like, really? You watched the whole show? Yeah, I watched the whole show. Oh, shit. No kidding. I'll just catch like highlights from different shit. But ABL, I'll still, like I said, always got to give Sheree her flowers, or I try to every stream she's on. I'm not one of them sensitive gay sparkle in the sunlight type vampire. I'm the come here, motherfucker, I'm gonna eat you kind of vampire. Ooh, that's fucking a funky sound. Yeah, Tim Pool, I can't, I refuse to watch. I just refuse to support him at all. But if somebody else is doing kind of like Tim Pool just took the total piss out of this person, like I'll watch the clip that person who's reporting on that shit. It's like, oh yeah, look at that. He sure enough did. Definitely talk shit to that guy. I actually can't believe. Definitely not my favorite of my paint jobs. Certain angles, it looks like. Just looks so. He looks like Dave fucking Meltzer. Yeah, exactly. It is usually, well, that isn't why I stopped watching him, though. I stopped watching him because he told me to stop watching him. Because I realized it was all a fucking grift. That's when I stopped watching him. When he too much fuckery. Like, I'm not a grifter. I don't grift. By the way, Civil War is going to be next week. Like, what? Everything's Civil War. Well, wouldn't you call this Civil War? Because, I mean, look, presidents using wartime powers. That's Civil War. And what happened before the last Civil War? Like, okay. Yeah, it's still not quite a Civil War yet, buddy. Like, well, yeah, but there was a MAGA supporter that got shot out in Portland. Okay. So you're telling me in a liberal-run city they shot a MAGA supporter? I'm so shocked. Was it in like Alabama? Like a bunch of guys showed up and killed a Trump supporter? Well, no, it was Antifa out in Oregon. Well, that would be more like Civil War if they're invading the other's territory. Instead, it was the reverse. If a bunch of MAGA supporters showed up and started clipping out Antifa, then in Oregon, okay, then I could see that as a civil war. You're invading their territory, but that's their territory. Dude, Ian, the only intelligent thing I've ever heard Ian say is when he's talking about graphene. I'm not going to lie, because he's actually not wrong. Right? But outside of that, any kind of insight he gives makes my head hurt. The one of the only people I really ever enjoyed when they had people on and all that, 110% was Phil Labonte from All That Remains. That dude had some pretty up the middle cool takes. He was pretty legit with his takes. Oh, fun. You fell over, buddy. You gonna stay? Yeah, look at that. Punisher. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Luke Rukowski or Rutkowski. Luke has his own show called We Are Change. And I don't know if that's better or worse. I haven't watched it. I'm sure it's probably better. Yeah, Luke actually has some pretty base takes. He's definitely anti-war, anti all that. Um, he gives some pretty good insight. I almost feel like I want to blood splatter this son of a bitch. Definitely think I should turn down the. Which one's that? Oh yeah. Drop light on this. I can. What do you guys think? Punisher punishing. How does he look? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking about doing like a little blood splatter. Around where he got his arms ripped off. I should paint like a Hulk and the Hulk's holding two arms out and just stand him next to the Punisher. he, he got punished. The Punisher. Well, Luke would be strange because he's from Poland, I believe. I think he grew up out in Poland or something like that. So he's kind of, English is like his third or fourth language. But yeah, I what almost made me stop watching Timcast or Timcast IRL back when I first started watching it was that fucking bitch Lydia. I could not stand her. I was like, just get her off the show. She was basically like Beavis to Tim's butthead, Rodney Dangerfield butthead. That's Tim, right? I'll tell you, Civil War. yeah, Civil War. Burn, ah. Yeah, Sour Patch Tits is more like it. She got all fat because Tim founded like a new girlfriend. She started like overeating. And everybody's like, is she pregnant? It was fucked up. Yeah, some of the crazy stuff. Yep. You're not wrong. Surge, I think it was that took over the sound after her. Yeah, she couldn't do her job right. She was a shitty producer, but she was banging Tim behind the scenes, behind her husband's back, and that's why he kept her on. Hell, even when he got the new girlfriend or whatever, the chick, I guess I don't know if he's married to her now, but he has a kid with. He flat out like had to keep her on because he didn't have an NDA with her. So she could have just come out and said like all kinds of shit. You don't shit where you eat, guys. You don't shit where you eat. Forgive my cursing. Oh, perish the thought, 6. She wanted to fuck Tim. She was fucking Tim, dude. No. So, okay, hold on. Stop the presses. So here's actually what happened. It was during the pandemic, when because you got to remember it was Adam Krigler, right? And they all lived in a house together in New Jersey, actually right outside Pennsauken, if not the edge of Pennsauken, New Jersey, which is right across the bridge from Philadelphia. Like they lived in that area, and Adam caught the two of them in bed together. The thing is that Tim wasn't married at that point. Tim was completely single. But Lydia was actually married to a guy, and the guy was overseas at the time. Like he was like a doctor or something. I can't remember what he was, but he was overseas, and she was banging Tim Pool. And then Adam quit the show. Well, Tim kind of fired him. He said it was either him or Lydia. Tim picked Lydia over him because he was banging her. So Adam was still living on like the quote unquote beanie compound because they had moved to Virginia at that point, or West Virginia. And Lydia, like Tim got the new girlfriend, the one that he's currently married. I don't know if he's married to her now or not, but has a kid with, right? He was dating that girl. And like Lydia would come up and like sit down and start rubbing his feet with his girlfriend, like right next to him and shit. And Tim's like, what the fuck? And yeah, like all that kind of shit. And then finally Tim lawyered up, got everybody in the house except for Adam Krigler to sign basically an NDA. Adam's like, yeah, I'm not signing that shit. I'm already fired technically, so I'm out. Fuck you, dude. Right? And got her to sign the NDA so this way it couldn't leak out. And then a year after Adam moved to, I don't know where he is. He's somewhere over in Europe with his wife, Misha. Adam Krigler did a stream almost like New Year's, like, and was just like, yeah, I think I'm just going to put this all to bed. I'm going to get it off my chest. And he told the entire story of what went down with Tim Pool and Lydia and him getting fired and everything else. Shit going, he didn't go into everything going on at the quote unquote Beanie complex because he didn't think it was right to expose anything else. He just basically stuff pertaining to him. Yeah, Sweden, I think it was. But yeah, dude, it was fantastic because you had the whole Elijah. Well, no, I can't remember if Elijah Blue scandal happened before that, but you definitely had the Jack Murphy scandal where Tim Pool really never addressed it, no matter how many super chats he got, all that kind of shit. He never addressed the Jack Murphy thing, because Jack Murphy had written an article about being a cuck and enjoying it. And then that came up. Then he went on Tim Pool's show and kind of defended the article and all that and kind of just dropped it. And then next thing that happened was somebody dug a little further and found him putting a dildo in his own ass on some like pay for like kind of a cheap version of OnlyFans, and like exposed him for being like a complete liar about, this is masculinity and this is what it looks like and stuff. Like, no, dude, real men don't shove things in their ass voluntarily while talking about college boys. Right. Murphy was cucking his wife out. You're not wrong. Yeah. And, but yeah, so then that came up and then Tim Pool removed him from all shows going forward from that. But Tim Pool never addressed it and everybody was pushing him on it, pushing him on it, pushing him on it. And then something else happened. There was another controversy besides Elijah Blue. Or Eliza Blue, rather. Something had happened. There was some other issue that had happened, and he didn't address that either. And then when Adam Krigler made his video explaining everything that happened behind the scenes, Tim Pool came out and did a video like the next day addressing the whole entire thing that Adam Krigler said. And it was like, yeah, see, like this one you couldn't avoid because he just exposed you. I'm not that guy. Still one of my favorite episodes ever. I need to grab a drink. God damn it. Yeah, still one of my favorite. R.A. the Rugged Man was the I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. And got up, and that was Tim Pool. I saw the fear in that man's eyes. Like he was afraid R.A. the Rugged Man was going to just whoop that ass right there. Yeah, I don't know what Elijah Blue. I don't fucking care. Oh yeah, Tim puckered hard. Whoa, man, calm down. What are you getting so up? The only one who was calm in that room when that shit happened, and I'm not gonna lie, go watch that shit back, right? Fucking Lydia egged that stuff on. If you go watch that clip and pay attention to what Lydia's saying in the background, R.A. the Rugged Man was getting pissed at Tim, but it was really Lydia needling him afterwards that got him super fucking pissed. That's what almost got Tim Pool beat up was Lydia. Because she was like kind of needling him on top of Pool interrogating him. I gotta get a drink, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll throw on an ad. Oh, god damn it.
rabbit's foot carried for luck, a pinch of salt tossed over the shoulder, a sense of foreboding at the sight of a black cat. Are they harmless superstitions or reminders of a darker time when the world was young? Nature seemed all-powerful, and humble charms were man's best protection against unknown evil. Enter the Enchanted World, a spellbinding series from Time Life Books that probes the forgotten origins of the world's strangest curiosities. In each lavishly illustrated volume, you'll move through storybook lands where the original endings to the tales of childhood weren't always happy ones. The Enchanted World takes you back to a time when restless apparitions drifted through darkened hallways.
Some ghosts were nothing more than cold spots on floors or shadows in corners. Others took human form.
A time when men who called themselves sorcerers used the tarot to prophesy the future.
The hanged man dangling from a gallows was a sign of life in suspension, while the death card indicated change.
And a time when malevolent creatures were thought to stalk the night in search of hapless victims.
Unwise was the wayfarer who journeyed by night, for in the shadows, greedy eyes glittered, claws curled, teeth clicked.
Begin your journey through the Enchanted World with Wizards and Witches. Examine it free for 10 days. If you keep it, other volumes will follow, one about every other month. Spells and bindings, ghosts, and water spirits. So enter the Enchanted World, where anything is possible, and a little luck never hurts.
To examine Wizards and Witches free for 10 days, just call 1-800-424-1400. Keep it and pay just $14.99 plus shipping and handling. Buy only the books you like. Cancel at any time. So act now. Call 1-800-424-1400. That's 1-800-424-1400.
Yes, so make sure you order your copy now, The Enchanted World. And you too can own Wizards and Witches, just like GAM. Yes, yes, The Enchanted World. Funny enough, I show that commercial, right? And I also show the other one. The other Time Life Books commercial of, Mysteries of the Unknown. I actually own, I own all the books. I own the entire series of both of them. The it's funny, the hardest book to find for the Enchanted World is actually a book called The Book of Christmas. Because back in the day, you used to be able to order them. And if you didn't like the book, you'd send it back. So everybody always sent back The Book of Christmas because it's boring, right? For the most part. And when we, as adults, we got the full set. Like I found them at a thrift store, a bunch of them. And then we slowly hunted down all the different books in the series. And The Book of Christmas was the last one we needed. And we could not find it anywhere. God damn. Talking for hours, it fucking just tears your throat out of you, which is crazy. Because if I'm sitting there and I'm on Xbox, like, what was it, Smurf, the other day? Smurf, I got done streaming on Thursday, and Smurf and I were up till like probably 8 o'clock my time, so I guess that's 7 o'clock his time. So for another 5 hours, we just sat there in an Xbox party bullshit. But yeah, all of a sudden it was like I just got choked up and couldn't breathe and couldn't talk, nothing. My butthole puckered. Should be a decent thumbnail, I would think. It's always fun catching up. I still can't believe I fucking launched a stream on a Sunday on a surprise. I had to fuck every one of you guys up. Like, what the hell is he doing? Oh. Fuck me. So, you guys got anything else good for me? Anything fun? I'd like to tell you what's going to happen on Thursday, but I won't know until Wednesday, like early Wednesday. I I was really expecting a bunch of shit to happen this weekend. Nothing happened. Just all's quiet on the Western Front, basically. I will tell you, I have found an interesting one. There's a guy, and I mean, I'm sure he's been out there for 1,000 years, and I'm finding him recently. And I mean, over the past year, I've been watching his videos off and on, but it's a guy called the Professor Rock. And he's actually done interviews with like old school rock and roll bands and their members and stuff. His videos are pretty good, pretty informative. Just got a notification. Discord? What's going on Discord? Oh no. 6. Okay, the bottom link is it. All right, I'll have to watch that. I just got that shit 6. Oh shit, Danny. You missed me fucking go the fuck out. God damn it. Of course you show up now, right? Yeah, I wasn't going to stream, but I just completely went the fuck off. I went off earlier because I was pissed off about a whole bunch of stuff, but definitely went into the whole story of Alien Stream and what happened and going back and reading through the whole chat log. You didn't tell me those fucking people were talking about eating dogs and cats and horses before the whole, or whatever the fuck it is, halal or whatever they were talking about. Well, he wasn't the complete reason, Sheree. I was actually really upset about the fucking kitten dying and, or, in the process of dying. It's just the more I thought about the injustice to Danny, the more mad I got. Like it was it's one of the bricks in the wall, I started probably 10:30 my time, so like 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago. But yeah, dude, like I was actually defending you because, like, I'm not gonna lie, you can get aggressive with your talk about the Christ Lord and all that stuff. But in this one, you were completely innocent. Like you didn't even say anything all that nasty or any of that shit in the beginning. And like I commend you, Danny, because you have taken GAM's catchphrase and you've applied it. And that catchphrase is, don't take shit from anyone. But yeah, I went through the entire story because I saw where you said, you Islamists, you were always like acting like you're the victims and all this other shit. and I was going to chime in, but you had jumped out of chat, and then the wife had me go with her on an errand run. So when I got back, you were like long gone, and it went to a different stream. I went through the whole fucking thing in the beginning of this stream. But it was crazy because Steve Kerfuffle was saying that apparently Alien yelled at him for some shit too. And then Eugene said the same fucking thing. It was like, what? Like, what the fuck is going on? And I don't understand why people were talking religion. But I will tell you this, Danny, you're 100% right. If you go back and watch and listen to what Alien's saying, he's not paying attention to the chat. So when he looked up and saw in the chat where you fucking laid him out with just facts, that's why you're like, oh yeah, I think he took their side, but I don't think he saw everything said. He didn't. He saw what you said to them, and that was it. Yeah, like it 110%. And I mean, like I said, that's where I defend Alien a little bit, is he didn't know the entire context of how that shit broke down. You have to really go back and read through the chat to break down what exactly the fuck happened. But yeah, good for you, dude. Stand your ground on that kind of shit. Don't take shit like that from anybody. It's still a free world. Well, ain't nothing for free in this world, but it's at least you're entitled to your own beliefs. I just think it's funny as hell you popped in now. What time is it over in the UK? Oh, and the other thing is, in this stream, you should see what Bina was saying. Bina was going to fuck off on your behalf. Like, she was actually agreeing with 90% of what you said. Yeah, 9 in the morning. Makes sense. And then this didn't show up in my little side chat, so I'll read it. Danny said, yeah, that's most likely what happened. I don't blame Alien at all. Those other two retards like to dominate and don't like other opinions. Yeah. So basically, what I was saying is, it was like Mean Girls. They thought they were like real cool or whatever. I love the part where they were like, well, there's more Muslims than there are Christians, so come on, let's go whenever you're ready. Like, kind of like threaten you. And I was like, what? Like, really? You're going to devolve to that? Like, seriously? I think you handled it well. And I like I said, bravo, man. Bravo. You get the slow golf clap on that one. You didn't take shit. And Sheree was like, if Sheree was like, yo, if I had been in that chat, I would have cut that bitch. That's what Sheree said. Allegedly. Sheree said something like to the extent of, I cut her so bad that she wish I no cut her so bad. No, dude, what I realized was, now I'm thinking about it. I think what she meant was there's more of us than there are of you, because she had her little friend group that was going to pocket for her. You know what I mean? But it was total bullshit. And then, yeah, you're right. It wasn't Alien. I don't know. Alien just wants to talk about alien things, and like everybody's bringing religion up. Apparently, there was another religious fight tonight. Eugene was saying he bailed out, so I don't know what happened with that one. I'm not getting involved in it. Like, I'm just done. I'm dealt out. No, well, that's just it. If you were being aggressive or something, I would have been like, Danny, you were a bit aggressive there, or like I would have called you on it. But you weren't. You were actually in the right. You weren't wrong, and the best part was you did one of the best things possible when you finally had enough, and you were like, okay, if it's going to go this route, I'm going to talk shit. You hit with actual facts from what's written in their book. You were like, like underage girls, like all this kind of shit. Like you nailed it. Like and that was the beautiful thing. You just knocked it the fuck out of the park. You hit that dick punch. And fucking Anunnaki. So Anunnaki, like I heard that you said the God of the Old Testament was evil, right? As far as the Anunnaki story is concerned. Is that true? Because if you said that shit and you said in the Anunnaki story that the God of the Old Testament is evil, you would be 100% correct, sir. Yeah, well, I mean, and you're not wrong. Like you weren't wrong in that in leaving at that point, Danny. Because yes, Alien was very uncomfortable. And he tried to diffuse it the best way he could. And he, like fair to him, he's neutral on religion. He wasn't. He didn't really want to talk about religion. He wanted to talk about aliens. Yeah, exactly. In the Anunnaki, like the person, you're correct. In the Anunnaki story, the supposedly the god of the Old Testament was actually an Anunnaki, and he was an evil god. That's correct. But that's in the context of the Anunnaki story. Yes, you're right. Shit, now it's blocking Anunnaki, whatever Anunnaki just said. People who don't know how to read the original Bible, which was written in Hebrew, have zero clue in the opening pages of the Genesis. It starts, right, equals gods. You are correct. Yes. Yes, you are not wrong. Yeah, you're correct. What you're saying is actually correct, Anunnaki. So I don't know who was arguing with you, but they didn't know what they were talking about on their counter argument. I will check out Sleep Token. I will definitely be checking that shit out. 6. Well, I mean, the whole thing is if you're getting into like Old Testament shit and all that, um, that's where the Book of Enoch comes in and all that stuff that was in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And that's like, that's outside of the story of Jesus, if I'm correct in saying this, right, Danny? Like the Old Testament and the New Testament is basically Jesus. The Old Testament is like all the older stories of like Noah and the flood and everything else, correct? Well, I mean, like I said, I keep an open mind with all of it. Um, people have the right to believe what they want to believe, but the whole thing is, as far as the argument over the actual Anunnaki story, you, like I said, you'd be in the right from everything I understand about the Anunnaki story, like the way it's told and all that. And did you actually like read that shit in Hebrew yourself, or did you read like Zachariah Stitchin, like his works? Because that's like Zachariah Stitchin was the main guy for the Anunnaki story. He was the main author that, like, you know, read all the learned, taught himself Hebrew and read everything and like translated it and all that kind of stuff. God damn, guys, my fucking lungs are shot. What the fuck? This is definitely one of those times when I wish I had a little bit of that green smoke that makes you like goofy. It'd probably make this show a lot more entertaining. Definitely get everybody cracking up. Wow, seriously, Anunnaki? That's actually fucking pretty cool and pretty interesting. Inu and Anu. Trinity, right? Right. Well, that I know you're monotheolithic in your beliefs, right? Like it's a monotheology where like you have main God and then walking God, but that's really his son, the walking God being Jesus or whatever, and the Holy Spirit and all that. I get that and everything else, but this is one of those things. It's what's interesting about the whole Anunnaki, like how he's saying Inu and Anu. It's a fucking great story, right? I can't prove anything's true or not true, right? And you know, I don't believe in religions, all that shit. I believe there's a God, don't believe in religions at all. But it's interesting because a lot of it ties into the Bible. A lot of it is in lost pages from the Bible, which is what the Dead Sea Scrolls are and all that stuff. But it was also thrown out of canon in the Bible for reasons, and nobody knows the reasons. Like, I think anybody who knows the reasons are probably fucking dead. And there's a lot of theories on those reasons. But it goes back to something I said not long ago where I was like, you know, if you look, you have a Greek pantheon. So you had Zeus, Hera, Apollo, all that stuff. You also had that you had that with the Romans, the Greeks, Hindus. There's like a whole the Norse, like all the Norse mythology and everything else like that. And you got to figure like people believed in that as their religion at one point in time too. And some of that converts over to like Catholicism or well, Christianity, stuff like this. So it's interesting because different people can everybody can believe in whatever the fuck they want. Like it just is what it is, you know. Um, and it's fair. Like it's fine. Everybody's fine. No fights, no arguments. You don't need to argue. Like you can just be like, okay, well, you know, if your God's the right God or gods, then you know, and the other person's worshiping a false idol in Christianity, that means they're going to hell, correct? You can try and save their soul, but you can't ultimately save their soul. And then maybe in the other person's religion, they have multiple gods or, believe something different, but they're going to say you're going to hell. And it is what it is. Just agree to disagree and move on and enjoy each other's company. But also listen to the stories each other are telling, because there's definitely some interesting stuff in the stories. Holy shit, Stranded, what's up? No, I started streaming on Sunday. And it just kind of bled into Monday. Because I was fucking flamed and pissed off about a whole bunch of stuff and fired up a stream and figured I'd use that anger and creative energy and put it into something. And granted, I'm not real happy with the paint job I did, but it was better than the alternative of just sitting here seething and being angry and doing something destructive with that energy. Dude, Anunnaki, that's actually like amazing, dude. That's actually really awesome. Because you did, and honestly, that makes a whole lot of damn sense, too. It really does. Okay. Right. Wes Huff breaks that down and everything else, right? That's cool. But again, interpretation, Danny. Everybody's allowed to have their own interpretation. Yeah, but the whole thing is, that's just it. If I can take my hate and get it out of me and just get it out of me through my words, because I mean, I went the fuck off like in the beginning of the stream, kind of. Because and I didn't go like full on, like screaming, yelling, hollering like a madman or anything. I just got my anger out of me and just express it in my words. And I said painted afterwards. And feel much better. I actually feel a lot better. And everybody say hello to Stranded too. She said hello to everybody, and only a couple of us said hi to her. It was great to see her. Like, I went from like back down to like 4 viewers and then doubled back out to 8. And it's like everybody that, it's fucked up. I mentioned Danny, I mentioned Anunnaki, and I mentioned Stranded earlier on in the stream too. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, but the whole thing is, then what were the Dead Sea Scrolls according to those guys? Like it's little things. It's little things, but the whole thing is, everybody's going to meet their God in their own way too, Danny. That's just it. Now, I had this thought, and I actually explained this. What if everybody's right about when they die? I don't think I've explained this to you guys. I think I told this theory to my wife for some reason. Never said this on stream. And yeah, you're 100% right, by the way, Stranded. Putting your anger and your dark energy into something positive, it's a good thing. It's a very good thing. It's a lot better than blasting a hole in the wall, like punching a hole in the wall, punching a stranger in the face, or doing something completely destructive to just get it out of you. Like, do something creative instead. It's good for the soul. Oh yeah, and Smurf. Hey, who the fuck is Standard? Why you say hi, Standard? Who the fuck is Standard there, Smurf? But yeah, I had this crazy ass fucking thought. You know how different people have different visions of heaven? Like, some people it's like a bunch of cherubs and playing harps in the clouds or whatever. Atheist, it's just, oh, well, it all goes black and goes to total darkness. Um, I don't know what transcendence is for different religions, but what if whatever you actually believe in your mind, your energy just locks into that place when you die? So, like, if you envision a heaven where you see all your friends again and everybody's together and everybody's like happy and enjoying life, maybe you lock into that memory forever. But if you think it's just going to be darkness or I'm going to hell and it's going to be all dark, evil, and fire, you're locked into that memory forever. Like, whatever the flash of your last memory is, it lasts basically to you in eternity. Almost like hitting pause on the TV at like a certain scene. Like, it's just, you're locked in that for the rest of eternity. Just a theory, just an idea, floated it out there. It's kind of a scary thought because, well, it's a good thought. It's a decent thought because if you think you're going to a better place and you're going to see everybody you love again, all your pets, all that, and that locks in your memory forever, that is kind of heaven, isn't it? Well, that was fucking. I better be careful with what I'm saying because that was fucking rather weird. My live chat on my tablet and everything, my tablet just flashed and the live chat shut down and everything on it. I gotta like restart the stream on my tablet. That was weird as all get out. Cool. That's actually an interesting way of looking at it, Anunnaki. Death is just another train station. Oh shit! And fucking Bagum D shows the fuck up. What are you just getting done work or just getting up to go to work? What the fuck, dude? Like, did my entire stream just like reset from last night, but with different people? Like four people stayed the same. Everybody else like reset. Like, what is going on? Like, I'm not, looking a gift horse in the mouth. That's epic. And I love you guys and thank you all for fucking being here. But like, that's insane. You know what, Anunnaki? I like that idea. Me personally, I like that because I've always said energy can't be created nor destroyed. You have enough power in your brain to power New York City. I think it's for like an hour or 3 hours. Like, when you die, everything goes into cellular death. All that energy just disappears. So technically, you could call that energy a soul. And if you have a soul, then it's got to go somewhere since energy can't be created nor destroyed. That energy goes somewhere. But where the fuck does that energy go? And what you just said kind of lines up exactly with what I've always said is that makes sense to me. It's crossing science based explanation along with actual afterlife. You noticed it didn't come through. Well, that's YouTube completely censoring whatever you said, Stranded. If you don't see it on the like little side window by the Punisher, then whatever you said, YouTube has blocked it where even the creator can't see what you've said. You know what I mean? Dude, I was all fired up, pissed, full of piss and vinegar, D. And instead of doing something angry, I went and painted Punisher. So I fired up the stream and just blew off steam on it and everything else on Sunday. And then it just bled into Monday. Lighten up, Francis. Danny, it's not worth even getting aggressive over, though. Like, that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, if you think he's wrong, right? Wes Huff does it hurt you? It's not you blaspheming your God, correct? So how does it affect you if he believes that? Yeah. I'm not saying your ancestors are stupid either. But yeah, you got to. So the whole thing is, Danny, you got to remember, you're talking to a person, right? An Anunnaki was born in Iraq, but isn't a Muslim. I think you're wrong, Danny. We don't leave it up to experts to translate anymore. We leave it up to Google Translate. That's how shit gets done nowadays. And to be honest with you, Danny, he's kind of right. It is stepped up. Now, granted, well, it's the same thing with I was watching Zahi Hawass on Rogan, and he was explaining like pyramid building. He's like, people are saying you can't move like these 20-ton sarcophagus and all this. He goes, I did it with 10 workers, and like their old method of doing it because it's been passed down by their ancestors to them. Now, I'd like to see that personally. I'd like to see how these old workers do it. But he was explaining they used 2 sticks and then they moved the lid and then put it on a log and then like the log standing up and they slowly slide it. It was interesting, but eye-opening at the same time. And he's like, and that was like a 10-ton slab or whatever. And he's like, and it was 2 guys moving the fucking thing. Hey, Stranded, thank you for dropping in. That's awesome. You saw me on when you woke up and dropped in. Appreciate you. Please have a good day at work, good week. I'll see you on Thursday. I mean, Danny, like that could be a project for you. Study Hebrew and read it yourself. Like become an expert. If you're really into this shit, like you're that into it, become the expert on it. Become the next Wes Huff. It'll be like Danny Boss Huff or something like that. You can change your name to or some shit. I don't know. But, like become an expert on it. If you really want to know about it, like, yeah, in a way, he's not wrong. I don't know if I'm right or if I'm wrong. It's not my argument. I'm just saying, like, he's also not wrong because, yeah, I can't read it either. I can't read Hebrew. I can read English, and then I've been working on this. Read Japanese today. I've been learning how to read the old kanjis and learning how to speak Japanese myself. Like Dude, always be learning. Keep your mind open. Let it flow. Be creative. Learn. Hey, Smurf, you ain't going nowhere, you honky. If you want to send over an audio, you're more than welcome to. I mean, I'm not long for this world anyway. It's 4:31 in the morning. My poor dog thinks like I'm on crack or something. He's like, "What the fuck, dude? We were supposed to go to bed hours ago." Oh, Anunnaki said something. Let's see what Anunnaki said. Oh, yes. He said Gregory is at 13 of 1580s murdered over 350 million people worldwide to submit the world under the authority through his calendar. Did you know that? I didn't know that. That's pretty interesting. I do know that I can get a good look at a T-bone steak by putting my head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it. I don't know what movie is that from, guys? Oh, if the whole thing is whatever's locked in your mind when you die is the last that's your heaven or whatever. Just imagine the motherfucker who died thinking he went to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Like that guy's got to be one of the happiest people out there in the universe. And Danny, if you are hopping out, make sure you go back to the beginning of the stream and listen to it because you'll be like, what the fuck? It'll catch you off guard. I just can't believe it's this late. Yeah, I've heard that. It's not really the year 2025 and the calendar we follow is off, but I've never researched it. So I don't completely know. I know we do follow a Gregorian calendar, right? And that's why everybody follows the calendars because he killed 350 million people. But shit, that would be I don't know how many people there were in the world at that point in time. I know Attila the Hun killed like a third of the population on Earth though, conquering everything. I think it was a third of the people on Earth. The only thing I will tell Danny though is be careful listening to experts. Remember, experts said that Trump was colluding with Russia and that COVID came from a bat in a wet market, not a lab in Wuhan. So you got to be careful with experts. Become the expert yourself, is what I'm saying. Do your studies, come to your conclusions. Using others as reference material is good, but also study it yourself and come to your conclusions on your own. Remember, it's about the journey sometimes, not the end result. but I'm always like open-minded. Except for when it comes to Smurf. I'm pretty close-minded there. That's only because the Frozen North hasn't landed for Valheim yet. Oh, 4:36 in the goddamn morning. Probably gonna finish my cigarette, guys, and fucking hit the rack. Yeah, well, you're not wrong, Anunnaki. There's always experts in everything. Like everybody, I can tell you, I am an expert in damn near nothing. Absolutely nothing. Actually, I don't know if I can say that. There's a couple things I've got some expertise on, but nothing in the realm of religion or anything. More like history of video gaming and, you know, fastest way to end an argument. You know, and the fastest way to end an argument is just not to have one. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm a jack of all trades and master of a few. But it's also through experience and all that kind of bullshit. Like putting in time on something, like a lot of time, and studying and learning through trial and error, really. Like I said, sometimes it's all about the journey and not the end result. Fuck. Shrey, you're still awake and hanging in there at 4:39 in the morning? God damn. God bless you. Shout out to Shrey, greatest mod on these interwebs. I'm sorry for, like popping this whole damn stream on you, Shrey. I have not made a Spawn character yet. Although, if I could find a good version of Clown, I probably would do it. Like, I'd print it out and do it. I think Clown would be a real fun one to do. Not Violator, but when he's still Clown. I do think it's funny, though, because without Todd McFarlane, I guess comic books I got a little bit of expertise in. But yeah, without Todd McFarlane coming in and drawing Spider-Man when he did, we wouldn't get the oversized eyes that like kind of blink with Spider-Man, like shrink down and go back to big. Good night, Sheree. You are the greatest mods on these internets, and I will be back on Thursday, of course. Thank you so much for hanging in there. I'm gonna be hopping off here in a minute myself. It's been a long one. Send a couple? Okay. I can blow them out. I'll blow them out now, Danny. And by the way, Danny, I hope you don't think we're like attacking you for your religion either, buddy. That's not the point. But I swear to God, one of these days, what is it, Noman? I would like to get one of those, a rabbi and a priest. And like, I'd have to take them to a bar just for the joke to work, but do like a podcast with the three of them and have them debate. That would be amazing. Like a Wes Huff, maybe, or like different experts, and have them all debate their religion and just see what interesting shit comes out of it. Anunnaki, have a great one, man. Thank you for dropping in. Appreciate you. And get some rest, brother. Like I said, I'm not long for this world either. Okay. Danny's messages. I don't like Billy Carson at all. I do. Danny, you know how I feel about Billy Carson. I think he perverts things and exploits them to make money. Basically, he's an asshole. I think Anunnaki already took it down.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right,
try to
good,
be really
Danny.
quick. Yeah, as for all the translations, Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic, all this stuff.
Yeah, I didn't think
it's difficult because, you know, it's all I can say is...
Hold on, Danny. I'm going to pause your message real quick. So, yeah, Anunnaki is talking legitimately like he learned from the actual clay tablets, like not translated for him. He read them. That's what he's telling you. Yeah, he's not a similar Anunnaki believer like him, though, because Billy Carson cites things like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, for example, which honestly has been debunked and isn't even a real fucking story. It was a made up tale by a guy who, quote unquote, saw some tablets, but like I said, when he was pressed for evidence, never presented them. Shit like that. Like, I can debunk fucking Billy Carson. It's not hard. Zachariah Stitchin got some stuff wrong, but like Anunnaki said, he didn't learn his shit from Zachariah Stitchin either. He learned it by reading tablets himself. So again, I'm going back to the whole argument. It's really down to one's interpretation. I don't know who made the tablets, but I can tell you the Emerald Tablet of Thoth is a complete fiction, dude. So Billy Carson right there, that's already, he's basing half of his argument on Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And when you do something, when you base your something on a falsity, a provable falsity, you've already lost your argument. You know what I mean? And to be honest with you, anybody could have. It's the same thing with, have you ever heard of the Philosopher's Stone, Danny? Like the creation of a Philosopher's Stone. Let me pop that back up. So the Philosopher's Stone supposedly is made from urine. Call it your essence or whatever. And then there's like a whole procedure, and it takes a couple years to do, but it's supposed to give you immortality eventually. And there's actually an instruction booklet and translations and all that. It is just bullshit. Like, you're ended up poisoning yourself if you try making this fucking thing. It's going to make you sick. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but like, honestly, that's one of those things where, so the whole thing is you don't ever want a straw man argument, right? You want to steel man your argument if you are going to debate. And Anunnaki, like with him, he's somebody that might actually be able to help you steelman your argument, and maybe you'll help steelman his. Look at it, collaborations with each other. And like, you may not accept what he wants to teach, and he may not want to accept what you want to teach. But if you collaborate together, you might find better understanding between each other. And that is a good approach. You believe what you believe. Yeah, the Akkadians, Sumerians. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's still, Danny, there's still tablets out there that I'm interested in seeing what else they unearth, because they found a treasure trove, but only some of them got translated so far, or were able to be pieced back together, because a lot of them over time have degraded and broken and stuff. So it's one of those interesting ones that's outside the box, and it doesn't disprove your religion. Actually, if anything, it proves a good chunk of your religion in those tablets. Like, it agrees with the Bible in a lot of it. It's one of those interesting outside of religion things that I found fascinating when they found them. But yeah, that's a lot of that's Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that. It's like I said, religion's religion. You believe what you believe. Everybody's allowed to believe what they believe. But anyway, let me go back to what Danny was saying.
All the biblical scholars, all the experts, all the people who've translated over the centuries. Now, this is when you get the Muslims and people say, "Oh, the Bible's been corrupted." Now, if you really know what he was talking about, when they say corrupted, they just mean because it's been translated over the centuries, and that's why it's been corrupted. Yes, it's been translated, but it doesn't mean the message has been changed. It's been translated for the world to be able to read and to hear God's words. It's just that simple. The message is still exactly the same. It's just that simple. I mean, because again, if Muslims knew anything we're talking about, the Quran's been translated multiple times. There's been over 11. There was over 11 or 12 Qurans, but a lot of them were burned and destroyed, and they only kept one of them. So again, we can just play the same game about what's been translated and all this stuff. The message is still the same. The experts and the people who do these translations know what they're doing. You have a lot of evidence. I mean, the New Covenant absolutely concrete in translation. I mean, look, you just have to go and like having this back and forth isn't really going to prove anything, obviously.
Damn, I got to raise the volume on this.
Research. I've listened to the people who know what they're talking about. And as for the whole Catholic Church slaughtering loads of people, first off, can we just where does it say in the Holy Bible to go and slaughter innocent people? Is acceptable? Where does it say that? And how did the Catholic Church start?
Actually, it does tell them to go conquer cities, Danny.
Now, when the Catholic Church went and did the whole conquering and spreading the message through force and killing innocent people, what you think I'm going to defend that? Where does it back that with the scripture? Give me in the Holy Bible where it says it's okay to go and spread your word through violence and intimidation.
You're not wrong.
That's not Christianity.
Not wrong.
I don't necessarily agree with Catholicism. I don't really consider myself a certain sect of Christianity. I'm just a Christian. I read the Holy Bible. I follow the Holy Bible, and and if you want to talk about that, well, Islam. What happened when Islam was doing their conquest and their conquering? Started off in Arabia, went around to the Middle East, spread Islam through force, persecuted Christians and the Jews along the way, turned them into dhimmis, or if you didn't want to pay the jizya, they'd slaughter you. So how about that? How about all the hundreds of millions of people they slaughtered through their belief? And you can back it up with their scripture. You can't back it up with Christian scripture. So when someone does evil in the name of Christianity, or they do any type of evil act, you can't back it up with scripture. You can't say, oh, they did this because of this in the book. You can't. You can with Islam though. So so don't act like
Danny,
you know
he doesn't believe in
Christians are
Islam.
persecuting Iraqis and all this stuff, and Iraqi has fallen, and Iraq has fallen because of Christians. No, it has not.
No,
And if you don't like Christianity, mate, if you don't like what it's built in the West, and get out of the West, go back to Iraq, or go back to Arabia, or go back to wherever the fuck you come from. It's that simple. Yeah, Christendom built the West for what it is today.
But he doesn't believe
They're
in.
falling into
He doesn't believe in Islam.
And look how the West has fallen. We need Christianity back in the West. It's that simple, mate.
Yeah, well, you're definitely in don't take shit from anybody mode, and I can appreciate that, and that's a good thing. However, he doesn't believe in Islam. That's the one mistake he's not arguing Muslim religion. He doesn't. He fled. He told us his story. He actually fled because he was being persecuted by Muslims. Yeah, see, like Danny, that's you've made a mistake, my friend. He's not. He does not like Islam, like at all. He's the exact opposite. Yeah, he told us his story when he first subscribed, and like honestly, it's a good story. Like it's not a nice story, but it's a good story. You know, like he left where his homeland because he was being persecuted, because he wouldn't conform, because he wouldn't change over to that religion. So in that, Danny, you guys kind of have a lot in common. I know, and I understand where you're at with that, and I understand why. And honestly, in the beginning of my stream, you hear it come out of my mouth. Like I'm like, you know, like Danny could have called that girl this, that, and the other thing, and like kind of listed some things. I was like, and he didn't say any of that shit. Like he wasn't nasty. But yeah, he dislikes Islam very much. It's one of those things. But he doesn't have to convert to a different religion either. He can have his own religion. It's fine. Actually, to tell you the truth, that's why he left his homeland, was because he wouldn't convert to a different religion. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's actually like a pretty harrowing story when you really break that shit down. And like but that's the other thing too. Remember, when you're preaching Christianity, I think one of the values or the tenets of it is understanding, patience, and compassion, isn't it? So I don't think a lot of what you said there was, I don't think you're wrong in anything you said. I'm not going to lie. And I understand your point of view, and I understand why you have your point of view. But like I said, I think you and Anunnaki would agree on quite a bit. There's quite a bit, and he could, like I said, collaborate. You may not see everything the same as far as like your religious beliefs are, but the stuff that you guys oppose and despise, you're probably on the same fucking page, brother. Fair enough. I'll check it now, Danny. But yeah, that's what I'm saying is look for your similarities, not your differences. That's just one of those things. Look for your similarities, not your differences. And you guys might find you agree on 90% of things and disagree on 10% of things. But one of the things I guarantee you both agree on is that I think if Anunnaki had been in that chat when that chick pulled what she pulled with you the other day, Anunnaki would have grabbed your back. I can almost 100% guarantee it.
I wasn't making a mistake. I wasn't saying he's an Islamist or he's a Muslim or blah blah blah. I know because he mentioned it earlier that he's not a Muslim. So just by him even saying calling himself an Anunnaki, I know he's not a Muslim. I was mentioning it because he brought up the whole stuff with Catholicism, slaughtering loads of people, whatever. So I was just mentioning the difference.
Historical,
again,
they did.
If the old covenant, you probably in the old covenant you probably could bring up loads of stories that are about war and all this bad stuff, but they're actually historical events. They're things that happened.
Right, they're
Jesus
historical.
come along with the new covenant. You can't back up anything in the new covenant to say Jesus says you can go spread the name of Christianity through violence, through conquering, through persecuting. That's basically my point, Gam. I'm not accusing Anunnaki of being a Muslim or anything like that. So just please, that's the correction.
Okay, yeah, that's fair, and that is a fair correction. But that's just it. I think he's presenting this, and you just agreed, like you agreed with him right there, that it's historical fact. That's just what happened. It's the same way you can talk about, and you know this because you're Spanish, right? Spanish Inquisition. What happened, right? Doesn't mean the Bible told them to go do that. They went and did that because that was man interpreting the Bible and enacting its will, using the Bible as either an excuse or, misinterpreting the teachings. That's all.
Yeah, and Gam, look, I mean, I know maybe the way I say things sometimes it might seem like it comes across like I'm being angry or whatever, but
it's bad to translate from text.
What you guys maybe perceive me as that. It's just the way I speak, and
yes, you're right about the golden power.
It's difficult typing messages back and forth, trying to talk about tablets and translations and all this stuff. Like it's impossible to get any kind of message across, really, unless we actually see each other
you're not wrong,
and we can actually hash it out and go through some stuff. So honestly, Gam, I'm not got no ill will against anyone. I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just giving my perspective. So is Anunnaki. I mean, I don't know why people think it's heat. Not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand, Danny. And like that's just that. Like I don't think. Like the whole problem is when people speak to each other and have conversations and stuff, it gets lost in translation and text sometimes because you can't tell the inflections in somebody's voice. You can't tell if there's ill intent. You know what I mean? When somebody's speaking, if they're talking to you through gritted teeth and there's an intent there. I don't think you have ill intent. I don't. I do, like now the other day, that argument you got into on the other stream, there was ill intent. And not from you, from the other party. It took a while before you came back and like actually threw that 1-2 punch. You liking it, D? Yeah, like I said, Danny's pretty on top of his game. He's starting his journey into Christianity, and he's proud of it, and he's excited about it. So he likes talking about it, and I don't mind that. You know how I am, D. Like D and I have known each other for many years. He's my brother. I love him. And D knows how I am, especially when it comes to younger guys. Like I'm an old fucking man. I'm like 50, pushing 50. I'll be 50 in a couple months, right? And but exploring and learning and creating a journey and having a conversation back and forth about it. Where what I'm happy about both of you guys right now, Anunnaki and Danny Boss, you guys aren't throwing ad hominem attacks, calling each other fucking names, none of this fucking bullshit. You're legit having a conversation, and even though it's a bitch because you're typing and you can't talk to one another, you guys are being real, you're being honest, you're being raw, and you're actually both bringing up pretty damn solid points, in my opinion. And like, that's an awesome thing. That's what we need. No, Anunnaki, that's just it. Oh, who was attacking him? I don't know what the girl's name was, but there was two girls in Aliens chat that were Muslim. Danny said something because they mentioned Halil. Is that how you say it? I don't know if that's how you say it. But the one girl was like something like, she typed in something like, screw anybody who doesn't like Halil, it's delicious. And Danny said something to her, and she called him a Nazi. Like immediately. Like called him well, first she called him a fascist, then she called him a Nazi, and then just like kept like leaning into him, like attacking him. And she was like, you know, there's more Muslims than there are Christians, and come on, bring it on, and all this kind of shit to him. Like, it was fucking ugly. Alien caught the end where Danny kind of slammed her on Islamist beliefs. Like, really, like, put the boots to her, too, because he just told nothing but truth. And Alien caught that part of it, didn't see the rest of the conversation, and kind of took her side in it. That's fine. You can, Danny. I'll play it. The alien gods and aliens chat. Yeah. Fair. Well, this wasn't the whole stream, D. Like the stream was actually like me explaining everything that happened from my point of view and my perspective, and kind of defending Danny. Cause like, yo, so I thought I made this point earlier, D, and see if you agree with me. We all know what the N word is when somebody throws an N word at a black man, right? What's the N word for a white man? Well, that N word is now Nazi. Yes, Anunnaki, that word. Yeah, Anunnaki. That's his stream. He handles it his way. But I deal with it when I get a troll in here. The last two trolls I've had in my streams have left me likes and subscribed to my channel and stopped trolling me immediately because I meet them head on. But yeah, it was a whole thing. Like, it actually really pissed me off, Dave, because like I said, Danny comes across, like, when you read his text sometimes when he's chatting, it feels like he's getting aggressive about his religion, and it's not. It's passion that's in a way mistranslated sometimes, but you can see it in there if you actually know the guy, you know what I mean, and listen to what he's saying. And he's on his journey. That's the best way I can put it. Like I said, I got no religion. I believe in God. That's it. No religion, right? But because the shit is, though, that he's on his journey, and like this girl, like, she laid into him, and it was like so unfair. And the way she approached it, she didn't approach it like an adult conversation and an argument. You know, she treated it like she was 16 years old and you're on the fucking playground talking shit to another person that's standing in front of you. Like, it was fucked up. Like the whole thing was kind of out of control. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit. But yeah, the whole stream wasn't on religion and all that stuff. No, it started off with a whole bunch of. We went through all kinds of different subjects. It's just like honestly, you came in on the part where Danny just got here too, Anunnaki just got here, and you just got here, and it like switched over to a kind of a religious discussion, but an interesting one. It's really interesting. Like I said, Anunnaki told us his story the last time he was here, and I was happy he did because it's a fucking really good story, and like it's true. Like there's no bullshit in it. You know, it's a raw, true story of what happened to him. And then going into this, it's even more interesting because, like he said, he's talking about his ancestors' religion and stuff like that. Danny's kind of talking about his ancestors' religion too when you really break shit down. So, like I said, you probably got 90% in common, 10% different, and you can either get hung up on the 10% different, or you can enjoy the fact that you both agree with 90%. Yes, and you're 100% right, D. Yeah, you can. You can see passion over aggression. Yes. Yeah, Danny, I'm going to check it right now, bud. And also, like, I hope you're enjoying the way I'm handling this a little better than other people have in the past. Because some people get real, oh my God, oh no, I don't want fighting and all that. Like, no, you guys are having a discussion. And it's like I said, it's probably a fruitful discussion. You just, when you really break it down and replay it in your head, it's actually a fruitful discussion.
Wait, are me and Anunnaki like best friends now? Funny. Yeah, so I'll just be trying to be really short. I don't want to take over the stream. You know what I mean?
You're fine. You can take over the stream all you want.
I popped into Alien's chat, and just like I do for a while, I pop in, say hi, have a little laugh, bit of banter. I don't ever bring up religion anymore, or even politics. Really, I mean, only unless I just try to go with the flow of what the topic is about. I used to kind of be a bit like that. I got a bit too much. It was wrong. I shouldn't, you know what I mean? I should only bring up if people are discussing it. If people are going to be chill about it, then fair enough. So anyway, I just caught someone in the chat saying, I can't remember word for word, but something to do with halal meat, saying whoever doesn't like halal meat is mad, or it's it's delicious. Just so I was just like, oh cool. So I just gave my quick opinion on it, saying, yeah, cool man. If you want to eat halal meat, go back to Arabia. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe that was a bit too much. But that's just how I felt. That's how I feel. And obviously, they didn't like that. They got triggered by that, thinking I was being racist, I'm a fascist, I'm a Nazi. How dare I say Muslims go back to Arabia, where they originated from, where the Prophet lived? How dare I say that, right? And then, yeah, we just kind of had a back and forth. I basically just said some stuff about Islam. They obviously didn't like it. And Alien caught it like all the way down, thinking, oh, here we go. Here Danny goes again talking about Islam. I'm upsetting everyone in the chat. Obviously, he didn't realize that I was just jumping on, just giving my opinion what I'm telling off to say. And it's just funny. I mean, I don't mind actually debating Islam. If we can actually have a respectful conversation, you can talk about Christianity, I can talk about Islam. We can have a back and forth. But again, just to call someone a fascist, Nazi, scum, and there's more of us than there's more of you. It's kind of funny because during the Christian Crusades there was a lot more Islamists than Crusaders, and we still wiped them out. And as for my experience in London, what's really pisses me off is there's pretty much halal restaurants everywhere now, and they're taking over Chinese restaurants, Caribbean restaurants, you name it. They're pretty much there's halal meat in everything now, even in our KFC restaurants.
I think halal meat is obviously the people have to buy from halal sources now, halal slaughterhouses, and just go and look up how they treat animals in halal slaughterhouses. You'll be disgusted. There was even a halal slaughterhouse in Liverpool recently. I think they got shut down. There was a big investigation into it, and that's besides the point. The point is, this is Great Britain. Yeah, this is England. We have our own British farming, the way we treat animals. Now we could probably get into a whole debate about that. Of there's some farms in the UK that mistreat the animals and the pigs and stuff, and how we kill them. That's totally wrong, and I agree. So that's a side issue. But again, they're not eating British food in Arabia, in the Middle East, they're not eating Christian foods. If you know what I mean, they're having it their way. But yeah, over here we have to have it their way as well. They take over all the restaurants. They don't allow any pork products in the restaurant, no alcohol. So it's their way or the highway, and it's wrong. Why are they allowed to take over all of our restaurants and turn everything to allow meat? You're now discriminating against the Christians and the Jews. So how is that fair? I believe that this is Great Britain and we should be doing things our way. And in Arabia, they should be doing things their way. That's fair enough, isn't it?
Yep. Damn spot on, Danny. Like and you're fully entitled to that. One part that Anunnaki said, and I don't know if this came up for you guys because it didn't come up on mine, but he added Bagam D, and he said because most are sheeple and follow their wolves in sheep's clothing leaders who brainwash them into believing their BS lies about others. And then I think everything else he said came up on screen. But yeah, he started off with that. And you're not wrong. Politicians and religious leaders are usually the most corrupt of people. You're not wrong. Like if you look at history or just really break them down, you're not wrong, Anunnaki. And like Danny, you're not wrong either. You know what I mean? That's fine bringing your culture or what have you to a different place, but it goes to this. Why are there Mexican restaurants? Why are there Chinese restaurants? Why are there Italian restaurants? Why, like name your food. The Italian menu doesn't incorporate things from a different menu. For example, an Italian restaurant isn't going to serve you Chinese egg rolls. Why is that? But this other thing is in all these different restaurants. It's fucked up. Not everything's kosher for Jews, right? Like they have to get that special. But there are places that do it special for them. So, yeah, there you go. You're not wrong. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't see that? Yeah. So the whole problem is that YouTube will censor certain comments. So if I don't see it on my little screen, I have to go to the big screen and read it. But I'll see it pop up because I have the actual stream live so I can see everything going on. And I definitely try to make sure you guys see everything that somebody is saying because YouTube definitely likes to cut certain things out. And from a creative, like the creators end of things, I can see everything even if you guys can't. And I think they do that maybe to protect creators so that, they don't get demonetized. But since I'm not monetized, fuck them. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen a couple of the messages where they're just not showing up on screen or what have you. But yeah, I mean, that's just it. Like, if you were to go back in time, for example, Danny and Anunnaki, like D and myself, right? And you said, yeah, two of you guys are going to be best of friends and all this. Dude, we come from two different places entirely. Like, even though we lived in the same state, two different cultures, two different pasts. But as I like to say, real recognizes real. And I learned a lot from D, and I'd like to think that D learned a lot from me in our time together. And we were the best of friends. We still are. We're brothers. Like, we're brothers in just life. Same thing with Smurf. Like, Smurf, I've never met in person, but he's my brother. You like Danny, you become a very good friend. You never know who you're going to run into on life's journey, but always look to what you agree on versus what you disagree on, if you can, and look at people if they're good people, and or if, are they assholes, and if they're assholes, to what extent? You know what I mean? Just one of those things. You never know who could end up being your good friend. So no, I don't think you and Anunnaki are best friends, Danny, but I do think you got a lot more in common than would look like it on the surface. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, it's I've learned though. And D would be probably be the first one to tell you this shit, right? Which is funny because I'll say it on here, but you guys don't know I'm bullshitting you or what. But I'm literally like, I don't see color, religion, none of that shit. I just see a person for a person. Like, if they're a good person or are they an asshole? And yeah. Yeah, if you're good people, then I can rock with you. If you're not, then well, sorry. Can you get back to tearing each other's heads off? Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that, Danny. I'm definitely an asshole. It's just, the depth of it. Like, are you a fucking asshole? But and D's right. The two of us, we're in the middle of work, and I'm gonna say I worked probably about a 10-hour shift. D was only scheduled for an 8-hour shift, and probably hung out for another hour arguing with me, back and forth, back and forth. And people are like, "Damn, like you guys are really getting into this shit. You're really, getting down and dirty." Basically, like, thought we were gonna throw down, and we're like, "Nah, man, I respect him. He respects me. We're talking, we're having a conversation. How the fuck do you learn from anybody else if you don't have a conversation with that person, man? Like, how are you going to understand somebody else's perspective? It doesn't have to be yours, but understanding another human being, and that's just it. Like, D will tell you, I walked through a bullet for him. Like, he probably walked through one for me too. Um, you never know. You never know. Dear Lord. Poor car. Yeah. I mean, I got in a banger of a car accident. That's why my left hand doesn't work right or work correctly. Um, I damaged my neck, everything. Should have killed me. I got lucky. Oh, thank you, Danny. He came out all right. It's not my best work. I'm not gonna lie, but he came out okay. I appreciate it though. I mean, he looks like the Punisher, so I'm happy there. But something with the skin tones wouldn't blend right. Like, normally I blend them and it's just bam. This one was like rough. Like, you look like Dave. D's gonna crack up when I say this, but the Punisher kind of looks like Dave Meltzer a little bit, who's a wrestling journalist. Well, quote, somewhat journalist. Like he's kind of more of a bullshitter than anything else. But yeah. Yeah, something in the skin tone just it didn't land right. I don't know. Like the Punisher symbol on his chest and everything came out okay though. Like it looks worn and beat up like it's supposed to. Yeah, he really fucking does, doesn't he? Like, look, hold on, D. I'm gonna turn him so he's facing. Like, can you see him talking to Brian Alvarez about, let me tell you all about WWE and the bullshit that goes on there. Oh, Jesus. All right, guys, I am going to play an ad and walk the puppy. I will be right back. Let's go to an interesting ad from the 1980s. And I'll be right back. Let me walk the dog real quick. Wrong ad. Wrong ad. Oh, shit. I started to play like a repeat ad. Poor dog was like, was ready to walk out the door. All right, here's a pair of ads from the 80s. I will be right back.
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school, just like their neighbors, and come back to a real home. A supervised home, right in the neighborhood, where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.
This is Bill Cosby. Now that everybody has told you about the dangers of doing drugs, I'd like to tell you about some of the benefits. Just imagine yourself unconscious, making a visit to a hospital emergency room, weeks in rehabilitation centers, nights in overcrowded prisons, spending more money than you can afford, ruining your health, hurting your parents, losing your loved ones, and most of all, destroying yourself. And remember what I say about doing drugs. I think you can say no.
I was overweight and looked terrible, but AIDS helped me lose 46 pounds. The AIDS diet plan helped me lose 28 pounds.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight, yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me to lose 18 pounds, and it doesn't contain anything to make me nervous.
Question, why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight without making you jittery.
Hello, faggot lovers everywhere. I've a message for you from Birdseye. Birdseye faggots will appeal to your whole family. They've made them with lashings of gravy, but they've gone easy on the spice because kids don't like them too spicy, apparently. Birdseye even suggests that people who don't like faggots could enjoy these. They live in hope. You know, they could be right.
Just a couple words from old commercials. Dude, it like the 1980s, totally different time. Have you ever seen any of those commercials before, Bagum? I just want to know one thing. Does Birdseye still sell those meatballs over in England, or have they gone the way of the dodo there, Danny? Dude, the first commercial. The second one I always loved, the Bill Cosby, don't do drugs. You'll end up passed out, like too on the nose. Yeah, it fucking the commercials definitely always crack me up. And I found out that they're not copyrighted, so I can play them all the time. It's very offensive. You guys used to call cigarettes the same word, though. Like, I can't say that word on YouTube. I'll get banned, right? But you over in UK or whatever, they used to say that kind of shit all the time. Oh, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. Because I think I told you what that word means is bundle of sticks, right? And so they were persecuted back in the day and burned at the stake like a bundle of sticks. I haven't seen any Japanese prank shows, but I watch a lot of anime, and the last Godzilla movie they did, I watched that in Japanese with subtitles, and that was fantastic. It was a great movie. It was more about PTSD and war and stuff than it was really about a monster. Like that PTSD was really the monster in that movie. It was a good movie. No, you were. Did you at least hear it, D? Yeah, yeah. The British meatball one's pretty good though. Yes, -1. Godzilla -1 was amazing. Like the way they did Godzilla and that was fantastic. Yeah, I got to find more commercials like that, um, and get them ripped down because I actually ripped them off the one guy's channel. Shout out to that guy. But YouTube would probably copyright strike me for showing it as a YouTube video, but if it's a downloaded file, then I can show it and they don't hit me with a copyright for some reason. Although last week I did ECW or whatever, I ran the Sabu ad and then the 1994 intro to ECW, and they nailed me. They didn't say you have to take down the video or edit that out, but they did let me know it was copyrighted material that would not be shown in certain territories. That territory was actually Russia, and I was like, well, it doesn't really fucking matter then, does it? Oh, okay. I'll definitely check out the band Doritos advert. I will definitely check that one out. There's a bunch of them I got to check out. Yeah, fucking great. I can't believe 5:30 in the goddamn morning. I can't believe I threw up a stream last night, like at all. But I was just too pissed off about too many damn things, and yeah, yeah, it just manifested into a stream. And like I said, take it out in a creative venture. That's the way to handle my anger anymore. Instead of either that or else hard labor, one of the two. But since it was late at night, like 10:30 at night, there's no way I'm doing hard labor. I can't do lawn work at night. The one with his fingers being sucked for some reason, I know that advertisement, and I'll see if I can find it and download it and play it on the show. Dude, no, you're good, Danny. Like it's good. Yes. Yes, they did. That's correct. Damn. Anunnaki, you got some knowledge on you. Yeah, like it was awesome. Like Godzilla minus one, I could not recommend that movie. That was actually a surprise because I'm like, oh, it's a giant, monster movie. We haven't seen a ton of these or anything else, but the way they did it, like the human characters, you actually gave a shit about human characters in a monster movie. And it was like, hey, that's a change of pace. And I mean, that's one of those things with, I've noticed this with Japanese canon in most things. They don't drop continuity. They give a shit about their characters. And if something's beloved, they try not to ruin it. Where in American cinema, America storytelling, hell, even the comic books, eventually they end up destroying characters. Like instead of making new and interesting characters, they'll kill off the original character and rebrand it onto new thing. For example, they killed Tony Stark as Iron Man and then replaced him with Riri Williams as Ironheart, and like just the comic book tanked because you're killing off a beloved character and replacing it with something else for a quick cash grab to be socially acceptable or what you perceive as socially acceptable instead of why can't you have these people work in tandem? Yeah, you know what? Now that you mention that, you're right. Because she's in the hospital and she has the bandage on her neck and it is black and now, like thinking back to it, I just thought it was burned skin, but you're right. That would be black mold. Yeah, you're 100% right. Oh, that's simple. If Godzilla would just swing a tail once, that'd probably be the end of it. Now, if those 100 gorillas were all the size of King Kong, well, then Godzilla would be in trouble. But he can regenerate, so there's that. Yeah, not just that. That atomic blast is just no bullshit. Like it's not, and the way they did it in minus one was amazing because like he fired off the breath. Like every other time you see like Godzilla in a monster movie, he fires off his atomic breath, and like the buildings catch fire in its path and all that. In this one, whatever he directly hit, it was basically like a mini dirty nuke. It was just like boom. Yeah, you know what? You're right, Anunnaki. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That actually does fit too. Um, Godzilla's Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan's more of a D thing. Like he's Dragon Ball is D. I'm more One Piece and I watched a little bit of Naruto. I couldn't. I got up through the first arc, I think, and then got kind of bored with the show. Um, Dragon Ball I had ruined for me, so I never really got into it. And it's a shame because from everything D said, it's apparently amazing. One Piece, though, I ended up having to play catch up with it and went through. I think they were at like 800 episodes when I jumped on and started watching it, and I grinded through and caught up to current. Like I'm current on it. As a matter of fact, I've read ahead in the manga as to what's happening. Yeah, that Anunnaki I completely assumed like that he's not done growing yet. He definitely wasn't as big as he was in old black and white Godzilla. 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 Don't cry, don't say goodbye. It's only teenage wasteland. Good old Bobo O'Reilly. Danny, you said something in the middle there that got cut. Let's see what Danny said. Doesn't Godzilla do the kumi kumi ya out his mouth though? Yeah. Yeah, he does. Except for his is nuclear. So, like in Godzilla -1, it was a mini mushroom cloud. Anything he hit, like he was just like, it was redonkulous. And like they caught him at one point. They got him with a whatchamacallit mine, like the old sea mines, and they hit him in the face with it, and it like blew up in his face, and straight up like freaked them all out because he started regenerating from it like almost immediately, and it was like, oh shit, how do we stop this thing? Like just fantastic. Like you gotta love it. Like, but it's classic shit like that where how is it you get a giant monster movie right? You know, like something like Godzilla. How do you get that correct in 2020? And that was that 2024 or 2023? I don't know, one of the two. But how is it you can get that shit right, but you fuck up Captain America? Like, how? Like, it's fucking Captain America. It's not difficult. Yeah, I mean, the original one was, kind of it was a statement against nuclear war and nuclear testing and all that, because it's supposed to be like the Bikini Atoll, them detonating nukes or, practice nukes or whatever. And then, but them setting it in the backdrop of Japan at the end of World War II, where Hiroshima and Nagasaki have both been hit with atomic bombs. And it worked. Like everything from the Zero pilot to, it was brilliant. It was just a well executed movie, and showed like the characters were amazing in it. Like the actual characters that they put on that screen, you felt like they were real characters. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it was basically like, it was an answer to atomic bombs being detonated, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A fat man and a little boy. Anti-war. And that's kind of where the world's at now. It's going to be interesting to see if we as a species can evolve past war. And like I said, I think if we can look at each other and start finding that 90%, hell, 70% even, that we all agree on, and move forward as one race, the human race, doesn't matter your color, doesn't color your skin, doesn't matter your religion, that kind of stuff. If people are accepting of each other in one way or another, we move together as one human race. Maybe we can take to the stars. Maybe we can be the aliens in somebody else's planet eventually. Maybe we can improve our lives where we're not, our genetic code that starts falling apart and deteriorating at 120 years old. Why aren't we solving for that problem? Imagine if we could expand that where we live to be 200, and like I may be 50 years old now and starting to fall apart because technically my genetic code is already hitting a certain marker and I'm aging. Imagine if that shit, I look like I was 26 right now at 50 years old. We've kind of expanded the human condition through technology, better living, and health. But I also think that's one of those things that hurts all of us is medical development where it should be and where we're not taking it. I think AI is a helper and a hindrance. At the same time, I really think that AI is going to make all of us a lot lazier. I think that they won't apply it correctly. Maybe to that, 1%, 0.1% of the population that has billions of dollars in a bank account, they're going to live forever because they'll use the AI for it, but only sell it to the richest. But it just takes one guy who wants to give it to all humanity. It takes that Prometheus that wants to take the fire from the gods and give it to humanity for us all to live a very long time and explore the universe. But instead, we engage in petty bullshit on this little blue marble spinning in the middle of a vast expanse. And like I said, just we should all aspire to be better people, whether through religion, morals, whatever it takes. Become better. Politicians and religious leaders. Well, you're not entirely wrong there, are you? Yeah, I mean, but that's just it. I'm not bound by either of those. Politically, I'm neutral. So if for example, like I think there's a lot of corruption, a lot of evil or whatever in Washington, D.C. as a whole. But I also see there's people of both parties over my lifetime that have been good people. Like, look at President Jimmy Carter was one of the worst presidents we've ever had in America, but he was an incredibly nice and good and gracious and honest human being. He was just a good man, and that's why he was such a shitty president, right? So there's one Democrat I've listed, and then you can, Thomas Massey or Rand Paul, or well, Ron Paul, really, but you can look at these people and they have morals and they have conviction and everything else. They're not corrupted politicians. They're actual decent people. So you can look on the Republican side and find a couple of them, but there's been thousands of politicians and I'm only naming two. That's not good. Same thing. Some religious leaders are, while they want you to believe in their religion or follow their faith or whatever, they're actually giving good people too. But it's only here or there. There's only one or two in each religion. Like, it's a shame, but you're quite right. Can't say all of them, but most of them for the most part. Yes, I agree with you. But honestly, why do we need religious leaders or politicians when if we just united as a people, as a human race, and didn't worry about that kind of shit? Man trusting other men and working together. That's the future. That is the no more turning away, so to speak. That is that's the way we achieve greatness as a human race. But we're a long way off from it. We can't even. We got people killing each other over a fucking border dispute. You know what I mean? Yeah, and you're not wrong. AI has made us lazy. Well, it's also let me, like me personally, I can achieve stuff now. Like I have zero music talent, right? No musical talent at all. Like if my buddy Guido was still alive and walking this earth and he was in this chat, he would attest to I have zero musical talent. However, I can use AI and I can make a theme song. I can make music anytime I want just by telling it what I want. So in a way, that's cool. You can use it as a tool, but don't let it replace your own fucking thinking. You know what I mean? It's the equivalency of making it into a false god if you're not careful. Yeah, it's pretty much an impossible dream at this point. But I'd like to think, long after I've left this plane of existence, left this planet or whatever, that somewhere down the road, my children's 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 children will live in a world like that, and it'll be a good world for them. That's what I can only hope. That's all I can hope for. Yeah, but Rock Band was hitting some fucking buttons in rhythm. We're talking about actually strumming some strings, and shit like that. Like hitting the right notes, knowing how to play the notes right, and making them line up, playing in time, just off of somebody else's drum beat at random. Can't do any of that shit, man. But I appreciate that support on the rock bands. I didn't make that song though. See, like the whole thing is, I told AI to make that song and it made the song. Technically, I didn't do shit other than tell AI what to do. But I definitely programmed it and it fucking it put it together. See, like so, and there you go, right? Like, and you're referring to the Anunnaki story or what have you. But yes, and that's some of the interesting shit in there. Like, but I mean, even just modern day cinema, like you look at something like Terminator, and it's like, oh, that could never happen, right? Well, yeah, when Terminator was made in 1980, there weren't such things as drones that were remote control and used in warfare. Now that shit is not only just commonplace, they send thousands of them at each other. You're looking at pretty soon, there's not going to be soldiers on a battlefield because they'll all be fucking robots that are being remote controlled from some mobile base like across the ocean. And you're just dropping your bots in and controlling that shit. And it's like whoever has the lesser tech is the one who's going to lose that war. Love you, D. Thank you for dropping in, brother. Have a good day at work, man. And I'll be streaming Thursday like normal. Yeah, I'm pretty much going to hang out for like I'm going to smoke a cigarette, hang out for 10 more minutes, and then I should call it a wrap at 6 a.m. on the East Coast. It's no longer midnight in the desert. It's now 6 in the swamp. But I'm gonna throw this out there right now, right? This is one of those things. Danny and Anunnaki, the two of you guys, earlier on, you guys were discussing having a religious discussion, and everything else, and all that, and it can look heated from the outside, but you guys are just stating what you guys do, right? You guys are having a good time chatting it up right now. That makes me happy. Yeah, honestly, really makes me happy. Um, Different points of view, and you guys are good, and that's what life should be about. That's what it should be about. I lost 4-1. Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, and that's just it. God, what the Vimanas, right? Isn't there something, I don't know, is it the Epic of Gilgamesh? Because like ancient alien stuff is always cool, but maybe we're also misinterpreting it as aliens. Maybe it was just a culture before our culture. What if they were nothing more than human? Like I don't know. Like if we had a time travel device, went into the past with modern tech, and then built up in the past like tens of thousands of years. I don't fucking know. Can come up with all kinds of cool theories though. An Anzo bird, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I appreciate Danny being young and passionate about something. Like most people that are young nowadays don't have any passion. They just want everything fucking handed to them and want that easy path, and they don't want to work for it. And it's a shame because there are the ones that do want to work for it and do put in that time and do research and seek their path and take the journey and all that kind of stuff. And it should always be encouraged. You should always be encouraging somebody to seek something different or look outside the box. That's how and that's how genius is found. You know what I mean? For a Sunday stream, I got 75 views on this, guys. That's pretty fucking amazing. I can't believe that either. That blows my mind. I can't believe that. So what am I, like almost 8 hours of straight streaming? Dear Lord. I can't believe I had that many people watch. I couldn't believe how many, like, you guys came in late, right? But it was cool because when I fired it up, I legit thought it was just going to be me and maybe Sheree would show up and possibly Stranded. Like, that was it. I was like, all right, maybe I'll have like two people jump on. I'm going to rant and rave. I may not even paint anything and just hop off. And man, I've just been going and going and going like the fucking Energizer Bunny. It's crazy. Yeah, I came about 5 hours ago. I came 2 hours, right? Yeah, like this was an insane stream. I might as well go another 5 hours. I would, but I promised my wife I would take her to the beach today. She's off of work or what have you. She wants to go to the beach, enjoy some outside, and breathe some fresh fucking air. And we do have some beautiful beaches where I'm at. We just never go to them. And she loves the beach, and I'm a homebody. And I just like doing shit around the house and being around the house as much as possible. So she rarely asks me to do anything with her or for her or anything like that. So when she does, I do it. One for the history books. I don't know. Um, I one time it would be neat. Maybe I'll try and pull it one of these days. Now, granted, I'm old and long in the tooth, and you guys will hear me snoring on the microphone eventually. But maybe one time I should try to pull a 24-hour stream and just see who drops in, who drops out, who goes to work, who comes home from work, and like jumps back into stream and just bullshitting and telling stories or whatever, and trying to pull a 24-hour stream just to see how it would work out and how it would go. Like, would it be? I'm not going to say it's like, oh well, that would get me monetized in 1,000 subs or some shit. I'm saying how it would go as far as the conversation. Like, where would the conversation start and where would the conversation end? Jesus Christ. Anunnaki, you crack me up, dude. I'm happy you subscribed and came over here and jumped into this stream. You're fucking great people. Dude. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's something in the face. It's just off. I mean, now it could be the sculpt too, but at first I thought it was the skin. But no matter how I adjust the light, you guys can't see the color I'm seeing on the skin. Like when I profile him like this, looks more like the Punisher. But when you look at him dead on, his face, I agree. Like, I think there's something a little off with it. Like maybe if he was like the Screaming version, like I could have found a Screaming version. I'll find a better Punisher. This one was a test fire for the most part. Yeah, a 5 o'clock shadow. I thought about that. Um, the only problem is I have this bad feeling that if I try doing it right now, I'm tired and I will fuck it up. Like I'll muddy his whole face and it's not going to be good. Yeah, it is a good excuse, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, fuck. No, I mean, I am actually like, I'm surprisingly tired. And it's a good tired, guys. Like, I was so pissed off at the beginning of the stream. Like, I mean, I was going to fuck off. But not screaming, yelling, going to fuck off. Like, just my mouth was running. And all that kind of shit. And yeah, that changed. Like, I'm actually in a pretty good goddamn place right now, knowing that I'm going to have to go out and bury a kitten before I go to the beach today. Like, my brain's in a much better place. Yeah, I don't want to blackface him. Yeah, it's a good call on that one. If I purple hair him and give him fake boobs, and we'll call him the Punisher at. Earlier, it was funny because I started working on the eyebrows or whatever, and I drew him on there, but then everybody's like, unibrow him, and I drew a unibrow on him. It's fine, man. It's the outdoor cats. That had me angry because I figure if I have any god at this point, it's probably nature itself, like herself or whatever. And the kitten, I've been treating him for the past couple days. I haven't been sleeping well, all that kind of stuff. Like my sleep schedule's been all super fucked up. But my wife had even said it to me. She's like, he looks like he's got fatal kitten syndrome, which kittens happen. It happens all the time with feral kittens. And yeah, I'm watching him slow down, his breathing go more shallow, and I'm like, yep, yeah, I know what's coming very, very soon, and broke my heart, you know. But at the same point in time, I say this every goddamn time that it's a good thing in a way because it's not a good thing that the kitten died, right? But it's a good thing that I feel something when the kitten died or is dying, that I'm angry about it, that I am upset about it because I haven't lost my humanity. My humanity is still intact. But this will make kitten number 8 over a 2-week period because the outdoor cats, like the first mama, it was, well, the first 2 mamas, it was their first litter ever of kittens, and they didn't know how to take care of them right. And one half of hers were stillborn, and then the other two she just kind of abandoned. But they were, looking at them, they were almost like premature babies. You know what I mean? Like, you got to put them in an incubator, all this kind of stuff, and they're still going to probably pass away. And then the other mama tried her ass off, but she couldn't maintain herself and the kittens, so they all passed away. So this one, it's an experienced mama, but there's something wrong, like birth defect wise, in the kittens. Like, I don't know if she caught cat AIDS or feline leukemia or something like this. It's tragic, but it's nature, you know, and nature's fair. Like, only the strong survive. You got a doctor's appointment in 3 hours, still can't sleep. God damn, dude. That's a rough one. That is a rough one. Yeah, and it is like there is an uneasiness in the air. You're not wrong. But at the same point in time, I just have this weird fucking feeling like everything's going to be okay. And it's not even just, oh, I'll think positive things will happen, right? It's no, I feel it, like my gut, my soul, my intuition, whatever you want to call it. I think everything's going to be all right, guys. Like, everything's going to be okay. We're going to be all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie though, Danny. One of my big fears is that having seen, you know, animals hit by cars, all this out in front of the house, or, you know, down highways, burying feral cats, because the colony is the colony. It maintains itself, and it can only grow so big before, you know, even like a tomcat might have grown up in the colony, but the colony grows to an extent that tomcat goes outside of the colony to go out in the woods. They can travel up to like 5 miles from wherever their main base is. And like that cat may travel 5 miles, find a mate somewhere on a neighbor's house, and I'll never see that cat again. You never know what happened to it. Stuff like that. But with the deaths, the whole problem is when you see death a whole bunch, you start getting used to it and you become numb to it. The thing is, I haven't become numb to it. Like, I still feel each one that impacts me. And because of that, it's like I said, it's actually a good thing, because if I was getting deaths normal to me, I might lose part of my humanity at that point, or I would feel like I'm losing my humanity, and I'm not. If anything, it's reinforcing that I need to try and treat them as best I can. Like, it's a good thing. I don't think losing your humanity, or no matter what happens, if you lose your humanity, what are you really? Like, at that point, you're a machine. What's your point to existing? You know what I mean? You lose your love for things. You become melancholy. You really get old, and you really, that's when you're gonna die. Part of you dies, you know. I don't know how to explain it better than that. I'm just some asshole on the internet talking shit into a microphone, you know, at like 6 a.m. I don't know if I don't know if I go as far as an empath, because I can be a cold son of a bitch when I need to be. But when it comes to animals, it's and I can't really say that because I still eat steak, and I eat pork and whatever else, you know. I eat meat. I'm a carnivore, and I know that it's got to be, I eat chicken. I know it's got to be butchered, right? And cooked and everything else. So you're contributing to the death of animals. I'm not like, oh, I went vegan and all this shit. It's more, it's weak and it's young and it's full of life, and its life's been cut short. Like, what happens to that life force, you know? Like, it's weird. And yeah, and that's just it. It's a part of nature. There's a reason why the mother is sitting there while this poor little kitten's crying, and it's blind. Like, I can tell you now that kitten was blind, but the mother knows something's wrong with it, and she's not helping it. You know, like if it was a human baby, we would take it to the hospital. We would do this with it. We would do that with it. But the mother can't do that of a cat. You know, like fucking cat can't walk its young into a hospital and treat it and everything else. I'm a human being, and I have some medicines for cats and all this stuff on hand, know how to administer it and treat them. I'm not a veterinarian, but minor stuff. And even then, even with the best tech, like if I brushed that kitten to the hospital when it was first showing the signs, they couldn't have saved it with the best technology, with the best expertise. Nothing. It's just nature. Kitten's not supposed to live. It's a bitter pill to swallow is all. And I didn't want to end this shit on a dour note. Wanted to say something funny at the end there. But yeah, you guys have hung in there. If I've been streaming for 8 hours, you guys have been watching for 8 hours. Shit. Yep, and it took a piece of you with it. And that's just it. You'll see that cat again, though. That's the whole thing. I do have this weird feeling that if you do actually love an animal or what have you, it takes something from you when it goes, and it connects it to you, even in whatever afterlife you believe in. And you'll see that animal again. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it, guys. It is fucking 6:08 in the morning. I thank all you guys for watching, hanging in there. Regardless if you came for the paint, the conversation, or anything else. It was an awesome conversation, and I actually did learn some new things. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Anunnaki, and thank you for, signing up. Danny Boss, man, keep rocking and rolling, and stay on your journey. And no matter what blocks come in your way, learn from them. That's the only thing I can really tell you. I don't know who else is watching. Well, no, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, Anunnaki. But I always got you, man. If you listen, Danny, if you were in the wrong, I would have let you know, man, you were in the wrong there. You weren't in the wrong this time, and I've got your back. Even if you're wrong, I'll let you know you're wrong. I'll still cover your back, but I'll let you know you're wrong too, or I think you're wrong, and this is why. I'll be honest with you. I'm an asshole, but I'm an honest one. But thank you, everybody. And if you're watching it on the replay, thank you for watching this all the way through, all fucking 8 hours of it. And everybody try and have a good week. I'll see you guys on Thursday. I'll be back Thursday, 8 p.m., right on the nose. Don't know what we're going to be discussing. Don't know what we're going to be painting, but we'll definitely have fun. Have a decent conversation, news of whatever's going on and all that. So everybody, enjoy your week. Have a good day. I'm going to go and relax for a little bit and then go to the beach. And shout out to Sheree, greatest mod on these internets. Couldn't have done it without her. She hung in there like a trooper till 4. She stayed way past her bedtime on a surprise. Greatest mod, thank you. I'm happy, and thank you guys. I appreciate the hell out of all of you. Make sure you smash your like button, share it, whatever. You know, all that fun shit. Make sure you're subscribed, and hang in there. Enjoy your week, and don't ever forget, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys.